Yang Zilan moved back, obstructing their way while saying, "Miss Chiu, he can't go." "Why?" asked Chiu Xian coldly. "That guy and I need to settle some issues. He can't go. I hope you understand," said Yang Zilan in a seemingly polite way. "What if I refuse and want him to stay with me?" said Chiu Xian even more coldly. Yang Zilan's smile became rigid. Why was Chiu Xian protecting Lin Feng? "As far as I know, you two are not friends," said Yang Zilan coldly. "No, we're more than that. I like him. You have a problem with that?" said Chiu Xian coldly. Yang Zilan and his group were dumbstruck. The cold-hearted beauty, Chiu Xian, liked Lin Feng? They couldn't believe it. Impossible. Why would Chiu Xian like someone like Lin Feng, an ordinary cultivator at the bottom of the Xianxia layer? Chiu Xian's social status was very high. Many people courted her. Many outstanding men liked her, but she had never shown interest for anyone. She had always enjoyed being alone and solitary. Chiu Xian being with a man was already abnormal, but going up the stairs with him and saying she liked him was even worse. Yang Zilan and Chou Junluo couldn't stand hearing such things. Chiu Xian said she liked Lin Feng. Lin Feng himself was dumbstruck. She said she liked him in such a normal way. A beautiful girl who looked like Xian Yi was saying that she liked him. Chiu Xian, no need to joke to protect him. We know perfectly well that you couldn't possibly like someone like him, said Yang Ziyi coldly. Lin Feng, come here, said Chiu Xian. Lin Feng walked closer to her. Suddenly, Chiu Xian stretched her hand, grabbed Lin Feng's neck, pulled him towards her and smiled in a resplendent way. Yang Zilan and the others were dumbstruck. Their hearts were pounding violently. Who do you think you are? Yang Ziyi, don't think that you're better than others. Apart from your powerful blood strength, what makes you think you're different from ordinary people? Said Chiu Xian angrily. Yang Ziyi was dumbstruck. Move away now. Otherwise, we'll have to fight, said Chiu Xian while releasing ice-cold energies. Yang Zilan pulled a long face and glanced at Lin Feng, now smiling. Miss Chiu, I don't want to offend you. I'll forgive him this time. Yang Zilan then slowly moved away. Forgive? Lin Feng glanced at him sharply. Those people were incredibly shameless. Lin Feng, I'm not in a good mood anymore. Let's go back, said Chiu Xian coldly, dragging Lin Feng back. Yang Zilan and the others looked at Lin Feng and Chiu Xian leave. They were furious, but they didn't understand. Why did Chiu Xian like Lin Feng? Lin Feng and Chiu Xian ran down the steps very quickly. The oppressive forces were less significant than before. Chiu Xian wasn't holding Lin Feng's arm anymore. She was going in one direction and didn't even look back at Lin Feng, who was behind her. Lin Feng stopped and looked at her from behind. He felt like he was melting. Little boy, you should go with her. Or don't you dare, mocked Xianxia. Mind your own business, said Lin Feng. Then his silhouette flickered and he followed Chiu Xian. There's no need to follow me, said Chiu Xian coldly. Lin Feng didn't know how to react, so he decided to continue following her. After that, she didn't tell him not to follow her again. They arrived in a hotel restaurant and ordered some food together. Chiu Xian remained silent. Lin Feng remained silent too. He just sat opposite her and said nothing. After a long time, Chiu Xian suddenly asked, You said your wife and me look exactly the same? Indeed, nodded Lin Feng. Well then, don't you think that we've known each for a very long time? Asked Chiu Xian. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled and asked, Have you always been in Bahuang province? Indeed, I've never left Bahuang province. But then again, why do I have the feeling I've known you for a very long time? Asked Chiu Xian. Lin Feng was surprised. Know him for a very long time? Chiu Xian had that feeling and she looked exactly the same as Xian Yi. I've never been to Bahuang province before, said Lin Feng with a resplendent smile while shaking his head. It's so strange. Maybe that your wife and I have common ancestors, said Chiu Xian smiling wryly. She felt confused. The first time she had seen Lin Feng, she had that feeling as well. That's why she asked Lin Feng to take her on his boat. After that, Lin Feng touched her cheek. Before meeting Lin Feng, if anyone had done that to her, she would have killed them instantly. She was very choleric. But with Lin Feng, she hadn't gotten that angry. On the contrary, she had the feeling she knew him. That feeling was also intensifying. She even started to have feelings for him now. Things were moving so sudden that it scared her. She didn't understand what was happening in her heart. Stay with me. Yang Zilan is evil, but if you stay with me, he won't dare touch you, said Xiao Yuxian standing up. Then they left. In Tianjing City, not far from Tiantai, they found a hotel room in a beautiful courtyard. They had to rest. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's recruitment process was going to start shortly. At night, Xiao Yuxian was sitting on a stone bench. She raised her head and looked at the moon. She was pensive. Why? Why was her heart pounding when she thought about him or just looked at him? At that moment, she heard some steps as someone sat down next to her. She didn't need to turn around, though. She knew who it was. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's recruitment process will start in about 2 weeks. You need to practice cultivation. There will be many geniuses and princes. It won't be easy to succeed and become an imperial cultivation disciple, Xiao Yuxian said in a low voice. She was still looking at the sky. She didn't look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng put his arm on Xiao Yuxian's shoulder, which made her shiver. She looked at him and smiled. You're not interested in me, right? You don't want me to become your wife. Lin Feng shook his head. You're not her. You are two completely different people. Who's more attractive, me or her? Asked Xiao Yuxian. You're completely different, two different sorts of attractiveness, that is, replied Lin Feng. Is that so? Said Xiao Yuxian with a resplendent smile. In the moonlight, she garnished a different level of beauty. What if I said I wanted you to marry me, would you? Suddenly asked Xiao Yuxian. Lin Feng smiled and said, Of course, if you wanted to. I would. But with your social status, how could you be interested in a nobody like me? That's not true. Maybe I really do like you, like I said last time, said Xiao Yuxian. She was so cute and beautiful. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. Well, even better for me then, said Lin Feng shrugging. Hug me, said Xiao Yuxian with a captivating smile. Lin Feng shivered. Hug her? After a few seconds, Lin Feng opened his arms and hugged her. How dare you? Shouted Xiao Yuxian furiously and slapped Lin Feng with all her strength. Eh? Lin Feng was speechless as he released demon sealing strength to block her arms before she could slap him. You asked me to hug you, said Lin Feng annoyed. Because I said that, you believed me? You're so perverted, said Xiao Yuxian. Lin Feng was speechless. Women are complicated. Fwop, fwop, fwop. She released shadow-like fists filled with strong energies. A strong wind blew behind them. After a while, the atmosphere calmed down. 2 people walked into a room. One of them had their clothes torn apart and their hair looked chaotic. That was, of course, Lin Feng. He had fought against Xiao Yuxian for a long time, but she was much stronger than him. She had broken through to the 7th Tianqi layer. Lin Feng had had no chance against her. How shameful, said Xianxia mockingly. A girl had won against him. What a humiliation. Piss off, said Lin Feng, pushing Xianxia away. Roar. Lin Feng punched Xianxia a few times. Bastard, you actually punched me, said Xianxia furiously. He released flames and lit Lin Feng's clothes on fire. Poor Lin Feng. A girl had bullied him and now his pet was bullying him. On the 3rd day in Tianjing City, in the district of Tiantai, many people were talking about Xiao Yuxian. She had fallen in love with a boy who had only broken through to the 3rd Tianqi layer and who was a piece of trash without social status. They even held hands when walking outside. Everybody was talking about it. Xiao Yuxian was famous and her clan was prestigious. She had a high cultivation level, natural abilities, and she was quite strong. Many people tried to flirt with her, but no one had managed to make her smile. However, she had fallen in love with a guy who had just arrived in the province, who was at the bottom of the Tianqi layer, and who had stolen a boat plus 1,000 abstruse crystals from the Yang clan for saving Yang Ziyi. In other words, he was shameless. What people said, to sum up, was that the great Qiu Xian had fallen in love with a piece of trash. Those who were in love with Qiu Xian wanted to humiliate Lin Feng. Maybe she would forget about him then. Of course, those who were the most shocked by the news weren't random people, but Qiu Xian's clan. Yang Ziyi wanted someone like Xian Yuan. He was strong and powerful. He possessed a powerful blood too. Qiu Xian was better than Yang Ziyi, so she should have chosen someone better than Xian Yuan. But no, she hadn't. Qiu Xian had never liked anyone before, so her clan had always thought that she would find someone outstanding, such as Xian Yuan. Unfortunately, she had fallen in love with some weaker than him. She wasn't as intelligent as Yang Ziyi, it seemed. The Qiu clan was concerned, so they had to find Qiu Xian. Very quickly, people found out where she was staying in the Tiantai district. Many strong cultivators gathered around the simple hotel, and many others followed them to see what would happen. Qiu Xian knew that those people were there, so she came out. She looked indifferent and cold when she said, "What are you doing here?" "We came for you and the one you say you like," said the leader of the group. It was a young man in white clothes. He had come to become an imperial cultivation disciple. Most were young men, but there were a few older men. "Mind your own business, will you?" said Qiu Xian coldly. "Yu Xian, when the elders are not here, I'm basically your big brother. I need to take care of you. Our clan has existed for such a long time. If people of our clan want to get married, everybody in the clan must agree. At that, people of our clan can only marry outstanding people. You're very gifted, you're very strong. You can't make the wrong decision now. Indeed, sister, we need to see the one you say you like to tell you if he's acceptable," said a young woman smiling. She sounded terribly hypocritical, though. The crowd remained silent. Those people were rich and powerful. Qiu Xian enjoyed being alone because those people weren't honest with her. They didn't really care, they were just hypocritical. "Mind your own business. My heart tells me who to like and it has nothing to do with you. Leave now," said Qiu Xian. "Sister, we all came to see him, come on," said the girl mockingly. She had always been hostile to Qiu Xian in the clan. "Shut the hell up," shouted Qiu Xian furiously to the girl. "Qiu Mei, if you came here to make fun of me, you can leave." "How noisy," said someone at that moment. A young man came out of the small house. Just like the rumors said, it was an ordinary and simple cultivator at the bottom of the Tianqi layer. He had only broken through to the third Tianqi layer. Lin Feng had just changed his clothes. He glanced at the crowd and sighed. Qiu Xian had such a high social status. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd and as accepted. Everybody was there, Yang Zilan, Yang Ziyi, Chou Jun Luo. They were trying to tarnish Qiu Xian's reputation. "Sister, don't tell me you fell in love with this piece of trash," said Qiu Mei mockingly. "Shut the hell up." Qiu Xian suddenly released energies, but Qiu Mei still looked at Qiu Xian with a cold smile. "Indeed, he's the one I love. Are you satisfied now?" "Fuck off now, all of you," said Qiu Xian coldly. She admitted that she liked Lin Feng, a cultivator at the bottom Tianqi layer. "Yu Xian, that's fine, but shouldn't you think about our clan? Do you think they will like him?" asked Qiu Mei smiling. "I don't care. I can live the life I want," said Qiu Xian coldly. "Since that's what you want, I can't say anything," said Qiu Mei with a smile. She turned to Lin Feng and said smiling, "Do you actually think you deserve to be loved by my sister? Your name is Lin Feng?" said Qiu Mei smiling at Lin Feng, but that smile was evil, despising, arrogant. "Indeed," replied Lin Feng indifferently and expressionlessly. "Do you know who my sister is?" said Qiu Mei smiling. "I know. You said it a few times already, the Qiu clan," said Lin Feng. "Since you know, I'll tell you something. Yu Xian is a young woman of my clan and is quite outstanding. She's famous, many men want to marry her, of them, many are way stronger than you. So let me ask you, even though she likes you, do you deserve that love? Do you think you are a good match?" said Qiu Mei. Everybody was staring at Lin Feng. It didn't matter if Qiu Xian liked Lin Feng, he was a cultivator at the bottom of the Tianqi layer. Could he be with her? What does that have to do with you? Do I need you to tell me how to live my life? Just who do you think you are? Said Lin Feng coldly. Xiao Mei was surprised and smiled coldly. You have to be somewhat aware of the situation. You're just a nobody. Do you think an ant can follow dragons to become a dragon? Let me tell you something now. You should be careful with that stinky mouth of yours. Nobody will ever want you if you keep talking like that, said Lin Feng mockingly. Xiao Mei was furious. You want to die, said Xiao Mei. Nobody had ever humiliated her. She hadn't thought Lin Feng would lose his temper too. Lin Feng, come here, said Xiao Yu Xian. Lin Feng walked towards Xiao Yu Xian. Hug me, said Xiao Yu Xian with an infatuating smile. The crowd was astonished. The ice-hearted girl suddenly looked so warm in front of Lin Feng. He made her melt. The guys who were there couldn't stand seeing her act like that with another man. Lin Feng was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Was she serious? You don't dare? Said Xiao Yu Xian using telepathy. She was still smiling at Lin Feng with a resplendent smile. Why wouldn't I? Said Lin Feng. He then stretched his hands and put them around her waist. Xiao Yu Xian shivered and became rigid. She looked nervous. The crowd was astonished. The members of the Qiu clan looked furious. Those who liked Xiao Yu Xian were furious. They all wanted to kill Lin Feng. His hands were now on her waist. Xiao Yu Xian smiled shyly. She looked so sweet. The crowd was getting even more furious. Xiao Yu Xian turned around and wrapped herself up in Lin Feng's arms. She looked at the crowd coldly and said, Nobody can tell me who I can like. If someone dares touch him, I will kill them. Now fuck off. Xiao Yu Xian then released ice energies and a cold moon appeared above her. A cold autumn moon, just like her name suggested. The moon looked solitary and cold. Xiao Mei frowned and turned deathly pale. She didn't want to fight Xiao Yu Xian. Piss off, said Xiao Yu Xian coldly. Xiao Mei frowned and said, All right, sister. Let's hope the clan will not be furious. I hope that you two will always be happy. Xiao Mei was furious. By saying, let's hope the clan will not be furious, she was threatening Xiao Yu Xian. Xiao Mei coldly glanced at Lin Feng and then everybody left. One of the most beautiful girls in Bahuang had fallen in love with a nobody. What a tragedy. Remembering Xiao Yu Xian's beautiful smile, when she looked at Lin Feng made them even more furious. Xiao Yu Xian looked at those people leave. Lin Feng was shivering. Her spirit was incredible. Xiao Yu Xian turned around and left. She went back into the room, without saying anything. Lin Feng followed her. Xiao Yu Xian turned around and smiled at Lin Feng. What? You want to hug me again? If you'd allow me, said Lin Feng shrugging. You're audacious. You actually dared to hug me in front of so many people. Are you not scared of the Qiu clan? Are you not afraid for your future? Xiao Yu Xian was smiling in a resplendent way. She was staring at Lin Feng and looked impatient to hear his reply. I've always been audacious, said Lin Feng smiling. Besides, how could I refuse when you asked me so sweetly? You're too beautiful. You're glib-tongued, but have you never thought of the consequences? No, I haven't, said Lin Feng shaking his head. He was still smiling. She walked towards Lin Feng, slowly and gracefully. She got very close to him. It seemed like she was trying to arouse him. By acting like that, it means that you will marry me, would you dare? Asked Xiao Yu Xian in a gentle way. Her breath was brushing against Lin Feng's face. It was difficult for Lin Feng to control himself. He stretched his hands and put his arms around her waist. Xiao Yu Xian shivered and looked at him. You've got balls. I told you. Since what I did means we're going to get married, why wouldn't I dare? Is that so? Kiss me then, said Xiao Yu Xian, approaching her lips towards Lin Feng's face and slowly closing her eyes. She was so beautiful. Lin Feng couldn't resist. His mouth approached hers. Boom! A terrifying cold energy surrounded Lin Feng. It was piercingly cold. Seal! Shouted Lin Feng and released sealing strength. He was firmly holding her in his arms and sealed her pure qi. Xiao Yu Xian opened her eyes. Lin Feng had anticipated her move. You dare, said Xiao Yu Xian coldly. I told you, why wouldn't I? Said Lin Feng, and then he kissed her. It was as if a lightning had pierced through her body. Lin Feng then abruptly turned around and left as fast as he could. Xianxia looked furious as Lin Feng left. I didn't see anything, said Xianxia. Lin Feng grinded his teeth. Xianxia was shameless. That night, Lin Feng was in his room practicing cultivation. Boom boom. A sound interrupted his focus. Someone opened the room abruptly. Lin Feng opened his eyes and smiled wryly. What? Am I not welcome here? Said Xianxia smiling gently. Of course you are. Xianxia entered the room. Lin Feng's heart started pounding as he smiled. I just wouldn't have thought you'd come in the middle of the night. Did you miss me that much? I was alone in my room. Since you didn't come, I came, said Xianxia smiling while getting closer to Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt like he was melting when he looked at her smile. Was she joking again? If you had told me to earlier, I would have come, said Lin Feng, touching her face. Xianxia didn't reject him. She smiled at him and whispered, Do you enjoy it? Yes, very much so, said Lin Feng, nodding. I want to please you, said Xianxia. Suddenly, her smile disappeared and the room became ice cold. Lin Feng seemed surprised. However, he had anticipated her attack again. He immediately released blood strength, otherwise she could injure him with that strength. Boom, boom, boom. It seemed like there was a war in that room. It started shaking and it completely collapsed. When they stopped, Lin Feng was out of breath. His clothes were torn and Xianxia's punches had left bruises on his skin. He lost again. If you can't even defeat me, how could you confront my clan? Said Xianxia coldly. Then, she turned around and said, Follow me. Where are we going? Shouted Lin Feng. Tiantai, we need to become Imperial Cultivation disciples, said Xianxia without turning around. Lin Feng just followed with a wry smile. Xianxia was still lying outside of the cabin. Lin Feng was pissed off that Xianxia was peeking on them. You bastard, said Lin Feng coldly. Then he followed Xianxia. After the two left, Xianxia looked at Xianxia from behind, looking rather pensive. That girl fell in love with Lin Feng so fast. Could it be? Whispered Xianxia. Xianxia didn't think about it much longer. He couldn't be sure. He was wondering if it was a very good or a very bad thing for Lin Feng. Xianxia and Lin Feng arrived at the bottom of the flight of stairs. It was the middle of the night and the moon was shining on the flight of stairs. We still have a dozen days to go to get up those 18,000 steps. We need to train. If we're trained, we won't have to worry about my clan. We have to become Imperial Cultivation disciples. We must, said Xianxia looking at the moon. Lin Feng looked at her but said nothing. Xianxia didn't like that. She looked at him and said, Did you hear what I said? I have to become an Imperial Cultivation disciple so that I can marry you without your clan opposing our union. Right? Said Lin Feng, smiling before adding, It seems like you really decided to marry me. Xianxia looked at him and smiled in a mischievous way. We hugged and kissed already. Don't you want to push things further? Of course I do. I am a responsible person, said Lin Feng when he saw that Xianxia looked scared. Well, let's go up then, said Xianxia still smiling. Lin Feng didn't say much. He immediately started going up the stairs. Even though it was the middle of the night, Lin Feng and Xianxia weren't the only ones running up. Xianxia and Lin Feng were very fast as the wind. They soon climbed 3,000 steps and the pressure was already monstrous. You're too slow. Keep up with me, said Xianxia while turning around and smiling at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and calmly followed. Despite the oppressive energies, Lin Feng's speed didn't change. After a while, Lin Feng and Xianxia arrived on the 10,000 step. The energy was incredibly oppressive. They could barely breathe. It was as if they were carrying mountains on their backs. You all right? Asked Xianxia to Lin Feng. 10,000 steps, that's nothing. Of course I'm all right, said Lin Feng, smiling. He had wrapped himself up in wind intent. Of course he was all right. He just paused for a few seconds to take a breath. Then he started flying up the stairs again. Cho Yu Xian followed him. Very quickly, they reached the 13,000 step. Lin Feng didn't stop this time and directly climbed up to the 15,000 step. Cho Yu Xian's eyes were twinkling. She kept looking at Lin Feng's back. She was already getting out of breath and was sweating profusely. She needed to stop for a few seconds to breathe, but Lin Feng didn't stop. How can he stand the pressure? Is his blood made of iron or what? Whispered Cho Yu Xian. Lin Feng hadn't stopped at all. Not only did he rely on his strength, but also on his blood strength. If a cultivator had a weak blood, they could explode under this pressure. When Cho Yu Xian reached the 16,000th step, she couldn't stand it anymore and finally stopped. She looked at Lin Feng, who hadn't stopped, and shouted, out of breath, "Lin Feng, wait for me." She sounded fragile and innocent. Lin Feng turned around and looked at her smiling. The cold-hearted and solitary girl looked completely exhausted. "Who told you to go up so fast?" said Cho Yu Xian. Lin Feng remained speechless. She had told him to hurry up a few times. "Let's breathe deeply. We have 2,000 more steps to climb after all," said Cho Yu Xian. After a few minutes, her eyes started twinkling again and she said, "Let's continue." "All right." Lin Feng nodded and they continued climbing the stairs. The oppressive force was becoming unbearable. The strength everyone differently. The stronger a cultivator was, the more oppressive the force was. Therefore, the force oppressing Cho Yu Xian was more intense than the force oppressing Lin Feng. After an hour, they reached the 17,000th step. A terrifying force was oppressing them. Cho Yu Xian stopped again and looked at Lin Feng. "You bastard, how come your blood is so strong?" "I never said my blood was weak," said Lin Feng. "You?" Cho Yu Xian smiled again and said, "We reached the 17,000th step. I overestimated the difficulty of the stairs. We will soon reach Tiantai." The two of them continued climbing the stairs. The oppressive forces were incredibly intense by this point. It felt like their blood was going to explode under that pressure. "We're almost there," said Lin Feng, raising his head. 17,900 steps. 100 more to go. Phew. Cho Yu Xian could barely breathe. She smiled and said, "Right, almost. 100 more. We can do it." Then, she condensed pure chi and walked up 18 more steps. 82 more. Boom! She made another step and turned all red, but she smiled and said, "Lin Feng, 81 more steps." She looked excited, only 81 more steps. Boom, boom. The oppressive force felt like a mountain had suddenly fallen onto her. Her body was propelled backwards and blood splashed out of her mouth. Lin Feng looked at her. He was startled. He quickly jumped and tried to grab her. Boom, boom, boom. He caught her in his arms and boom. The oppressive force was suddenly so much more powerful. "Let me go, you can't stand 2 levels of oppressive force at the same time," said Cho Yu Xian. Lin Feng firmly held her in his arms while his blood boiled. He managed to reduce the shaking and lay her on a step. They had fallen down of a few dozen steps. "Are you all right?" asked Lin Feng, wiping the blood off the corner of her mouth. It was unbearable for Lin Feng to see Cho Yu Xian injured. "I'm all right." Cho Yu Xian jumped out of Lin Feng's arms and sat down on a step. She looked at him perplexed. She hadn't thought Lin Feng's blood was so strong. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had managed to catch her in his arms and stand her oppressive force along with his. How could he manage that? Especially seeing how she couldn't. "What happened?" asked Lin Feng. She had only 81 steps to go and was propelled away. "The strength of those stairs is terrifying," said Cho Yu Xian. "I'll try," said Lin Feng. Very quickly, he arrived where Cho Yu Xian was. "Be careful, Lin Feng, it's really scary," warned Cho Yu Xian. They were alone at that height. Many people couldn't stand the force and had to train to get higher. Lin Feng and Cho Yu Xian had used lots of blood strength and pure chi to get there. 18,000 steps, said someone at that moment. Lin Feng Cho Yu Xian looked over and saw someone standing there. Someone from Tiantai. Lin Feng and Qiu Xian looked at that person. Someone was already at the top. They had to be from Tiantai. That person wore normal clothes and looked both calm and simple. That person was wearing a necklace and had no hair at all. "Is that a Buddhist monk?" whispered Lin Feng to himself. That person looked like a Buddhist monk. But Xiu Xian said something else. "Sadhu. The last 81 steps are the most difficult. Reaching the clouds is as hard as climbing those last steps. You should come back for the exam," said the sadhu in a low voice, but was distinct. "As hard as reaching the clouds," whispered Lin Feng. "Those last steps were the real exam. The first step to becoming an Imperial Cultivation disciple was to climb up the whole flight of stairs." "Master, how many do we have to climb to pass the exam?" asked Qiu Xian to the young sadhu. Even though he was young, they understood that he was also probably a very strong cultivator. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in Tiantai and wouldn't be there to protect the flight of stairs. Those 81 steps are divided into 9 different sorts of steps. Each group of 9 steps contains different sorts of oppressive strength. Going up 2 groups is enough to qualify," replied the sadhu. Qiu Xian looked at Lin Feng. 2 groups is like 10 floors. 9 groups must be very difficult then. "Master, can I try?" asked Lin Feng to the sadhu. The sadhu smiled and said, "Today you can't. But since we're old friends, try taking a step." Old friends. Lin Feng was confused. He looked at the sadhu, but he didn't know him. Why was he saying that they were old friends? "Master, do you know me?" asked Lin Feng. He was too curious. "Lin Feng," said the sadhu. Lin Feng was astonished. He knew him. Qiu Xian was also astonished. The sadhu knew Lin Feng. What was going on? Someone from Tiantai, an emperor's personal disciple, knew Lin Feng. Qiu Xian smiled at Lin Feng in a resplendent way and said, "You still have many things to tell me." Lin Feng was speechless. He looked at Qiu Xian and said, "You never asked either?" "But..." Then, Lin Feng looked at the sadhu again and said, "But, I've never seen you. Where do you know me from?" "From my second fellow disciple," said the sadhu smiling. Then he said, "All right, Lin Feng. Do your best to become an Imperial Cultivation disciple. You'll understand then." Second fellow disciple. Lin Feng was astonished. He suddenly remembered the one Xianxia always called a real genius, the second personal disciple of Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu, Ho Qinglin. Indeed, that had to be him. Ho Qinglin had come to Ganyu and helped Lin Feng a few times. But Lin Feng still didn't understand why. Ho Qinglin was so powerful he even humiliated people like Shen Yuan. In front of Ho Qinglin, Lin Feng was a speck of dust. Why did he attach so much importance to Lin Feng? Besides, he had helped him a few times. Lin Feng was astonished. Qiu Xian's smile was even brighter. That guy surprisingly knew people from Tiantai, and on top of that, sadhus. His social status was directly much higher. Qiu Mei and the others wouldn't be disrespectful to him if they knew that. The Yang clan either. He wouldn't have been humiliated when he accompanied Yang Ziyi back to her clan. Qiu Xian was impatient to see Lin Feng become an Imperial Cultivation disciple. Those people would be surprised to see that Lin Feng knew Tiantai's people. Lin Feng started going up again. His blood was boiling. The strength contained in the steps depended on the cultivator's strength. However, Lin Feng's strength was a lot higher compared to his cultivation level. Therefore, the steps in front of him weren't difficult to climb. It was extremely difficult for Qiu Xian because her strength was the same as her cultivation level, if not lower. Qiu Xian was wondering if Lin Feng could climb the first 9 steps. Lin Feng slowly started going up. Boom, boom, boom! A powerful oppressive force crashed onto Lin Feng's back. The oppressive force there was even more intense than the previous steps. Lin Feng's clothes and hair were fluttering in the whistling wind. Qiu Xian was nervous. She was staring at Lin Feng, motionless. Lin Feng was incredibly persistent. He used his demon strength as well as his strength of the Buddha. Right now, he was strong enough to kill a cultivator of the 5th Tianqi layer and even ordinary cultivators of the 6th Tianqi layer. He slowly walked up. Explosions sounded as Lin Feng persevered. The force was rolling in the sky. 80 more steps to go. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling with sharp lights. His blood seemed like it was going to explode. Xiao Yu Xian's nervousness slowly faded and she smiled. Lin Feng was incredible. Lin Feng had just succeeded where she had failed. The sadhu smiled and nodded at Lin Feng. The first part of the exam shouldn't be too difficult for you. On the day of the exam, we'll see if you can finish. Thank you, master, said Lin Feng politely. He then turned around and went down the stairs. The sadhu had given him the opportunity to try. Lin Feng wanted to continue going up, but he already had the opportunity to do more than was allowed for others. He had to be content. The sadhu turned around and left. Lin Feng couldn't sense the energies coming from upstairs anymore. Each step had a hidden force. Nobody knew how it would be. Not bad. Even the master said you would have no problem during the first part of the exam, said Xiao Yu Xian smiling. I wonder if there are several rounds. The master made it sound like there were, said Lin Feng. The first part was already difficult. Even some talented cultivators would find it difficult. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's recruitment process can't be easy. There are many other emperors in Bahuang province. They also recruit imperial cultivation disciples, but too many people try to become their imperial cultivation disciples. They already have so many disciples. It's not that interesting to be part of gigantic groups as an imperial cultivation disciple. This time it's different. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu are organizing their first recruitment process. The ones who succeed will become the emperor's direct disciples. Many geniuses came from many other parts of Bahuang province as well, not only from the northern part. We just haven't seen them. Wait until the exam, you'll see, said Xiao Yu Xian to Lin Feng slowly before adding, in the future, out of those who will have succeeded, they will maybe pick a more restricted selection of disciples to become their direct disciples. That's most rich and young cultivators' goal. Lin Feng nodded. He understood. Rich and young cultivators were arrogant and didn't want to be considered ordinary imperial cultivation disciples, especially people like Shen Yuan who had imperial blood. He wanted to receive an emperor's direct instructions and become an emperor too. Lin Feng, if you become a direct imperial disciple, everybody will respect you. It is a symbolic social status. The Qiu clan will have to respect you too, whispered Xiao Yu Xian. She sounded impatient. You're so impatient to marry me, said Lin Feng smiling. Xiao Yu Xian looked at him. The moon is beautiful tonight. Let's sleep here, said Lin Feng looking at the sky. He was smiling in a resplendent way. It felt like they had a mountain weighing on their back. Surprisingly, he wanted to sleep there. If we stay here for a few days, we will get used to the force. Then, when we go down, we won't feel any weight, explained Lin Feng. As you wish, said Xiao Yu Xian indifferently. She then sat down. This meant that she agreed. Lin Feng sat down too and closed his eyes. He calmly sensed those energies. He was trying to understand that force. It was oppressing his skin, his flesh, his blood, and his bones. Undergoing such challenges made cultivators become stronger. Lin Feng took out his Tianxian stone and the force of the earth and the sky instantly became much more intense. Lin Feng could sense the pulsations of the earth and sky even. He entered in a meditative state and started using his corporeal strength to resist the energies. It was difficult at first, but over time it became easier. Lin Feng fell into a trance. He was gone. Nothing existed around him anymore, at least he wasn't aware of anything. The moonlight slowly disappeared and it was the morning. Xiao Yu Xian opened her eyes. Her body felt sore. She looked at Lin Feng. He was calm, he was even smiling. She was more and more surprised every day. Xiao Yu Xian went down a few steps and suddenly felt much better. Just like Lin Feng had said, if they stayed on the higher steps, going down would be easy. However, staying up there a whole night had wore her out. She went to the bottom of the stairs, sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes again. Lin Feng was still in a meditative state, as if he had forgotten everything around him. Very quickly, 3 days passed. Many people came and saw Lin Feng. They were all surprised. A cultivator of the third Tianqi layer could stay up there calmly. That was very surprising. He looked like a mystic being. Some people tried to copy him, but very few people could stay up there that long. Cho Yu Xian opened her eyes and looked at Lin Feng. His face was red, but he looked like he was enjoying it. He looked like he was enjoying a sauna bath. What a guy, thought Cho Yu Xian. She was speechless. Lin Feng was enjoying it when the others suffered. The sadhu appeared at the top of the stairs and looked at Lin Feng. He smiled. Then he turned around and left again. He didn't want to disturb Lin Feng. Cho Yu Xian was staring at Lin Feng with an indifferent smile. Just looking at Lin Feng was making her feel relaxed. "Why are you staring at me?" said Lin Feng at that moment. She was startled and turned around. Lin Feng didn't say anything after that. Cho Yu Xian was wondering if he was practicing cultivation or if he was actually awake. He was holding his Tianxian stone and studying the force of the earth and sky. Even though Lin Feng's eyes were closed, he could still see her. A strong wind started blowing above Cho Yu Xian's head. She saw Lin Feng above her, and he was surrounded by a terrifying pure qi. The qi of the earth and sky was spinning. Lin Feng was absorbing the strength of the earth and sky at a rapid rate. His pure qi turned into a tornado and shuttled back into his body. Cho Yu Xian was surprised. What was he doing? When the energy made it inside Lin Feng's body, Cho Yu Xian sensed that he had become stronger. He had progressed from the bottom of the third Tianqi layer to the middle. Phew! Lin Feng exhaled and a pure qi came out from his mouth. Then it dispersed. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. He felt terribly good. Lin Feng stood up and smiled at Cho Yu Xian. It was as if there were no oppressive energies anymore. Couldn't affect him at least. "How pleasant," said Lin Feng smiling. "The next steps would be easy for him." "I feel so bad," said Cho Yu Xian. Lin Feng smiled. He had used his Tianxian stone the whole time to study the force of the earth and sky. He made the accumulated force flow in his body, and in the end, the force had become a part of himself. So he felt very comfortable. He had made a lot of progress. "Let's go back. The recruitment process will start soon," said Lin Feng smiling. 7 more days, replied Cho Yu Xian. 7 days. Lin Feng nodded and they left. Going down was easy, going up was difficult. They were used to being at the top though. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's recruitment process was going to start soon. Many strong cultivators were gathered there. Lin Feng was wondering where Yu and Emoshi were and if they had already arrived. He hadn't seen them since the Ba Huang Sea. If Yu and the others had left the island of the 9 dragons, they should have arrived by now. But maybe they were stuck on the island of the 9 dragons. Lin Feng and Cho Yu Xian didn't stop in the middle of the crowd. They went back to their hotel. However, from far away they saw some people and stopped. There were people waiting inside for them. "The Cho clan?" asked Lin Feng. "Indeed," said Cho Yu Xian nodding. Someone opened the door and several people came out. Cho Mei was there. The leader, however, was a middle-aged man. He looked at Cho Yu Xian and said, "What? Don't you recognize me?" said the middle-aged man coldly. "Uncle," said Cho Yu Xian coldly. "So you won't greet me? You're becoming more and more insolent," said the middle-aged man coldly. It seemed like they didn't like each other much. "I don't feel like it," said Cho Yu Xian coldly. "You don't feel like it? You felt like looking for a cultivator of the 3rd Tianqi layer and you dare say there are some things you don't feel like doing," said the middle-aged man with a cold smile. Cho Yu Xian frowned and said coldly, "Uncle, you're an elder. I don't want to argue with you. There are some things which concern myself only. My parents can talk to me about those things, nobody else." "All right, very good. Come with me," said the middle-aged man. "Sorry, I won't," said Cho Yu Xian, shaking her head indifferently. "Humph." The middle-aged man already knew she was going to refuse. In the Cho clan, Cho Yu Xian was one of the most talented young people. Not many people could tell her what to do. "Your grandfather wants to see you. Don't you want to see your grandfather?" "My grandfather is here?" Cho Yu Xian looked upset. "Baby girl escaped with a boy, of course he came," said the middle-aged man mockingly. "Uncle, if you speak to me like that again, don't blame me for being impolite," said Cho Yu Xian in a rude way. Her voice was getting even colder. Good. You're growing up now, said the middle-aged man. He then said, I'm telling you your grandfather wants to see you. Come with me, or won't you? Xianxia pulled a long face and looked at Lin Feng. There were internal conflicts in the Qiu clan. She didn't want to leave though because she was worried about Lin Feng. But if she didn't go, her grandfather would be furious. That was a dilemma. If you're worried, he can come too. Your grandfather could meet him. You can show him how outstanding the young man with whom you fell in love is, said the middle-aged man with a cold smile. Xianxia couldn't bring Lin Feng to see her grandfather. But what would happen otherwise? You can go. Nothing will happen to me, said Lin Feng smiling. Little girl, you can go. Nothing will happen to that bastard, said a voice behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Xianxia looked over at Xianxia. He looked so nonchalant. Xianxia was speechless too. Xianxia was calling her little girl? I promise you the Qiu clan won't touch him while we're away, said Xianxia's uncle. Where is Grandpa? Am I going alone? Asked Xianxia. Periphery of Tianjing, said the middle-aged man indifferently. Xianxia nodded at Lin Feng and said, Be careful. Xianxia then left. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, The Qiu clan doesn't even need to do anything to such a person. Then he left with the rest of the group. When they left, Qiu Mei looked at Lin Feng coldly. In her eyes, Lin Feng was already dead. Iya, Xianxia sighed. Little boy, everybody really thinks a small cat could kill you. Make them remember you this time, said Xianxia. In the distance, several people appeared and suddenly surrounded Lin Feng. Chou Junluo, good to see you, said Lin Feng. He looked at Lin Feng with murder in his eyes. He was fuming with anger. This time I will kill you, said Chou Junluo coldly. The ones with him were of the same level, cultivators of the 5th Tianqi layer. They were all incredible cultivators and none of them were ordinary. They were all cultivators from big and powerful clans. Who are you? We don't know each other, said Lin Feng glancing at the others. They were all strangers. Of course, he knew few people in Bahuang province. The problem was, there were people who he didn't know who wanted to kill him as well. There are many people who want to kill you because you offended Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi. Now, you also offended the Qiu clan. You've gone too far, said Chou Junluo coldly. I understand, said Lin Feng with a resplendent smile. Because he had offended Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi, many people who wanted to be close to the Yangs or the Qius wanted to kill him, especially those who were in love with Xianxia. Last time you used a sword to fight. If you didn't have that sword, you would be dead already. Now I will give you one more chance, and this time if you don't use your sword, I'll kill you instantly. I swear, if you decide to use your sword, we'll join hands to kill you, said Chou Junluo. He didn't want to be humiliated like last time. He knew that if Lin Feng used his sword, he'd lose again. You're right. I'll make them remember me forever, said Lin Feng to Xianxia. He then started walking forwards looking carefree. If you want to kill me, attack together, said Lin Feng, whose voice rolled in the air. Chou Junluo and the others were dumbstruck, but immediately threw themselves at Lin Feng. You want to escape? Said Chou Junluo. He opened his silver wings and they were as dazzling as before. Chou Junluo turned into an illusion as he moved towards Lin Feng. The others were also very fast and closely followed Chou Junluo. Lin Feng had a level 6 wind intent. At the same time, he knew how to use the Xiaoyao agility technique, so he was as fast as lightning. Chou Junluo was actually surprised by his speed. That's the Xiaoyao agility technique. The Xiaoyao agility technique was a technique of the godly Xiaoyao sect from Bahuang province. It was an imperial skill. Everybody knew the godly Xiaoyao sect. How could Lin Feng know it? Was Lin Feng a member of the godly Xiaoyao sect? Impossible. Yang Ziyi told me Lin Feng was a foreigner. He must have learnt it from someone, thought Chou Junluo. Many people wanted to learn the Xiaoyao agility technique from the godly Xiaoyao sect because it was one of the most efficient in terms of agility. But Chou Junluo was still confused though. Many people learnt the technique from the sect, but their speed was always limited. However, Lin Feng's speed was terrifying. Chou Junluo couldn't even catch up with him. If he can use the real agility technique, he would be even faster. Thought Chou Junluo. Lin Feng had to die. Lin Feng could even use the strength of the earth and sky with his Xiao Yao agility technique. Bzzz. A dazzling white light illuminated the atmosphere. He opened his wings, which turned into 1,000 wings. Chou Junluo suddenly became a lot faster. Lin Feng just smiled coldly. He shook his hand as if he was using something. He suddenly much faster and a sonic boom was even heard. Chou Junluo was astonished and looked upset. He couldn't catch up with Lin Feng in terms of speed. How could he kill him? Chou Junluo had a talisman in his hand. If he broke it, Yang Zilan would immediately know that he was in danger. In that case, Yang Zilan would come back using a boat. The Yang clan had powerful blood and precious treasures. That's why they had so many boats. Qiu Yuxin was a member of the Qiu clan, but didn't possess such treasures. Lin Feng slowed down and flew to the ground. Chou Junluo was surprised and stopped. He smiled coldly. This was his opportunity to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng landed in a desolate place. It looked like a wasteland. Many people had gone to Tiantai, so there weren't many people in the surrounding areas. Chou Junluo followed Lin Feng closely. His wings were still dazzling. He didn't attack immediately, though. He waited above Lin Feng in the sky. "You seem scared of me? Why do you fight then?" said Lin Feng mockingly. Chou Junluo was still relying on his wing spirit. If he didn't, Lin Feng could kill him with one sword strike. The others weren't getting too close to Lin Feng either. If you didn't have your sword, I'd kill you easily," said Chou Junluo coldly. "That's the same as me saying, if you didn't have a spirit, you'd be dead already," said Lin Feng laughing. Chou Junluo was pathetic. "My spirit is part of my natural abilities. Comes from my body. Your sword is an external strength." The others quickly surrounded Lin Feng again. "Many people want to kill me. You should attack together while you still have the opportunity," said Lin Feng, glancing at the crowd. "I can kill you alone. The others can protect me from your sword. That's enough," said Chou Junluo coldly. He then started flapping his wings again. Everybody remained silent and vigilant. Those people had come because of Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi. Some others were there because of the Qiu clan. They didn't care about who killed Lin Feng or not. The most important thing was that Lin Feng died. "Die!" shouted Chou Junluo furiously. In a flash, his wind spirit emitted whistling sounds again. "Destroy!" said Lin Feng while punching the atmosphere. His punch emitted explosions as it headed forward. Bzzz. Chou Junluo's blood started boiling and his blood strength rolled in the air. "And now your blood strength," said Lin Feng. He was surrounded by waves of blood strength. Lin Feng released his own blood strength. It slowly rose up in the air. At the same time, he condensed the force of the earth and the sky. The atmosphere was distorted as the wind was still moving towards Lin Feng. Chou Junluo was confused. What was it now? At that moment, he condensed an infinite amount of silver energies. However, Lin Feng was standing there, in the middle of those energies with a certain strength surrounding him. It was barely visible, but contained the force of the earth and sky. Blood strength, Chou Junluo quickly realized. How could Lin Feng have such a powerful blood strength? He was confused. "Indeed, blood strength. You're not the only who has blood strength," said Lin Feng coldly, which made Chou Junluo come back to his senses. The others were surprised too. Lin Feng's blood strength was quite powerful. It was even emitting very loud sounds. It was actually stronger than theirs. They all frowned. Lin Feng's ancestors were probably extremely strong. Had he told them the truth about his social status? "Are you really not a member of the Lin clan?" asked Chou Junluo. "I told you I'm not." "Well then, what clan do you belong to?" shouted Chou Junluo furiously. Lin Feng smiled mockingly. "You're scared." Chou Junluo was scared. Indeed. What a powerful blood strength. A good fighter, empty space techniques, a terrifying sword, fine. He could understand that those things could be learnt, but blood strength? Where did it come from? All those elements combined meant that Lin Feng's ancestors had a terrifying blood strength. His clan had incredible secret books with powerful techniques and powerful items. Otherwise, Lin Feng couldn't be this scary. The continent of the Nine Clouds was vast and there were many extraordinary people. Without powerful blood, a cultivator's spirit was quite weak. Blood and spirits were two different things. A cultivator inherited from a spirit and blood was transmitted from Zun-level ancestors. Having a powerful blood strength contributed to having a powerful spirit. Lin Feng had a strong blood. That's why he thought Lin Feng's ancestor was a powerful cultivator. Besides, he also knew an empty space technique and had the Tianji sword. Only rich people had such things usually. Lin Feng's ancestor had to be incredible. Lin Feng rose up in the air and glanced at Chou Jun Luo. Your powerful blood granted you extraordinary abilities. However, you're wasting your abilities acting like a dog for the Yang clan. I will show you with just my blood that I don't need a sword to defeat you. Lin Feng jumped forwards and released an incredible amount of strength. The dazzling silver lights paled in comparison. Chou Jun Luo was incredulous. Last time he had seen Lin Feng, he had broken through to the second Tianqi layer. Now with the strength of the third Tianqi layer and a powerful blood spirit, Chou Jun Luo was less confident in himself. Lin Feng slowly walked towards him. His feet were absorbing the force of the earth and the sky. The atmosphere changed as snowflakes were falling. Die! Shouted Chou Jun Luo furiously. He rose up in the air, opening his wings. His wings were as sharp as blades. If he reached Lin Feng, he would certainly kill him. Empty space bestial illusion technique, said Lin Feng in a mystical way. His snowy tunnel appeared. Chou Jun Luo pierced through Lin Feng, but nothing happened. As if Lin Feng was an illusion. This empty space technique again. Chou Jun Luo was furious. That technique was too difficult to deal with. Last time, he took great efforts to destroy Lin Feng's illusion technique. Chou Jun Luo was furious. He couldn't afford being stuck in the illusion this time. Are you not coming to kill me? Why aren't you willing to fight me? Said Lin Feng laughing. Chou Jun Luo looked at the others and said, That's an ancient illusion technique. Help me. We have to destroy it. All right. The others nodded and surrounded Lin Feng while releasing terrifying energies. His illusion technique isn't perfect. It's quite small. If our attack is powerful enough, we'll destroy it easily. Everybody, use your most powerful attack to destroy it, said one of them while releasing his spirit, a gigantic sword. That gigantic sword diffused dazzling lights and looked quite scary. Yes, let's break his illusion and kill him. We don't need to waste any more time here, said another one coldly. He released his spirit too, a gigantic mountain which was seemed to possess a bit of speed. Everybody was releasing their spirits or using various attacks to destroy Lin Feng's illusion technique. Sounds like a plan. Let's kill him as fast as possible then, said Chou Jun Luo nodding. Lin Feng's blood had become too strong. They couldn't easily kill him. Joining hands was the better solution. They really strong indeed, thought Lin Feng. The earth and sky had changed drastically with all those energies. However, could they kill Lin Feng that way? Lin Feng still had some tricks. Since you're joining hands, I should kill you all at the same time now, said Lin Feng laughing. The others were surprised. Was Lin Feng insane? How could he laugh? Killing them at the same time? Lin Feng released pale dark lights and his eyes turned pitch black. He looked like a demon. Chou Jun Luo opened his wings. One couldn't see the sky anymore under all those powers. He fixedly stared at Lin Feng and said, No matter who you are, you'll die today. Die, die, die. They all released their energies at the same time. The gigantic sword fell upon Lin Feng's snowy tunnel. At the same time, the gigantic mountain spirit also fell down on the snowy tunnel and caused it to crack. Chou Jun Luo landed in the snowy tunnel. The snowy tunnel started shaking. Lin Feng's illusion created another world, so if the attack wasn't powerful enough, it couldn't be dispelled. Even though it was a small one, it was difficult for Tian-level cultivators to destroy such spells. Even while inside, they couldn't notice any characteristics that would normally inform them that it was an illusion spell. Come and break it then, said Lin Feng. Rumbling sounds spread in the air. The earth and sky were shaking along with the snowy tunnel. Then, the energy of the snowy tunnel disappeared. It was broken. Die, said everyone laughing. However, Lin Feng released demonic energies and moved his hands. It looked like he was dancing. Demon destruction, yelled Lin Feng in a piercingly cold and deep voice. In a flash, black lights invaded the atmosphere. Everybody felt like they were stuck, as if encased in cement. Killing so many noble cultivators at once. What a pity, said Lin Feng. Then he shook his hand and a black fire appeared. Boom, boom. Lin Feng punched those cultivators with the fire and they started burning while emitting horrible shrieks. Bzzz, bzzz. Lin Feng was extremely fast. Before anyone could react, he had punched all of them and they were all burning in a black fire. Chou Junluo was higher up in the air so he didn't get caught up in the attack. However, he already didn't feel like fighting anymore. How scary. Lin Feng possessed pitch-black pupils and looked like a demon. What a powerful demon cultivation. For a cultivator at the bottom of the Tianqi layer, he wasn't bad at all. Lin Feng was staring down Chou Junluo with his dark pupils. All his friends had burnt alive and were now dead. Those people were close to the Yang clan and Qiu clan and they had high social statuses. They had strong blood, strong spirits, and good fighting abilities. So many people had attacked and they all failed. The consequences were tragic. Even though Lin Feng's illusion had broken, Lin Feng had still killed them. Do you still want to kill me? Said Lin Feng. Chou Junluo looked distressed. We're not enemies, said Chou Junluo. Lin Feng was surprised to hear that. He smiled mockingly and said, Why would you want to kill me if we weren't enemies? You tried to kill me, so you are my enemy, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. He looked at Chou Junluo in a despising way. The other day, Chou Junluo had looked at Lin Feng in that same despising way. He thought that with his status he could humiliate Lin Feng, but in fact he couldn't. He had lost the first time and now the second time would cost him his life. Do you know why I didn't kill you before? Asked Lin Feng. Chou Junluo suddenly looked full of hope again. Why? Asked Chou Junluo. You despise me because you have a strong spirit and strong blood. I want to show you my spirit too and I want you to taste my blood strength, said Lin Feng, laughing indifferently. Chou Junluo was petrified. Buzzing sounds spread in the air as Lin Feng released his blood strength. It sounded like a furious ocean gushing out. What was Lin Feng's spirit like then? Very quickly, a 9-headed dragon appeared behind Lin Feng. A dragon. He had a dragon spirit. Even if Lin Feng's blood wasn't strong, he would have still be surprised. Lin Feng's ancestor had a dragon spirit. But on top of that, Lin Feng's blood was also strong dragon blood. Lin Feng's dragon spirit was incredible. It seemed like that 9-headed dragon was going to swallow the world. Roar! The dragon roared and threw himself at Chou Junluo. Chou Junluo was nervous, terrified even. He opened his wings and wrapped himself up. Humph! Lin Feng smiled coldly. His dragon opened his mouth and started eating the silver lights. Kacha kacha! The dragon was nibbling the silver wings. He could only nibble at them because they were so hard. No! Chou Junluo was in pain. His face had turned deathly pale. Bzzz. He opened his wings again. This time he wanted to escape. Roar! The dragon roared. Chou Junluo started shaking violently. He couldn't move. The dragon was hungry. Roar! He was chanting. The heads moved towards Chou Junluo and bit him. They were eating his legs, his arms, his entire body. Chou Junluo was deathly pale. He was terrified. One of the heads opened its gigantic mouth and ate one of his wings whole. What are you doing? Shouted Chou Junluo furiously. He was going to die. I let you live because I want to absorb your spirit, said Lin Feng. The dragon opened his mouth again and ate the other wing. Ah! Chou Junluo gave a horrible shriek. Lin Feng wanted his spirit. We're done now. See you. Roar. Then the dragon ate Chou Junluo entirely. The dragon moved back towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes and sensed the spirit. Back then, when his spirit was still the celestial Fang spirit, he could already absorb other spirits. Now that Lin Feng had absorbed dragon blood, his dragon was bigger and could absorb stronger spirits. Lin Feng was wondering if he could use all the powers of the spirits he absorbed now. The dragon was curling up behind Lin Feng. At that moment, silver lights appeared and the dragon slowly disappeared. The dragon was turning into the silver wings. I can still absorb spirits and use them, great, thought Lin Feng. He now had bright and dazzling silver wings protruding from his back. Lin Feng was using Chou Jun Luo's silver wings. Bzzz bzzz. He started flapping the silver wings. Let's go, said Lin Feng as he started flying away with incredible speed. In the distance, a boat arrived and stopped. It was Yang Ziyi and Yang Zilan as well as a powerful Zun cultivator. Chou Jun Luo had called them just before dying. What happened here? Shouted the Zun cultivator furiously. There were no corpses. They had either burnt or were swallowed. They didn't know if Lin Feng was dead or alive either. There are some silver lights over there. Chou Jun Luo must still be alive, said the Zun cultivator. There was a pale silver light in the distance. Right, Chou Jun Luo's blood is also quite strong. With his silver wings spirit, Lin Feng couldn't possibly kill him. Lin Feng must have gotten injured and tried to escape. Then Chou Jun Luo chased him, said Yang Zilan. Seeing the silver wings lights relieved him. Chou Jun Luo wasn't dead and had called them because he needed some help. Now he was probably chasing Lin Feng. Let's go and see if Lin Feng is buried already. To actually take our boat. He was begging for his own destruction. Their boat streaked across the sky in the direction of the silver wings lights. However, halfway across the sky, the silver lights disappeared. What do you think? Asked Yang Zilan to the Zun cultivator. The Zun cultivator's facial expression was ice cold. No battle energy and the energies stopped so suddenly. There's only one possibility. The battle is already over, and Chou Jun Luo removed the traces of his energies. What? Yang Zilan was surprised and looked upset. You think that Chou Jun Luo made us come here on purpose and then left? Said Yang Zilan coldly. I wouldn't be surprised. Lin Feng had a boat and 1,000 abstruse crystals, a precious sword and many other precious items. Chou Jun Luo probably wanted all of those for himself, said the Zun cultivator. Chou Jun Luo might have that idea. However, what they couldn't figure out was the silver lights they just saw wasn't actually released by Chou Jun Luo. Yang Zilan looked at the Zun cultivator. He was furious too. Chou Jun Luo was actually this shameless. Should we continue looking for him? Asked Yang Ziyi coldly. No need. Chou Jun Luo isn't stupid. He must have planned everything ahead, said the Zun cultivator. Yang Zilan nodded and said, We know it's him anyway. We can settle accounts at any time. Then they turned around and left. After they left, in the distance, Lin Feng raised his head. He had changed his face. He took out his mask and had an ice-cold expression. The Yang siblings wanted to kill him so badly. Lin Feng was furious. Since you want me dead, I can pretend I'm dead for the time being, thought Lin Feng. Besides, letting them think it was Chou Jun Luo was great. They would want to settle accounts with the Chou clan. Dazzling lights appeared and Lin Feng opened his silver wings again. My 9-headed dragon spirit can swallow spirits and blood. It's even stronger now. I'm happy I can use the silver wing spirits, thought Lin Feng while flapping his wings. He then streaked across the sky like a meteor. After Yang Zilan returned to his clan, he told many people about how Chou Jun Luo was greedy and wanted their boat. He told everyone Chou Jun Luo had killed Lin Feng and taken his treasures for himself. Lin Feng's death didn't have anything to do with them anymore. It was Chou Jun Luo who wanted to kill Lin Feng and steal his treasures. Besides, those who had gone with him were also from prestigious and rich clans. Now that they were dead, those powerful clans wouldn't be too happy with what Chou Jun Luo had done. Many people spread this gossip. However, Chou Jun Luo and Lin Feng weren't that important. People's favorite topic remained Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's recruitment process. Only a few days were left before it started. In Tianjing City, there were many strong cultivators. Many disciples from rich and powerful clans were there already, disciples of the Yang clan, of the Chou clan, of the Lin clan. But potential candidates did not only travel from the northern part of Ba Huang province. There were also those from other parts of the province who belonged to influential groups. For example, the Yi clan from the western part of Ba Huang province, the Man clan from the eastern part of Ba Huang province, and so on. Apart from them, there were other imperial cultivation disciples sent by their own teachers, emperors, to congratulate Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu for their initiative. After Qiu Yu Xian left, the coldness didn't disappear from her face. People couldn't even talk to her or get close. The Chou clan was a prestigious and powerful clan, and Lin Feng was a nobody. Qiu Yu Xian didn't need to go and see her grandfather. She already knew he would never accept their union. They thought that with Qiu Yu Xian's natural abilities, beauty, and social background, she had to be married with a genius from Ba Huang province who had a very high social status. Otherwise, the Chou clan would lose face. Xian Yuan would probably rank first amongst Tian-level cultivators at the recruitment process. Then, he would ask for Yang Ziye's hand officially. Qiu Yu Xian was stronger and more beautiful than Yang Ziyi. Therefore, she had to find someone better than Xian Yuan. If she stayed with Lin Feng, everybody would make fun of the Chou clan. Next to a lake in Tianjing, someone was sitting, fishing. Nobody knew what he was thinking, but they looked majestic and dignified. "Come and see me," said the old man at that moment. After a short while, Qiu Yu Xian's third uncle walked up to the old man and said, "Father, what do you think of all this?" asked the old man. "Father, our clan is one of the most prestigious in the north. We've never considered weak by anyone else. The Yang clan and the Xian Yuan's clan are going to fuse soon. Yu Xian is one of our strongest and most outstanding children. She can't marry an ordinary man. Everybody will laugh to death if we accept," said Qiu Yu Xian's third uncle. Birds of a feather flock together, that was the rule applied by powerful clans, including the Chou clan. Yu Xian is quite stubborn and quite cold. There are many outstanding men who are interested in her, but she doesn't like them. I don't know why. Surprisingly, she's interested in an ordinary person. We can't make her change her mind, though, sighed the old man. "Father, you mean?" said the uncle coldly. "Go. Don't let her know you did it." Qiu Yu Xian's third uncle smiled and said, "Father, I already took the initiative. When I asked Yu Xian to come, some people attacked him. Not only people I sent, but members of the Yang clan as well." The old man frowned, shook his head and said, "I will ask your brother to go and see. If it worked, Yu Xian will need to be cheered up. If it didn't work, you can do as I said. Go now." "Understood, father," said Qiu Yu Xian's third uncle and left. So many cultivators of the 5th Tianqi layer had attacked Lin Feng, he had to be dead. The uncle had already planned everything. After Qiu Yu Xian left, she went back to her room in the courtyard. Lin Feng wasn't there, which made her heart pound. She felt very nervous now. Her entire life, she never thought she'd find someone she liked. But life was mysterious, and she had met Lin Feng, who she immediately developed feelings for. After that, that familiar feeling when she was with Lin Feng had grown stronger. It was so mysterious. She couldn't explain why she felt like that. Now, Lin Feng had disappeared. She didn't stop. She immediately looked for hints of Lin Feng's whereabouts. Very quickly, she heard about Lin Feng's battle, and she was furious. Her eyes were filled with tears, but she forced herself to calm down. She felt like she was going insane. She decided to go to the lake. Qiu Lin, Qiu Mei, and some others had just left the lake. Their father had asked them to go and find out about Lin Feng, to see if he was dead or not. They weren't very far when they saw a white silhouette arrive. It was Qiu Yu Xian, and she looked furious. "How cold!" thought Qiu Mei and Qiu Lin. Qiu Yu Xian's qi was piercingly cold. She looked enraged even. "Yu Xian's sister," said Qiu Mei with a resplendent smile. However, despite her smile, she looked nervous. Bzzz. A moon appeared in Qiu Yu Xian's back. That moon was piercingly cold, just like her qi and like her mood. Autumn moon spirit. Qiu Mei and Qiu Lin were scared. Qiu Yu Xian's first reaction upon seeing them was to release her spirit. Cho Yu Xian was the only one in the family who had an autumn moon spirit. Her blood had undergone a transformation at birth. Yu Xian's sister, what are you doing? Cho Lin and Cho Mei looked scared. If Cho Yu Xian released her spirit, it was because she wanted to fight. Bzzz. Her moon spirit diffused pale lights which surrounded them. They felt cold, as if they were going to freeze. Cho Yu Xian's clothes were fluttering in the cold breeze. She raised her hands and a full moon appeared in her hands, solitary and cold, just like her. Yu Xian's sister, what are you doing? Cho Lin and Cho Mei's bodyguards released a terrifying qi and blocked Cho Yu Xian's spirit. Those who try to confront me will die, said Cho Yu Xian coldly. She raised her hands and 2 moons appeared. They combined into a gigantic moon and shot out towards the attackers. Yu Xian's sister, shouted Cho Mei and Cho Lin. They were astonished that Cho Yu Xian was attacking them. After all, they were family. Boom! The 2 bodyguards flew away. More people tried to stop her, so she glared at them while shouting, I'll repeat myself once more. Those who try to stop me will die. Her autumn moon rose up in the air once more. It was oppressing Cho Mei and the other, and the sensation was very painful. You want to kill your family because of a stranger. You're insane, shouted Cho Lin furiously. He took out a talisman and broke it. Cho Yu Xian's moon was oppressing the bodyguards, and they felt like they were going to be crushed under the pressure. They knew how strong Cho Yu Xian was. They never thought that they'd have to fight against her though. Some people in distance were watching the fight, astonished. Cho Yu Xian was attacking Cho Lin and Cho Lin. But why? Had she gone insane? Boom boom! Explosions sounded as the Tian-level bodyguards couldn't stop Cho Yu Xian's attack. They were all propelled away. Why? Shouted Cho Mei furiously. Cho Yu Xian glanced at her coldly, but didn't reply. Did she need to answer such a question? Cho Mei's father had taken Cho Yu Xian away, and when she went back she couldn't find Lin Feng. He had been killed, that was perfectly clear. Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi killed Lin Feng, shouted Cho Mei furiously. Cho Yu Xian stopped and said, They helped. They did it, it has nothing to do with us, replied Cho Mei. How could you even know? Said Cho Yu Xian coldly. Her full moon appeared again and Cho Lin and Cho Mei's faces turned deathly pale. Stop! Shouted a furious voice which startled Cho Yu Xian. Cho Mei and Cho Lin suddenly looked relieved. Finally, Father, save us! Shouted Cho Mei. Even though Cho Yu Xian stopped, she still had murder in her eyes. She released more moons as well as her godly awareness. Cho Mei was incredulous. Her father was coming and Cho Yu Xian continued attacking them. She was actually insane. Cho Mei, godly awareness! Shouted Cho Lin, which made Cho Mei come back to her senses. She finally reacted and released her godly awareness at the same time as Cho Lin. Blocking Cho Yu Xian's godly awareness was difficult. Boom boom! An ice-cold energy attacked Cho Lin and Cho Mei's godly awareness. They both groaned in pain as blood splashed from their mouths. They looked very pale now. You're insane! Shouted Cho Mei's father. Incredible energies surrounded Cho Yu Xian's body and made her fly away. Her clothes were ripped apart and she was wounded. She recalled her godly awareness and looked at her third uncle. Cho Hao, you're shameless. You better protect them carefully. If I see them again, I'll kill them, said Cho Yu Xian. Then, she turned around and left. Cho Hao pulled a long face. Cho Yu Xian actually threatened him. Do you think you can leave just like that? Cho Yu Xian just replied, If I die, you'll die too. Cho Hao just looked at her back, petrified. She was absolutely insane. What a disrespectful young woman. However, he couldn't touch Cho Yu Xian. Cho Yu Xian was threatening to kill his children, but he couldn't touch her because of her position in the clan. Cho Yu Xian disappeared in the distance. Cho Hao and the others were still upset. Cho Hao's father arrived as fast as he could, only to see Cho Yu Xian flying off in the distance. Father, she's insane, said Cho Hao. Because you're reckless, shouted the old man furiously. If someone killed Cho Mei's boyfriend, how would you react? Cho Hao, Cho Mei and Cho Lin didn't say anything. Surprisingly, the old man was defending Cho Yu Xian. Even though they really were reckless, they hadn't thought Cho Yu Xian would react like that. If the boy isn't dead, I wish I could see him, at least to make Yu Xian happy again, whispered the old man. Be careful in the future, don't make Yu Xian furious again. Let her calm down, all she needs now is time. And Cho Lin, Cho Mei, don't go out alone. Cho Hao and the others were sulking. Cho Yu Xian was free to go outside. But not Cho Mei. You killed the boy whom Yu Xian loved. She deserves some compassion, said the old man before leaving. Father, Grandpa also wants to him dead, said Cho Lin. Shut up, shouted Cho Hao furiously. Lin Feng was dead and the old man defended Cho Yu Xian, who was depressed. That was only normal. There were many people at the foot of Tiantai. Even more people were trying to get up the stairs now. Many people now knew that the last 81 steps were the hardest ones and that they were divided into 9 groups of 9. Many people were injured while stepping on the 17,919th step, so nobody dared act carelessly anymore. Many people tried to go up, but nobody managed to because a sadhu appeared at the top and told them it was forbidden. That flight of stairs is terrifying. I wonder how cruel the last 81 steps are. A group of young people drew everyone's attention at that moment. The young men were extremely handsome and the young women were very beautiful. That group consisted of members from the Yang clan as well as their friends. The 9 last groups of stairs must be very difficult, but for you, Zilan, it mustn't be a problem at all, said someone. Yang Zilan smiled in a resplendent way. During the exam, he would be the only one to succeed and everybody would look at him gasping with admiration. Even though I'm very strong, I'm still far from being as strong as Shen Yuan, said Yang Zilan smiling. Shen Yuan was a beast. Even though Zilan and Shen Yuan had both broken through to the 7th Tianqi layer, Zilan was a lot weaker than Shen Yuan. Zilan, you're not that weak. Besides, Ziyi and Shen Yuan are going to get married. The more glorious he is, the better for you, said someone else. Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi both smiled in a proud and magnificent way. Bzzz. A cold energy suddenly surrounded them. Yang Zilan and Yang Ziye's smiles suddenly became rigid. They turned around and saw a moon shooting towards them with incredible speed. You want to die? Shouted the one who had just complimented Yang Zilan, but he didn't have time to react as he suddenly died. Everybody was astonished and many people moved aside. Nobody thought that life and death battles would take place there. Cho Yu Xian. Yang Zilan recognized her and shouted. Scorching sun! Kill the moon! Shouted Yang Zilan furiously. A burning sun appeared in his hand and moved towards Cho Yu Xian. The moon and the sun were antagonist forces, so they each faded when they ran into each other. However, buzzing sounds continued to spread in the air. The crowd was trembling. Cho Yu Xian had released another autumn moon. What's going on? The Yang clan and the Cho clan are fighting? That's insane. Many people were wondering what was going on, but at the same time they were excited. They really wanted to know why Cho Yu Xian was attacking them. Besides, several influential clans might get involved. I heard that the one Cho Yu Xian loves, a man called Lin Feng, rescued Yang Ziyi in the middle of the Huang Sea, but asked for their boat in exchange. The Yang clan couldn't accept that and has been trying to kill Lin Feng ever since. Then, a short time ago, Cho Junluo killed Lin Feng, and since Cho Junluo and Yang Zilan are friends, that must explain why Cho Yu Xian wants to kill them. Many people trying to guess what was going on. From the below, everybody could see the battle clearly. There were many people on the flight of stairs, so the news spread quickly. The Yang clan and the Cho clan were fighting. After learning how to use the silver wings, Lin Feng went back to the hotel, but only found Xianxia. Xianxia told him that Cho Yu Xian had gone to look for him. There were many people at the foot of the flight of stairs of Tiantai, therefore going to look over there was probably the most logical thing to do. So Lin Feng decided to head that way. Lin Feng raised his head and saw many people in the sky. What's going on there? Don't you know? The Cho clan and the Yang clan are fighting because Lin Feng was killed. Qiu Yuxian is furious and almost killed Qiu Mei and Qiu Lin. Unfortunately for her, Qiu Hao intervened. Then, Qiu Yuxian came here to kill Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi. Maybe Lin Feng was killed by someone sent by Yang Zilan. Explained some stranger to Lin Feng. Qiu Yuxian wanted to kill her own family members and the Yang siblings because of him. What a woman! Lin Feng was surprisingly cheerful. He hadn't thought that Qiu Yuxian loved him so much. Maybe the Qiu clan would let Qiu Yuxian off, but the Yang clan wouldn't. Lin Feng raised his head. The energies didn't affect him at all. Lin Feng's heart was pounding from her sentiment. Lin Feng flew quickly to find out that the fight had already stopped. Qiu Yuxian was bleeding and the Zun cultivators of the Yang clan were surrounding her. They had already injured her. Qiu Yuxian, you're insane. I've always respected you and surprisingly you want to kill me. Do you want my clan to hate yours? Asked Yang Zilan coldly. You're a shameless coward, screamed Qiu Yuxian. Lin Feng saved your little sister and you've been trying to kill him this whole time. You're shameless. We have the same cultivation level and you won't fight me on your own. Instead, you made the strong cultivators from your clan attack me. You're not a man. You're a shameless coward. Qiu Yuxian humiliated Yang Zilan, which made him furious. He had been trying to kill Lin Feng the whole time but kept failing. Then Chou Junluo had managed to kill Lin Feng. In the end, he had stolen Lin Feng's treasures too. Now he didn't dare fight Qiu Yuxian. The worst fact was that his blood wasn't that strong because he hadn't had sex with that many women. All in all, he was much weaker than Qiu Yuxian. Yang Zilan was quite unlucky these days. He was now furious because of what Qiu Yuxian said. I've always been polite, but you surprisingly dare attack and humiliate me. You're ridiculous. If the Qiu clan doesn't give us an explanation, you'll be staying with us, said Yang Zilan coldly. Capture her. A Zun cultivator released incredible qi. Lin Feng was furious. A Zun cultivator was humiliating Qiu Yuxian. How unfair. Maybe even worse things would happen to her if they captured her. Lin Feng looked around him with incredible anger. Die, said Qiu Yuxian to Yang Zilan. She released her godly awareness straight at Yang Zilan. You want to die, shouted the Zun cultivator furiously. He released his godly awareness and enveloped Qiu Yuxian's moon-shaped godly awareness. Slash, slash. At that moment, silver lights appeared and someone threw himself at Yang Ziyi. He had dazzling silver wings. What? Yang Zilan was astonished. Someone dared attack Yang Ziyi. He shouted furiously, Try if you dare. However, that person flapped his silver wings and a hurricane appeared. At the same time, he took Yang Ziyi and left with her. The Yang clan hadn't thought that someone would try to protect Qiu Yuxian if they attempted to kidnap her. Lin Feng flapped his silver wings and ran away with incredible speed. He was holding Yang Ziyi. It seemed that if she moved, she could die from the wings instantly. Silver Wings Spirit, Qiu clan, who are you? Said Yang Ziyi coldly. Surprisingly, members of the Qiu clan actually kidnap her. That was unimaginable. Did you hear that Junluo is dead? Said that person coldly. Yang Zilan was quite surprised. What are you talking about? Qiu Junluo killed Lin Feng, stole his treasures and left with them. Why are you saying that he's dead? Humph. People of the Yang clan are so shameless, said Lin Feng. They thought he was a member of the Qiu clan, so Lin Feng played along. The more tensions between their clans, the better. Lin Feng saved your sister and you still act so shamelessly. You sent Junluo and the others to kill him to help you all because you wanted your boat back. You used my brother, Junluo. He broke the talisman to tell you he was in danger. But you didn't come. You let him die. You shameless bastard, shouted Lin Feng furiously so that everybody could hear. Yang Zilan and the others looked upset. Everybody knew that the Yang clan wanted to kill Lin Feng, but it wasn't official. Now, surprisingly, one of Qiu Junluo's brothers was there, exposing the truth. The Yang clan was losing face. Qiu Junluo broke the talisman and died. Yang Zilan was surprised. He thought Qiu Junluo had stolen Lin Feng's treasures and escaped. Now, his brother was saying that Qiu Junluo was dead? Indeed, he died, said Lin Feng coldly. Yang Zilan could see that Chou Junluo's brother was furious. What about Lin Feng? Asked Yang Zilan. If Chou Junluo was dead, what about Lin Feng? He died too. Everybody died. It was a total destruction. Jade and stone burned together, said Lin Feng coldly. Chou Yuxian's heart was suddenly crushed. He was dead. There was no hope anymore. She started crying. Lin Feng looked at her. His heart hurt so bad. But he couldn't do much. If he told her anything, everybody would know who he is. Junluo was my friend. I'm so sad to learn that he's dead. Besides, Lin Feng killed him. Why would you take my sister as a hostage? Said Yang Zilan in a gentle way, because he was now scared for his sister. Yang Zilan, don't you think you're acting ridiculous? You're shameless. You make me want to puke. My brother died because of you, and you dare spread rumors about him and tarnish his reputation. That's what you do to your friends? You tarnish their reputation when they're dead, said Lin Feng. He was secretly exulting. He felt like he was secretly spreading poison amongst all those people. Maybe I was wrong, but I didn't know that Junluo was dead. Now that I know, I will do what I can for the Chou clan to forgive us. Let my sister go and our clans will stay friends in the future, said Yang Zilan gently. Friend? Lin Feng saved that girl and took her home. That's how you treat your friends, said Lin Feng mockingly. Yang Zilan was getting furious and impatient by this point. Everybody would think that his clan was only shameless. Don't be selfish. Think about your clan, said Yang Zilan coldly. He was starting to threaten that person. My clan will kill shameless people like you because you're inferior to us, said Lin Feng fearlessly. If a great war started between the clans, that would be great. You want to die, said Yang Zilan, releasing energies. Lin Feng flapped his silver wings and Yang Ziyi shouted in fear. She was wounded. You're scared too. Unfortunately, when someone tried to save you, you didn't show how grateful you were, said Lin Feng mockingly. Yang Zilan recalled his energies. Lin Feng smiled coldly. He had tarnished Yang Zilan's reputation and created tensions between the Yang clan and the Chou clan. Chou Yuxian has done nothing. Let Miss Chou Yuxian go, said Lin Feng indifferently. Yang Zilan was speechless. Lin Feng was still holding Yang Ziyi and now he was asking them to liberate Chou Yuxian? Don't you think that you're going too far? Said Yang Zilan. However, Lin Feng was still holding Yang Ziyi, so Yang Zilan couldn't do anything. Ah! Yang Ziyi shouted again. Blood dripped down her throat. Yang Zilan looked at Lin Feng with murder in his eyes. The crowd was astonished. The Chou clan had some insane people. They kidnapped Yang Ziyi and then threatened the Yang clan. That guy had balls. I will not repeat myself again. Let Chou Yuxian go, said Lin Feng. Yang Zilan didn't know what to do. But in the end, the members of the Yang clan flew away and let Chou Yuxian go. Chou Yuxian looked at Lin Feng. She didn't understand why that person was helping her. She nodded at Lin Feng and also flew away. Now let my sister go, said Yang Zilan coldly. Not yet, said Lin Feng with a cold smile. He looked at Yang Zilan and said, take out your boat and remove the connections you have with your boat. Yang Zilan looked furious. That guy wanted his boat. The crowd was astonished too, but they were excited. Things were getting interesting. Yang Zilan, are you that shameless? Would you let your sister die because of a boat? Said Lin Feng mockingly. Yang Zilan said, if I give you the boat, you must release my sister. Of course, said Lin Feng nodding. He had saved Chou Yuxian and was taking another one of their boats. Not bad. The two siblings wouldn't have a boat after that. They wouldn't be able to escape dangers in the future. Yang Zilan shook his hand and a boat appeared. He immediately removed his connections to the boat. Take it, said Yang Zilan. That boat was incredible and was worth a lot of abstruse crystals. Lin Feng established a connection between him and the boat. In a flash, the boat became alive again. He flapped his silver wings and landed on the boat. However, the silhouettes of the strong cultivators of the Yang clan flickered. They wanted to stop Lin Feng. They also released a powerful energy. You can let her go now, said Xianxia coldly. If I let her go in these circumstances, you'll just kill me. Why would I ask for the boat if it was to die 5 minutes later? Said Lin Feng with a cold smile. What do you want? Asked Xianxia in a piercingly cold way. Let me pass, said Lin Feng coldly. If I let you pass but you don't let my sister go, what will I do then? If I kill your sister, you'll go insane. I'm not that cruel. I have everything I want now, so let me pass. I will let her go. Xianxia remained silent and said, If you don't let her go, I guarantee you that you will not leave Tianjing City. Xianxia waved at the strong cultivators, telling them to move away. Lin Feng moved away with the boat, and about 10,000 meters away, he said to Xianxia with a cold smile, You better not come to the Chou clan, otherwise, we'll chop your sister's body into 1,000 pieces. He then flapped his wings, threw Xianxia away at Xianxia and left with the boat. In a flash, he disappeared. What a humiliation for the Yang clan. Go back to the clan and inform them about what happened, said Xianxia coldly. People shivered. They understood. Things looked bad for the Chou clan. Lin Feng traveled far away with the boat before changing his face again. He also recalled his silver wing spirit. That way, the one who had saved Xianxia, kidnapped Xianxia and stole Xianxia's boat had disappeared, and the only ones to blame would be the Chou clan. Lin Feng then went back to the hotel. He wanted to see Xianxia. Had she gone back to the hotel? Lin Feng released his awareness and inspected the surroundings. Someone was in Xianxia's room. She had probably come back. Lin Feng smiled and put the mask he was wearing back on. Then, he opened her room and saw Xianxia. She was sitting on her bed and looked furious when she saw someone open her door. What? When she saw it was the one who had helped her a moment before, she stopped releasing her energies and said, Thank you for helping me, but this is my room and coming in like that is impolite. I like you. I want you and me to be very close, said Lin Feng with an indifferent smile. Xianxia looked at him coldly and released her energies once more. Be respectful, shouted Xianxia furiously. That person actually disrespected her. Lin Feng laughed and continued walking towards her. If you make one more step, I'll kill you, said Xianxia. However, Lin Feng laughed and continued walking towards her. You're a pervert, said Xianxia standing up. She then punched the air in Lin Feng's direction. Lin Feng released strength and punched as well. Boom, boom! A crackling sound spread in the air. Seal! Shouted Lin Feng. Sealing strength. Xianxia stopped briefly. She had seen that attack before. The sealing strength surrounded her and she could barely move. Lin Feng got close and put his arms around Xianxia. She fixedly stared at him. I've liked you for so long and you've already forgotten me, said Lin Feng with a wry smile on his face. Xianxia couldn't believe it. Was it Lin Feng? Lin Feng wasn't dead? Lin Feng took off his mask and smiled. Don't you recognize me? Xianxia was dumbstruck. Her eyes were red. She still had a cold chi around her. You bastard! Her ice-cold energies surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng was speechless. No need to be that aggressive, he thought. Since you think I'm a bastard, I'm leaving, said Lin Feng smiling evilly. Xianxia was wondering what he was thinking. Lin Feng slowly lowered his head. That bastard. She wanted to shout, but Lin Feng kissed her. She just stared at him. She was astonished. Slash! A sound spread in the air. Xianxia reacted, but Lin Feng was prepared and moved away. You're shameless! Lin Feng left the room and she chased him. However, she wasn't angry. Deep in her eyes, one could see that she was relieved. He was alive. She had to teach him a lesson for not telling her that he was alive sooner. Later that night, it all felt like a dream. Many people had practiced cultivation just for this moment. They had been waiting for that day for so long. It was on this day that Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's recruitment process was going to start. Many strong cultivators had gathered, both Zun cultivators and Tian level cultivators. For many people, especially the Tian level cultivators, Becoming an imperial cultivation disciple was a dream, a social status, a symbol proving that their future was going to be bright. People would respect them. That was also an opportunity to become stronger faster. For Zune cultivators, it was difficult to become stronger. Each cultivation layer was harder than the last to break through. One cultivation layer at the level of Zune cultivators was like Nine's layer at the Xianxia layer. It was even more difficult for high-level Zune cultivators. So emperors help along this path. Becoming an imperial cultivation disciple was very difficult and the opportunities were very rare. Sometimes, people had to wait 100 years before seeing such opportunities. Therefore, they couldn't let it slip. Lin Feng walked alongside Xianxia down the flight of stairs but remained speechless. So many people, how would they choose imperial cultivation disciples amongst so many people? Said Lin Feng, smiling wryly. There were so many people that it was impossible to count them all. It was impossible to even determine the area covered by all those people. There were many geniuses, but who would be able to overcome the challenge of the last 81 steps? A few would surely succeed. 2 groups of 9 stairs couldn't be impossible for some of them. People couldn't wait to see the millions of geniuses climb those stairs. That will be spectacular to see all those people climb the stairs, whispered Xianxia, smiling at Lin Feng. I know, right? It will be incredible. Lin Feng nodded. Everybody looked solemn and respectful. They all looked incredibly motivated and determined. Becoming an imperial cultivation disciple, having an emperor as a teacher, if they managed to climb those stairs, they would have an incredible future. Emperors control Ba Huang province. Only people as strong as them can give such heroic feelings to people. Xianxia, though, even though she was from a rich and powerful family, she clearly understood that emperors belonged to different and incomparable worlds. Those emperors, if upset, could destroy an entire clan like the Qiu clan or any other. Everybody wanted to become like them. One day, I will become an emperor, and when I order my disciples to destroy the Yang clan, they will do it without hesitation. Nobody will dare offend me anymore, said Lin Feng, looking determined. One day he would become an emperor. If you become an emperor, what will I be? Said Xianxia, smiling. When I become an emperor, you'll be an empress, said Lin Feng with a resplendent smile. Xianxia wondered what it meant to be an empress. An empress, what does that mean exactly? Asked Xianxia. She was curious and fixedly staring at Lin Feng. An empress is an emperor's wife, said Lin Feng with an incredible smile. Her heart started pounding. She was delighted by the idea. An empress, what a powerful title. It's starting soon, said Lin Feng, raising his head. The sun was like a fire. It made people feel determined. We're almost there, nodded Xianxia. Bzzz. A sound spread in the air and made people's souls shake. The atmosphere suddenly became calm. Many people raised their heads, looking solemn and respectful. They looked at the stairs, which were now illuminated. They looked even more mysterious than before. Qi was flowing through the steps and appeared ethereal. They're different. Lin Feng was astonished. The flight of stairs was different, but Lin Feng didn't know what had changed. Bzzz. Another sound spread in the air. People looked even more serious. In the distance, at the top of the flight of stairs, someone appeared. They looked calm, sober. They put their palms together before him like a Buddhist or Hinduist monk. It was a sadhu. Come up, said the sadhu. He was surrounded by golden lights and he looked like a little Buddha. He looks like he can use ancient Buddhist spells. Xianxia was very surprised. Lin Feng frowned. He didn't understand, so he asked, Aren't sadhus Buddhists? What does ancient Buddhist spells mean? Who told you sadhus are Buddhists? Asked Xianxia. She then added, Sadhus practice self-denial and apply ascetic principles. It is painful and they devote their life to this cultivation. They are pure of heart and have few desires. They shave their heads to avoid being ostentatious. They refuse fame and wealth and other material things. They don't wear clothes for glory, they wear a kasaya. They also recognize that they have flaws. But there isn't just one sort of sadhu, especially in the antiquity. There are differences between sadhus and also between the date of the teachings they received. Two sadhus can be very different but can be very, very similar at the same time. This sadhu's energies are auspicious. He could make people feel calm and serene. It seems that he learned ancient ascetic practices, that's why I said that. Explained Xiaoyu Xian slowly. Lin Feng nodded. He understood. He released golden lights which enveloped the stairs. It was a celestial qi. Some people rose up in the air and their qi was extraordinary. Some people looked proud, some others looked humble, but people clearly understood that they were Imperial Cultivation disciples, to the extent that some of them were the Emperor's direct disciples. As an emperor, other people were insects to them. An auspicious cloud appeared and a few dozen people were on it. "Please monitor the exam, thank you," said the sadhu, bowing respectfully in front of those people with his palms together before him. "No problem. Do what you have to do," said the group to the sadhu. They all knew who he was. There was only one sadhu who followed Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's teachings. Their direct disciples all knew the sadhu. "Thank you for your understanding," said the sadhu politely. He then looked at the crowd and said, "Those who are not participating, please move backwards." He sounded enlightened. Many people moved backwards. The sadhu just had to say a few words and millions of people listened to him. Nobody dared cause trouble. After all, it was an event organized by two emperors. Two groups of people appeared, those behind and those at the front. The sadhu nodded and said, "Today, Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's recruitment process is starting. However, there are too many people. Therefore, the emperors created that flight of stairs to do a first selection. There are 18,000 steps. Those who manage to come up to the 17,919th step will arrive in front of 9 groups of 9 steps. Then there will be a key. If you manage to take the key, you'll be able to open the door to Tiantai. Only those who manage to do that will be able to move forwards and apply for an Imperial Cultivation disciple position." The crowd thought, a key? A key? That seemed too easy. Lin Feng was surprised as well. He had thought the exam only consisted of that challenge. He thought climbing all the stairs would be enough to become an Imperial Cultivation disciple. The first group of 9 steps was already very challenging. What would the exam be like after that then? After the first challenge, which was already extremely difficult, would it get more difficult? "How difficult, but it's understandable," whispered Xiaoyu Xian. "Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu only wanted to look for the strongest geniuses. 81 steps, 9 groups of 9 steps. It's as difficult as reaching the clouds. Climbing one group of steps grants you the possibility to come to Tiantai, but not to continue through to the competition and become an Imperial Cultivation disciple," said the sadhu, explaining the rules. One group of steps, one key. Without the key, nobody would be able to go up the 9 groups of 9 steps. The crowd sighed. They had to go through 2 groups of steps at least. Those who manage to go through 2 groups of 9 steps will get a different key and will be allowed to continue competing to become an Imperial Cultivation disciple. If you take one key, you won't be able to get the following keys. Therefore, if you take the 3rd key, you will lose access to the 6 other keys. So don't take a key carelessly. If you can, try to go as far as you can. The more groups of steps you go through, the better key you will get. Try to take a key only if you really can't bear the energies anymore," said the sadhu slowly so that everybody could clearly understand. The 2nd key only allowed one to continue competing. Keys at higher levels offered more opportunities. Many people were wondering what the 9th key had to offer. Of course, many people were wondering what the pressure was like on the last level. "All right, start now," said the sadhu. Suddenly, many people started running up the stairs. "You only have half a day. Then, the staircase will close and you won't be able to climb the stairs," said the sadhu, laughing. A time limit was necessary, otherwise it would take too long. Only half a day. Many people were upset. Many people released pure qi and started climbing the stairs right away. It was incredible. All their energies were so shiny. "Let's go," said Xiaoyu Xian. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "We don't need to go now, we still have time." "All right," said Xiaoyu Xian. More and more people were running up and their energies were making them suffocate. The flight of stairs was completely packed with people. If there weren't 18,000 steps, they couldn't hold so many people, said many people laughing. There were so many strong cultivators, it was incredible. The sun was shining upon all those people and their energies were twinkling. The flight of stairs looked like real gold. Even in normal circumstances, that would already be quite a distance, thought several people. There were already some people arriving before the last 81 steps. Some people are starting to step on the first group of the final steps. Some people gazed into the distance and noticed some people starting the final test of that first challenge. They stopped. They looked nervous. 1 foot first. Finally, a second foot. Bzzz. A bright light illuminated the atmosphere and it was dazzling. That person turned into a beam of light and was propelled far, far away. How scary. The crowd ought. That person crashed onto the ground behind him and he sat down cross-legged and started practicing cultivation. That was a strange reaction. What? Lin Feng and Xiu Xian glanced at each other. What was going on? The first time Lin Feng and Xiu Xian tried, Xiu Xian was wounded but hadn't been propelled that far, to the extent that she needed to practice cultivation to recover. It seems even more difficult than when we tried before. They must be doing that to prevent people from trying a second time. Otherwise, there would be too many people trying all the time, said Xiu Xian. Lin Feng nodded. Trying a second time would be troublesome. Although most started running immediately, there were still many people who thought had the same idea as Xiu Xian and Lin Feng. That guy was the first one to arrive at the bottom of the 81 steps. He was faster and stronger than many people but lost anyways. Many people were thinking. Now people weren't feeling as confident as they once were. After that, other people tried. A dozen people were blown away as well. Besides, the key was on the last step of each group of steps. So far, nobody had managed to grab the first key. At that moment, someone arrived near the last 81 steps. His feet seemed to quake like mountains on those steps. People around him let him pass. There was nobody around him anymore. Xianxia. Many people stopped and looked at him. Nobody had managed to grab a key so far. I hope he manages to get through all 9 groups of steps. Many people favored his victory. If he managed to do that, they'd probably be able to get through 2 groups of steps. Xianxia has imperial blood and a powerful blood spirit. He is an extremely gifted fighter as well. His goal is to rank first amongst Tian-level cultivators, said Xiu Xian. I know, said Lin Feng smiling. He recognized Xianxia. Let's see how many he can do, said Xiu Xian. He went up 10 steps in a flash. He was now standing on the first step of the second group of stairs. How strong, thought the crowd sighing. Xianxia was incredible. Other people hadn't even managed to walk on the first group of steps. Xianxia had directly gone to the second tier. Xianxuan's hair and clothes were fluttering in the wind. Is he afraid to go up the steps of the second group of stairs? Thought the crowd petrified. If Xianxia was afraid, what about them? It would be too difficult for them as well. Many people had already failed. Finally, Xianxia moved. Even though they couldn't sense what he was feeling, they could imagine. There was an incredible wind around him. Then, suddenly, Xianxia went up another 10 steps and arrived on the third group of steps. The crowd was astonished and clenching their fists. Everybody was watching him. Nobody else was trying. He's moving again, thought the crowd. Pure chi was rolling in the atmosphere and surrounding his body. He went up 9 steps, but it seemed even more difficult. At that moment, he was stepping onto the first step of the fourth group of steps. His body started shaking violently. He released blood strength and finally stepped on the fourth group of steps. Arg! Xianxia groaned with pain. He released more blood strength and climbed up 10 steps again. He arrived on the 5th group of steps. His blood strength is incredible, thought the crowd. Xianxuan's body was twinkling with dazzling lights. It seemed like nothing was impossible for him. Boom, boom, boom. Everybody was gasping with amazement. People's hearts were beating at the same pace as Xianxuan's. Xianxia arrived at the last step of the 5th group of steps. He had the opportunity to take a blue key there. Was he going to? Or not? Xianxia raised his head. People were feeling nervous for him. Xianxia put one foot onto the first step of the sixth group of steps, but took it back. Xianxia turned around and looked at the crowd. That's the most anyone can do. Nobody can step onto the sixth group of steps. He sounded extremely confident. He took the blue key and then suddenly disappeared. He's in Tiantai? The crowd was astonished. That key was magical and it served as a magical portal. They also noticed that all the keys had different colors. Did it mean anything? Did it have anything to do with what the sadhu had said, that each key offered different benefits? Xianxia is really proud and arrogant. According to him, if he didn't manage to step onto the sixth group of steps, then nobody else could. According to Xianxia, nobody could surpass him. Some people were feeling uncomfortable. Xianxia was extremely strong and had the ambition to rank first amongst Tian-level cultivators, so what about them? He had put one foot onto the first step of the sixth group and gave up. On top of that, before Xianxia, nobody had managed to get any key. The atmosphere became very calm. But very quickly, several people started again. Apart from Xianxia, some people managed to get a key, however, it was only the first key. They would be guests in Tiantai, but couldn't continue competing to become Imperial Cultivation disciples. 2, 3, 4. People managed to get the first key. Many others were propelled backwards, like the first one. All those people sat down cross-legged and healed themselves at the foot of the flight of stairs. Time passed slowly and a few people succeeded. Lin Feng looked at the crowd. More and more people had failed. Lin Feng looked at the sky. There wasn't much time left. 10,000 people had managed to go to Tiantai and only half were eligible to continue through to the competition. There weren't that many people. People from Tiantai were observing quietly. They wanted to see the potential candidates succeed. Those who managed to go to Tiantai are already quite numerous, I think. There are many strong cultivators in this world, said Xianxia. She sighed. Like the master said, this is as hard as reaching the clouds, but still, so many people want to try. Xianxia, you belong to a rich and powerful family. You inherited incredible abilities, you're noble, you've never suffered. How can you understand poor and weak people's feelings? Whispered Lin Feng. Weak people can't protect their parents. Cowards can't protect their loved ones. When bullied, they can only hope to become stronger. Strong people look at them and despise them and humiliate them. That's the life of us weak people. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng and smiled. I understand that because that's the world of cultivation. If you're not strong, you can't do much and nobody will respect you. Like those stairs, only the strongest people can make it to the top. The higher you go, the fewer people there are around you. You're right. People like you belong to the lower layers of society, and surprisingly, you dare talk about such profound topics with Miss Chiu, said someone at that moment. Xianxia and Lin Feng turned around and saw Yang Zilan, Yang Ziyi, and some other people. Miss Chiu, I trust you have been well since we last met, said Yang Zilan coldly. He was still angry because of what happened last time. There are always those people who think they're the best, who want to humiliate others, even if they are despicable. Those kind of people are weak yet self-confident. In the world of strong cultivators, those people are trash and are worthless. They don't understand true cultivation principles. They are lucky to have rich families, but all in all, they are nobodies and they end up dead. Lin Feng said as if he hadn't seen Yang Zilan and the others. However, he was implicitly talking about them and Yang Zilan looked furious. You're right, many people end up dying. Very often, your conditions at birth determine the rest of your life. If you come from a rich and powerful family, you can despise other people. If you come from a poor family, you have to take great efforts. What a rich and talented cultivator can do in 10 battles, a poor cultivator can do in 1,000 battles. Unfortunately, those poor cultivators often die in their first attempts. Rich cultivators then look at their corpses in a despising way and then everybody immediately forgets about them, said Yang Zilan. Look at their corpses in a despising way? Said Lin Feng with a cold smile. Then he pointed at Yang Ziyi and said, she has broken through to the same cultivation layer as me. Yang Ziyi comes from the Yang clan, a prestigious, powerful and rich clan. What you mean to say is that she can despise me because I'll always be weaker. Well, what about a fight between her and I? What? Yang Zilan stared at Lin Feng. He wouldn't have thought that someone would actually challenge his sister. Why not? Said Yang Ziyi coldly. She envied Xiao Yu Xian, who was so much stronger than her. She wanted to show everyone that she was as strong as her. Now, a stranger who was with Xiao Yu Xian was challenging her. Xiao Yu Xian and Yang Zilan moved away. Yang Ziyi faced Lin Feng. She couldn't recognize him with his mask. I want to see how an unknown and weak person can challenge me, said Yang Ziyi walking forwards. She released blood strength and threw herself at Lin Feng with remarkable speed. Lin Feng condensed invisible strength in his hands and slowly raised them. Boom boom! Lin Feng condensed the force of the earth and sky in his hands and blocked her punch. Yang Ziye's energies immediately disappeared and her fist felt very sore. She was aghast. How could Lin Feng be so strong? Boom boom! Another explosion sounded as Yang Zilan attacked and destroyed Lin Feng's punch to protect Yang Ziyi. Yang Zilan looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm a candidate to become an Imperial Cultivation disciple." "So, do you despise people like me?" said Lin Feng smiling. "Proud people are always like that. They think they can despise anyone, and in the end, I always wonder why they act so confidently. If such people traveled alone, they'd die quickly. How pathetic." "Shut up," said Yang Zilan furiously. "Insects can also become dragons if they take great efforts, not like incapable show-offs," said Lin Feng mockingly. Then he added, "Dragons and snakes can't mix. Yu Xian, let's climb the stairs." Yang Zilan looked at Lin Feng and Xiao Yu Xian. He was furious. He was really upset about his luck the past several days. First Lin Feng, then the guy from the Chou clan, then this one. He had lost 2 boats and was continuously humiliated. Now Yu Xian was with a new handsome young man who had humiliated him again. That guy had also only broken through to the 3rd Tianqi layer. Insects can also reach the clouds, you say? "Show me how many steps you can climb," said Yang Zilan coldly. "Come, let's go too," said Yang Zilan to his group. In the distance, some people saw them. The leader of that group said, "The Chou clan and the Yang clan are going up. How could we, the Lin clan, stay behind?" Then they also started climbing the stairs. "I wouldn't have thought that the Chou clan, the Lin clan, and the Yang clan would go up at the same time. Let's go too," said another group of people at that moment. They belonged to the Meng clan, so how could they stay behind? At that moment, 2 people were going up, and it seemed like they didn't sense the energies of the stairs at all. They were moving without the slightest pause. "Who are those people?" thought the crowd was gasping in amazement. Many people noticed them. Xiao Yu Xian and a boy? Could it be Lin Feng? Has he been revived? Whispered some people. Everybody knew that Xiao Yu Xian had fallen in love with Lin Feng, and that she had tried to kill Qiu Lin and Qiu Mei and Yang Zilan to avenge Lin Feng. Yang Zilan and the others are behind them. Many people noticed Yang Zilan and the others too. They were very fast. There are more people behind them. Then, they saw some other people who were moving just as fast. The Lin clan, Lin Ruotian. Interesting, the Chou clan, the Yang clan, and the Lin clan are climbing together. Some people laughed. They were excited. Who was going to win? "Look behind them, there are even more people," said someone else. The Meng clan was behind them all. They're all there. People were gasping with amazement. All those geniuses from rich and powerful clans. They were different from other people because their clans had existed since the antiquity and they had ancient techniques and skills. Their corporeal bodies were stronger as well. They want to prove to each other that their clan is the best, thought the crowd. They couldn't wait to see what was going to happen. It was almost over. Like Shen Yuan had said, neither Tian level nor Zun level cultivators had managed to surpass him. The second best had managed to go up the 4th group of steps only. Could the other famous geniuses surpass him? They're really strong anyways, they don't need to stop on the way, thought the crowd. Even though they knew that they couldn't succeed, they had come anyways to give it a try. For them, arriving near the first group of steps wasn't too overwhelming. Very quickly, 2 people arrived at the foot of the 9 last groups of steps. Xiu Xian took a deep breath. Lin Feng looked indifferent as if nothing had happened. Xiu Xian smiled wryly when she saw that Lin Feng was perfectly fine. She knew that everybody had underestimated Lin Feng and only she knew how strong he was. She hadn't forgotten that Lin Feng had used Chou Jun Luo's silver wings. She knew what it meant. However, she had never seen Lin Feng use his own spirit. He needs more time, that's all, thought Xiu Xian. She knew that even though Lin Feng's cultivation level was low, he just needed more time. Who's the guy with Xiu Xian? He looked so calm and relaxed. He must be quite strong. Nobody recognized Lin Feng, but he did look calm. He had to be extraordinary anyways, otherwise, Xiu Xian wouldn't have shown any interest in him. They were confused though. Didn't Xiu Xian like Lin Feng? How could the cold-hearted girl have a new boyfriend so fast? Lin Feng and Xiu Xian turned around. They hadn't thought there would be so many people behind them, so they were surprised. Who are they? Asked Lin Feng. Lin Ruotian from the Lin clan and Meng Ba from the Meng clan, replied Xiu Xian. Lin Feng understood that they were all disciples from prestigious and rich clans. Let's go, said Xiu Xian. Wait for them now that they're here, said Lin Feng with a resplendent smile. Very quickly, Yang Zilan arrived too. He took a deep breath and glanced at Xiu Xian and Lin Feng in a cold way. Lin Ruotian and his people, as well as Meng Ba and his people, arrived too. Many geniuses from rich and powerful families had arrived at the foot of the 9 last groups of steps. Qiu Lin and Qiu Mei are there too. I hadn't noticed, said someone. However, nobody paid attention to them. Xiu Xian was the real symbol of the Qiu clan in people's eyes. Haha! Since we all belong to the strongest families of the northern part of Ba Huang province, let's see who's the strongest, said Meng Ba laughing loudly. We're first, said Meng Ba and started walking on the first group of steps. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions sounded. Meng Ba arrived on the second group of steps. He didn't even release qi. He was just relying on physical strength alone. He was as strong as a mountain, it seemed. Why aren't you all coming? I'm waiting for you here, said Meng Ba to the rest of the group. He was strong. The Meng clan had antique techniques to make their corporeal body stronger. They had an incredible physical strength. Just like Xian Yuan, he had directly gone to the second group of steps without any effort. For an insect who wants to reach the clouds, you're not moving much. Let's see if an insect can reach the second group of steps, said Yang Zilan coldly, and then started walking onto the first group of steps. His hair and clothes were violently fluttering in the wind. In a flash, he reached the second group of steps. He wasn't as fast as Meng Ba, but still, he wasn't too bad. Lin Ruotian followed and reached the second group of steps as well. Everybody then looked at Lin Feng and Xiu Xian. They both smiled and walked up at the same time. Xiu Xian, unlike the previous time, could go up without any problem. Lin Feng wasn't fast but looked extremely relaxed, despite the strong wind. It was incredible to see. It was as if he walking up normal stairs. So easy, said Lin Feng and Xiu Xian while smiling at Yang Zilan as they arrived on the first step of the second group. Humph! Yang Zilan smiled coldly. It's only the second group of stairs. No need to think you're strong. Insects can easily make it this far. Let's see if you remain so confident now. Only the second group of steps? Said Lin Feng with a cold smile. Last time, your people said you would climb the 81 steps without any problem. You smiled indifferently as if it was obvious. Now, let's see if you can really do it. I trust you can though because you're an incredible genius. I can't wait to see you looking triumphant at the top of the 9th group of steps. You'll despise Xian Yuan then, said Lin Feng mockingly. Yang Zilan heard Lin Feng and was petrified. Xian Yuan put a foot on the first step of the 6th group of steps and had taken it back. From then on, everybody understood how difficult reaching the 9th group of steps would be. Actually, they even understood that it was impossible. Yang Zilan, since you said that, I want to see you do it, said Meng Ba laughing frantically. Yang Zilan pulled a long face and coldly glanced at Lin Feng. Since we're all climbing the stairs together, there's no need to talk shit. Let's go together. Let's see how far this insect can go, said Yang Zilan mockingly, looking at Lin Feng. Then he continued going up. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled coldly. Yang Zilan was just ridiculous. Talking to such people was useless. There's no need to take too many efforts. The most important thing is to understand the force of the earth and sky, said Lin Feng, gently smiling at Xianxia, who nodded back. Lin Feng was giving her some advice. Their cultivation level wasn't the most important thing at that moment. They needed to understand the exam properly as well. Xianxia had imperial blood, so he used his particular blood strength to get up the stairs. Nobody else could copy that. Meng Ba was the fastest. He was incredibly strong and had an explosive power. His steps emitted explosion sounds. Very quickly, he arrived on the 9th step of the second group. One more step and he'd reach the third group of steps. Lin Ruotian and Yang Zilan were moving at the same speed. Lin Feng and Xianxia didn't rush and stayed behind. Lin Feng still didn't sense anything. He had practiced cultivation there for 3 days just a short time before. He understood how the staircase worked. He understood how the force of the earth and sky was used there. Very quickly, they all arrived on the first step of the third group of steps. The next steps were the third group. Lin Feng raised his head. The sadhu hadn't allowed him to come up this high last time, unfortunately. Are you all right? Lin Feng asked Xianxia. I'm good, replied Xianxia. She wrapped herself up in pure qi. Yang Zilan and Lin Ruotian did the same. Boom! Yang Zilan and Lin Ruotian started shaking violently. Their pure qi was emitting roaring sounds. They managed to keep their balance and step onto the first step of the third group. All right, shouted Meng Ba furiously. His hair was fluttering in the wind chaotically. He trampled on the staircase and made it shake violently. You go, said Lin Feng to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and moved towards the third group of steps. Her hair started fluttering violently and her clothes as well. She looked beautiful. And very quickly, she managed to keep her balance and control the force. All right, said Xianxia with a smile. Lin Feng nodded and continued walking too. Everybody thought Lin Feng would get propelled away at that moment, but they were disappointed. Lin Feng stepped onto the first step of the third group too. He was motionless like a mountain. Surprisingly, he managed to come up too, thought Yang Zilan. No wonder they're from rich families, thought the crowd. Apart from all those people, there were other people behind them. Some were still on the second group of steps. Enjoy it, you're just lucky, said Yang Zilan to Lin Feng coldly. His eyes were filled with hatred. He then turned around and continued. They all continued. Some were slow, some were faster than others. Everybody was expecting to see someone get propelled away, especially Lin Feng. But the crowd realized Lin Feng, just like the others, was going up without any problem. Lin Feng arrived on the last step of the third group of steps but didn't take the yellow key. He moved again. What is he doing? Thought the crowd, astonished. There were at most 100 people who could go that high. An insect can be resistant but not for long. In the end, dragons crush insects under their feet, said Yang Zilan, releasing pure qi and blood strength. He started using his blood strength. Lin Ruotian also used blood strength like Yang Zilan. It was getting too difficult. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng and used blood strength as well. Boom! Lin Ruotian and Yang Zilan stepped onto the first step of the fourth group of steps. They suddenly felt like they were going to explode and get crushed by those oppressive forces. For a few seconds, it almost seemed like they were going to fail, but finally, they managed to steady their balance. Arg! Meng Ba groaned violently. It was harder for him to reach the fourth group of steps than it had been for Lin Ruotian and Yang Zilan. Yang Ziyi was using her full strength to reach the fourth group of steps. Let's see if you manage to make it up here, said Yang Zilan to Lin Feng in a despising way. It seems like one of them will fail. Let's see if Lin Ruotian, Yang Zilan, Xianxia and Meng Ba will manage to do as good as Xianxia, thought the crowd. However, Lin Feng glanced at Yang Ziyi indifferently. ignored her and continued. He started condensing pure qi as well as wind intent. Boom! When Lin Feng stepped onto the first step of the fourth group of steps, he had the feeling he was being attacked. Everybody looked at Lin Feng. Seemed painful. Surprisingly, he had decided to continue. He should have taken the key from the third group of steps. However, Lin Feng managed to keep his balance as well. Lin Feng was using authentic force, the force of the earth and the sky. He did it, thought the crowd. Lin Feng had managed to reach the fourth group of steps. Yang Zilan was astonished too. He kept making fun of Lin Feng, but Lin Feng had managed to make it as far as him. Lin Feng was sensing the force of the earth and sky. They were all hanging on there firmly. They couldn't afford being careless, otherwise they would be crushed under the pressure. Moron, you can't move any further. Go back now, said Yang Zilan coldly. Then he continued walking up step by step. He had to stop after each step. You go first, said Lin Feng to Qiu Xian. She nodded and continued going up. She stopped after each step too. She couldn't afford being careless. All the geniuses from the prestigious families have continued to go up. The crowd was amazed. Those people were getting closer and closer to reaching Shen Yuan's record. However, the weakest were probably stuck now, they couldn't go back or forward. Rumbling sounds spread in the air each time they moved up. Finally, 4 of them stopped on the 9th step of the 4th group of steps. They didn't look relaxed at all. Humph! Yang Zilan turned around and coldly looked at Lin Feng. Poor you, you're going to be propelled away, even though you came so far. However, at that moment, Lin Feng smiled mockingly, and it was a huge smile. Lin Feng moved and continued going up. He looked absolutely relaxed, as if he was walking in normal conditions. The crowd couldn't believe it. Lin Feng just walked up to the 9th step of the 4th group, leaving them all dumbstruck. How's that possible? We don't even know him, thought the crowd. Yang Zilan seemed like he had reached his limits, and Lin Feng had done the same as him, but in a more relaxed way. Are you satisfied now? Said Lin Feng indifferently. Yang Zilan looked to suffer more from seeing Lin Feng succeed than from the force of the flight of stairs. He felt weak. Hee, who's joining me higher up? Said Meng Ba with a resplendent smile. The others' faces twitched. Meng Ba wanted to continue? Did he really want to do the same as Meng Ba? You should set reasonable goals. If we can't reach the last step of the 5th group, we'll lose everything. It's better to stop here, said Yang Zilan indifferently. Lin Ruotian remained silent for a few seconds and tried to put a foot on the next step. However, he immediately took it back. Nah, I'm not going, said Lin Ruotian indifferently. Hee. Since you're not coming, I'll continue. I'm having fun with this, said Meng Ba. Arg! Meng Ba's clothes were suddenly ripped apart. He groaned as he sensed the incredible force crushing his flesh. He felt like he was going to be crushed. Veins appeared all over his body. Boom, boom! Explosion sounds spread in the air. Some of his veins actually broke and blood appeared. He looked like a violent, injured beast had attacked him. Arg! Meng Ba groaned loudly with pain and continued walking up. It was as if his feet were millions of kilos. He reached the 9th step of the 5th group and grabbed a blue key. Then he instantly disappeared. Meng Ba managed to finish the 5th group of steps. The crowd was gasping with amazement. Lin Ruotian and Yang Zilan's eyes were twinkling as well. He's much stronger than you, said Lin Feng to Yang Zilan. Shut the hell up. You're just lucky to be here. You're a tiny little insect. Yang Zilan snapped back. Lin Feng smiled and released blood strength as well as pure qi. He also started circulating his strength of the Haruka and the Buddha to flow through his body. He then started walking up the 5th group of steps. People were wondering what he was doing. Qiu Xian was gasping with amazement. Lin Feng would go farther than her. Boom, boom! When Lin Feng set a foot on the 5th group of steps, he sensed that the energies there were much more terrifying, but he could still handle them. He stopped for a few seconds, he looked relaxed, he turned around and looked at Yang Zilan. An insect is standing above you. How do you feel? Lin Feng mocked him calmly. However, people's thoughts were racing. How did he feel? Nobody knew how Yang Zilan felt at that moment. Was he still confident? If I'm an insect, you're even less than an insect. Lin Feng's words were penetrating deep into Yang Zilan's heart. He was less valuable than an insect. Boom boom. Lin Feng's voice kept piercing through Yang Zilan's eardrums, as well as the sound Lin Feng's steps made as he went higher up. Lin Feng then arrived on the 9th step of the 5th group of steps. There was the blue key floating there. Astonishing, wouldn't have thought that guy would do as good as Xian Yuan and Meng Ba, thought the crowd. Lin Feng had done what Xian Yuan did. Yang Zilan was clenching his fists. He felt humiliated. We'll see each other in Tiantai in a few seconds, said Qiu Yu Xian smiling. Lin Feng shook his head. Qiu Yu Xian didn't understand. Lin Feng continued. When Xian Yuan arrived here, he said nobody could go further. Even though he is incredibly strong, he was wrong. What? Did Lin Feng want to surpass Xian Yuan? Go and die, said Yang Zilan mockingly. Shut up, shouted Lin Feng furiously. He then said coldly, you're a weakling and a coward. You're lower than me, so don't even talk to me. Yang Zilan was furious. Insects give up easily and are not aware of their own strength. Meng Ba decided to climb the 5th group of steps because he loves challenges. It was challenging for him to get the blue key. Now I'll go even higher. That's my challenge, said Lin Feng, making people feel vehement. Then, Lin Feng took another step. Boom boom. An incredible force appeared around Lin Feng. His hair was fluttering in the wind. It seemed like he was facing a hurricane. Was he going to fall down? Real cultivators don't give up. Real cultivators don't care about material things. They challenge the earth and sky. We know human and earth fusion. I understand the force of the earth and sky. How could the sky be stronger than me? Said Lin Feng, looking at the sky. Die! He looked like he was in a trance. It was an extraordinary scene. If the sky challenges me, then I accept the challenge. That stranger was insane. His voice was piercing through people's eardrums. They had the feeling they were listening to a madman. Qiu Yu Xian was clenching her fists. She was proud. Lin Feng was a real cultivator. He was determined. Yang Zilan and all the other members of the Yang clan pulled long faces. They despised people like Lin Feng, but he had surpassed them and even Xian Yuan. Lin Feng looked at the sky and groaned loudly. His strength of the Haruka, pure qi and intent were flowing throughout his body. At the same time, he was holding his Tianxian stone, sensing the force of the earth and sky. The earth and the sky seemed particularly clear and distinct to him. Boom! Lin Feng made another step and stopped for a second. Who had said Lin Feng was doomed? Boom boom! Another step. The scene looked incredible. People's hearts were pounding. Lin Feng was defying the skies. Boom boom boom! One step, another step. Lin Feng arrived on the 9th step of the 6th group of steps. There was a light blue key that Lin Feng could take and he would immediately be transferred to Tiantai. Phew! People took a deep breath. What was Lin Feng going to do? The sadhu had told everyone the keys were better at higher levels. If Lin Feng took that light blue key, he would probably have an insane advantage, or at least what he would get would be better than with the blue key. Qiu Yu Xian smiled in a resplendent way. She was so happy for Lin Feng and proud of him. Awesome! Take the key, said Qiu Yu Xian with a magnificent smile. She was going to take the green key and Lin Feng the light blue key. She was happy for him. His success was her happiness. See you in Tiantai in a few seconds, shouted Qiu Yu Xian. However, Lin Feng didn't react. Lin Feng slowly shook his head, which made her heart race again. What was Lin Feng going to do? I am not done, said Lin Feng. His voice was hoarse and deep. Could he go higher? He had already surpassed Xian Yuan. Why did he want to continue? Did he really want to defy the skies? Lin Feng, whispered Qiu Yu Xian. She didn't know what to say. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the skies. His words about what being a real cultivator meant were echoing in her brain. You can do it, said Qiu Yu Xian suddenly with a resplendent smile. She felt good. Lin Feng made her feel happy. You're a real cultivator. As a cultivator, you accepted to defy the laws of the earth and sky. If you fail, it doesn't matter because what you did is incredible already. And if you fail, then I don't care. I won't go to Tiantai and I'll stay with you. What? The crowd was dumbstruck. What? Who was that guy for Xianxia? Yang Zilan was astonished. Since he had seen Lin Feng, he wondered who he was. Xianxia was the beautiful cold-hearted woman of Ba Huang province. She had fallen in love with Lin Feng, and because Lin Feng had died, she had tried to kill Qiu Lin, Qiu Mei, and even him, Yang Zilan. He had heard a lot about Xianxia's personality. She was stubborn. At that moment, Yang Zilan was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. His eyes were twinkling. When the Yang clan went to the Chou clan to seek revenge, it was a disaster for the Chou clan. However, until the very last minute, they denied flatly that the guy who had appeared was a member of their clan. Whispered Yang Zilan. He had a strange feeling. You're Lin Feng, you're not dead, shouted Yang Zilan suddenly. Xianxia was surprised. Lin Feng? The crowd was astonished. Wasn't Lin Feng dead? Xianxia had fallen in love with Lin Feng, and now she had come with a guy and they seemed too close. Everybody started staring at Lin Feng with more scrutiny. People were speechless. You're not as stupid as I thought, said Lin Feng at that moment. He raised his hand, put it on his face, and took off his mask. He looked younger and even more handsome now. Lin Feng, said Yang Zilan coldly. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng hadn't died. Xianxia's boyfriend was there. Even though his cultivation level was low, Lin Feng was a good match for Xianxia because he was strong and determined. Because he was a real cultivator. You're not dead. Was it you last time as well? Said Yang Zilan, thinking about the guy from the Chou clan who stole his boat. Do you think I have a silver wings spirit? I just used Chou Junluo's corpse. I took out his dead soul and used it to control him, said Lin Feng coldly. You're evil. You're a demon, said Yang Zilan. He believed what Lin Feng said. Of course, Lin Feng couldn't have the spirit of the Chou clan. So Lin Feng's explanation made sense. Evil? I was nice to your clan and you humiliated me, you even tried to kill me. Now you keep insulting me, yet I'm evil? Said Lin Feng. He turned around and continued walking onto the 7th group of steps. People were in disbelief. Real cultivators control the earth, not the opposite way around, whispered Lin Feng. He continued walking up. Arg, arg. It was as if the staircase was going to break and collapse. Boom, boom. Lin Feng knelt down, his blood seemed like it was going to explode. The earth and sky have force, cultivators can use force. I am a cultivator. Therefore I can control the force of the earth and sky. Lin Feng sounded determined. The force of the earth and sky was also something incredible and mysterious. Lin Feng put a hand on the step and slowly rose up again. Everybody could hear the strength, force, and energies flowing throughout his body. Lin Feng was one with the earth and sky, celestial forces, nature, immaterial world, selflessness. Nothing is impossible. There are no limits. Lin Feng was chanting a mantra. Cultivators can defy the laws of the earth and sky. I am a cultivator. Kacha. Lin Feng was standing fast and was surrounded by a cloud of force. He could use the force of the earth and sky. Cultivators can defy the laws of the earth and sky. I am a cultivator. Lin Feng looked at the sky and a hurricane appeared around him. It was composed of the force of the earth and sky. It wasn't attacking Lin Feng. Lin Feng was using it. Boom! Lin Feng continued going up. His pure qi was becoming stronger as well. Lin Feng was becoming stronger. How incredible! The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng could use the force of the earth and sky to an incredible degree. He was becoming stronger even, and his pure qi was becoming stronger too. Boom, boom! Another series of loud sounds spread in the air, but Lin Feng kept climbing the stairs. The force of the staircase wasn't oppressing him anymore. It was actually helping him. What is going on? How's that even possible? Yang Ziyi was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. She couldn't believe her eyes. She had thought that Lin Feng saved her because he wanted to have sex with her as Yang Zilan had told her. She hadn't defended Lin Feng when Yang Zilan said he wanted Lin Feng to die. They had humiliated Lin Feng over and over again. Now, Lin Feng was the real hero of the event. Her future husband, Shen Yuan, said he would rank first amongst Tian-level cultivators. But Lin Feng had already beaten him. Lin Feng was enjoying a landslide victory. He hadn't surpassed Shen Yuan by a little bit either. He was already on the 7th group of steps and wasn't stopping. Besides, the force of the staircase was not hindering him anymore. Lin Feng was using it to progress. His cultivation level was increasing thanks to his incredible understanding. Boom, boom. Lin Feng continued. The force was penetrating into his body. It was as if he was absorbing a lake of force. Boom! Lin Feng released an incredible qi. His qi was now different. It had the strength of the 4th Tian qi layer. Incredible! Lin Feng was really becoming stronger on that staircase. What? He broke through to the 4th Tian qi layer. How incredible! Astonishing! The crowd was astonished. That way too incredible. Lin Feng was becoming stronger during the exam. He would be difficult to defeat in the future. The sadhu was in the sky, smiling with satisfaction as we watched Lin Feng. Lin Feng was incredible. He was so young but already so strong. No wonder his fellow disciples liked him. Lin Feng was going up step by step. After breaking through to the 4th Tian qi layer, he continued. Lin Feng didn't stop. He arrived on the last step of the 7th group and stopped. What will he do now? Thought the crowd. This time, nobody thought he would stop. Everybody thought he was going to continue. Everybody was fixedly staring at Lin Feng, wondering what he was going to do. They hoped he would continue. I accepted the challenge of the earth and sky, and I became stronger. A real cultivator remains determined and doesn't give up. If the earth and sky want a war, then I accept, said Lin Feng with a serious and solemn smile. He looked like an enlightened being. He then stepped onto the first step of the 8th group of steps. Boom! The earth and sky turned into a gigantic hand which fell down from the sky. Lin Feng groaned and blood splashed out of his mouth. He managed to keep his balance, but he had bruises all over his body. Of course, he had broken through to the 4th Tian qi layer, so his corporeal body had become even stronger. Lin Feng's gums and teeth were soaked with blood, but he was still smiling. Lin Feng looked at the sky and said, "You stepped on me, but I felt nothing." Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng condensed more strength and continued. At the same time, he continued studying the force of the earth and the sky. If the sky can't defeat him, who can? Thought many people in the crowd. They felt like they were dreaming. They would have never thought that anyone would manage to do what Lin Feng had now done. He's going higher up. People were petrified, excited. It was incredible. They were already speechless when Lin Feng had started walking onto the 6th group of steps. Now he had reached the 8th one. Lin Feng didn't stop. Nobody and nothing could stop him. Maybe he would succeed, maybe he would fail, but in any case, he had this accomplishment. Do you think he'll try to step onto the 9th one as well? Said some people. He's up there. Lin Feng arrived on the 9th step of the 8th group of steps. People were speechless. Nobody could believe their eyes. He was way more incredible than Shen Yuan. There was a white jade key floating in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng just had to take the white jade key and he would be able to go to Tiantai with an incredible gift. The crowd was holding their breath. What was he going to do? They all looked at the 9th group of steps. Was he going to try? If Lin Feng failed there, he wouldn't have a second chance. That would also be the end for him. He would never become an Imperial Cultivation disciple. It was too dangerous. It was better to stop. Do you want to try? The sadhu asked. People were surprised. The master was talking to Lin Feng. Think carefully. If you fail and can't stand it, you'll lose everything, said the sadhu. Lin Feng nodded. He obviously understood. I'll try though, said Lin Feng. The sadhu smiled and nodded. I won't prevent you from trying. Will he be able to endure it? Thought the crowd. What was going to happen? Lin Feng raised his head. He looked solemn and respectful. Lin Feng started. People's hearts were racing. Gotcha! And then, it was as if their hearts stopped. They were watching Lin Feng, fixedly, and breathlessly, and motionlessly. Eh? Lin Feng put a foot on the first step of the 9th group of steps. But there was absolutely no strength or force. Lin Feng walked up easily. What's going on? How was that possible? How come it looked so easy? Master! Lin Feng turned around and looked at the sadhu. There was nothing on the last group of steps. You did it. Congratulations. You can take the Imperial Zune key. Congratulations again. That is the symbol of your glory, said the sadhu slowly. The crowd was astonished. The last group of steps was a symbol of glory. It was just symbolic. Imperial Zune key. It was a symbol. The crowd looked at Lin Feng with the highest respect. People had come from everywhere for Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's recruitment process. There were many geniuses from everywhere in the province and even from abroad. Most of those strong cultivators had only managed to climb up to the 3rd group of steps. Very few had managed to climb the 4th one, and only 2 had managed to climb the 5th one. Meng Ba and Xian Yuan. Only one person had managed to surpass them, and that someone wasn't very famous. That young man had climbed the 9 last groups of steps fearlessly. That young man was Lin Feng. People had heard about Lin Feng before, first because he had rescued Yang Ziyi and had been humiliated by them, then because Xianxia had fallen in love with him. However, this time everybody would remember Lin Feng as the man who climbed the 9 last groups of steps at Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's recruitment process. When Lin Feng heard the sadhu, he smiled and bowed. It was pure luck. I wasn't sure I could do it. You relied on your corporeal strength, your indomitable determination, your strong analytical and understanding abilities, and you were fearless. That is not luck. You are the true master of your destiny. All right, let's move on. Let's go to Tiantai, said the sadhu smiling. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. He turned around and smiled at Yang Zilan. Yang Zilan had the impression that Lin Feng was making fun of him, and that annoyed him. Uxian, see you in Tiantai in a few seconds, said Lin Feng smiling at Uxian. She was also smiling in a resplendent way. Lin Feng had managed to climb all the stairs. The news would spread quickly in Tianjing City. Even the Qiu clan would respect him. Lin Feng slowly turned around. He looked at the golden Imperial Zune key. According to the sadhu, that was the best key. What advantage would he get with it? Lin Feng grabbed the key. Golden lights surrounded his body, and in a flash, he appeared somewhere else. It was a vast area filled with people. Lin Feng turned around and walked towards the edge of the place. The sadhu was sitting cross-legged in the sky, and there were the stairs down there. Lin Feng turned around and gazed into the distance. There were incredible palaces. The qi there was pure and celestial. It was similar to the qi in the Jade Emperor's room in his palace. Tiantai, an imperial place, whispered Lin Feng. Tiantai was a small world, and the emperors were granting access to those who could climb the stairs. They opened the doors to Tiantai only to recruit imperial cultivation disciples. The people around Lin Feng had managed to make it there because they had obtained a key. Everyone was calm. Nobody could cause trouble in Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's territory. They all calmly waited for the exam to start. But at that moment, Lin Feng realized that there was something wrong. Everybody was staring at him. He was standing higher than everyone else, as if he was their leader. 2 other people were close to Lin Feng, but lower than him, Xian Yuan and Meng Ba. Just under them, there weren't too many people. Uxian, Lin Ruotian, Yang Zilan. The lower, the more people there were. It's like a podium, thought Lin Feng. Besides, Lin Feng found out that there were only Tian-level cultivators there. Zune cultivators had probably ended up in another place. It's so cold, thought Lin Feng. Meng Ba and Xian Yuan were surprised to see Lin Feng there. Xian Yuan looked furious. What was going on? How was that even possible? He had climbed up 5 groups of steps, had obtained a blue key, and had said nobody could surpass him. After that, many people had joined him in Tiantai, and they were all lower than him. However, in the end, Meng Ba appeared next to him. If only one person could do the same as he had done, fine, no problem. But someone had done better than him? That made him furious. You, said Xianxia. He remembered Lin Feng, the guy in the Dragon Palace with his beast. He had stolen treasures. Good to see you again, said Lin Feng, smiling at Xianxia. I wouldn't have thought that you'd managed to climb 6 groups of steps. In the Dragon Palace, you had only broken through to the 2nd Tian Qi layer, but now you've broken through to the 4th Tian Qi layer. What treasures did you get there? Asked Xianxia coldly. Had Lin Feng climbed only 6 groups of steps? And had he obtained treasures in the Dragon Palace which helped him become this strong? Who told you I climbed up 6 groups of steps? Said Lin Feng with a cold smile. Concerning the treasures I obtained in the Dragon Palace, if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. Humph. I don't trust you anyways. Xianxia groaned coldly. But it doesn't matter. No matter what you obtained, I'll steal your treasures for myself. You're just a nobody in my eyes. Xianxia then suddenly released ice-cold energies and stood up. He wanted to attack Lin Feng. "Sit down!" shouted an overwhelming voice at that moment. He raised his head and saw someone in the sky. He suddenly looked scared. It was Ho Qinglin. He had already humiliated Xianxia back in Black Crow Village. You better not cause trouble here in Tiantai. And who do you think you are to insult other people? Said Ho Qinglin. I am Xianxia and I have imperial blood. Even if you don't like me, there's no need to insult me, said Xianxia proudly. I don't care who your ancestors are or what your blood is like. All I know is that you climbed up 5 groups of steps and he climbed up 9. So who do you think you are to insult him? Said Ho Qinglin coldly. Xianxia looked dumbstruck. 9 groups of steps? He was dazed. Not only him, everybody else. Someone had managed to climb up 9 groups of steps? Maybe you enjoy humiliating people who have a lower cultivation level than yours? Well, in my eyes, you're nothing. You're much weaker than me, said Ho Qinglin. Xianxia was scared because he had infuriated Ho Qinglin. Someday, he would replace Ho Qinglin and become the emperor's direct disciple. Then he would trample on Ho Qinglin. Ho Qinglin saw Xianxia looking at him with hatred and said coldly, Anyways, we will quickly find out who's an insect and who's not. I am in charge of the recruitment process and I will give you all opportunities to show everyone else why you're so proud. He's in charge? The crowd was surprised. The emperors weren't in charge of the recruitment process. They had delegated that responsibility to their closest disciples. I can't wait, said Xianxia sarcastically. Ho Qinglin didn't look at him again. He turned around and closed his eyes, waiting for the first part of the exam to finish. A few more people arrived in Tiantai. However, nobody went further than the 4th group of steps. Brother, said the sadhu in the distance. Ho Qinglin understood and said, The first part of the exam is finished. The staircase is now closed. You can congratulate the victors. I understand, said the sadhu nodding. He looked at the crowd. Even though there were many people, only 81 would be chosen in the end. Good luck, said the sadhu smiling at the crowd. He then turned around. Ho Qinglin looked at the crowd and said, Everyone here still has a chance to become an imperial cultivation disciple, said Ho Qinglin. Everybody was confused. Everyone? Hadn't they said that those who took the first key could only watch? This time, 81 Tian level cultivators will be selected, but it is only the first batch. Those who took a key in the staircase can practice cultivation in Tiantai. You have 100 days to practice. Then the recruitment process will resume. It also gives you time to think, explained Ho Qinglin. The crowd was amazed. Many people were happy though. All those who had managed to climb up the staircase were very strong. That's what it took. Even those who had failed this time would be able to try again in the future. Many people were happy to stay in Tiantai and practice cultivation. Also, a vast majority of those who had managed to climb up the 2nd group of steps and above will be eliminated later and won't be able to become imperial cultivation disciples this time, but you can stay here and practice cultivation. You'll have the opportunity to apply again for the 2nd batch, explained Ho Qinglin. Those people weren't so happy though. They weren't the same as those who had managed to only climb the first group of steps. After all, they had shown how strong they were. They found that unfair. There were many proud people from rich families amongst them, and they didn't want to be considered as losers or to become ordinary imperial cultivation disciples. Those who climbed up the second staircase and above, "Follow me," said Ho Qinglin. He turned around and gazed into the distance. People slowly stood up and followed him. What was the next exam? Ho Qinglin wasn't walking fast. Considering his cultivation level, he was walking extremely slowly. But Tiantai was a holy place, so they had to walk slowly, mindfully, and respectfully. "The qi here is extraordinary. Who lives in those palaces?" said some people looking at the palaces around them. "The people from just a moment ago and those who get eliminated for now," said Ho Qinglin when he heard those people. "If you become imperial cultivation disciples and practice cultivation in Tiantai, those palaces will be yours forever. 1 palace per person. 1 palace per person." The crowd was astonished. Even the most ordinary imperial cultivation disciples could have their own palace. How incredible was that? Even Lin Feng was excited. In 100 days, the staircase between Tianjing City and Tiantai will open. People from Tianjing City will be able to see the imperial cultivation disciples, and Tiantai will become their holy place, said Ho Qinglin. He felt proud to have such great teachers. Tianjing City was the biggest city in the northern part of Bahuang Province. Tianjing City would become a great city after the opening of the staircase. Even though Ho Qinglin didn't seek glory, he still felt proud and honored to have such wonderful teachers. The big group walked through the palaces. There was an enchanting mist lying above the ground. Then, some special palaces appeared in their field of visions. Those palaces looked like celestial illusions. "Can you see them?" said Ho Qinglin, pointing at some of the palaces. They looked far and close at the same time. "Master, who lives there?" asked someone. "There are 81 palaces," replied Ho Qinglin. People's eyes started twinkling. 81 imperial cultivation disciples were going to be selected this time, and there were 81 palaces. "Those palaces are all different, and the best of you will get the best palace," said Ho Qinglin, awaking ardor in the candidates' hearts. Xianxia was convinced that he was going to rank first and could already see himself in the best palace. Many people looked at him with hatred when they saw his eyes twinkle. During the first part of the exam, you obtained keys, and there were 9 different keys. "Those keys will have an impact on your ranking," said Ho Qinglin. Surprisingly, that was the purpose of those keys. Well then, since Lin Feng had obtained the best key, was he going to rank first and obtain the best palace? Xianxia looked at Lin Feng with murder in his eyes. Not only him, but many other people, especially those who only managed to climb the 4th group of steps. They wanted to prevent Lin Feng from becoming an imperial cultivation disciple and obtaining the best palace. Lin Feng was speechless. Was he going to rank first? Lin Feng smiled wryly. He didn't really understand what Ho Qinglin meant. Ho Qinglin had helped him a few times in the past. He even humiliated Xianxia because of him. "My venerable teachers built those palaces, so respect them," said Ho Qinglin, smiling. Everybody looked terribly excited. Then Ho Qinglin walked to the left. "We're here," said Ho Qinglin. He then opened the door to a palace. Everybody was curious. They wanted to see what it looked like inside the palace and also what kind of exam they were going to sit. The palace was brightly lit. Everybody gradually trickled in. People's eyes twinkled. There were drawings and paintings everywhere. There were picture scrolls as well. They all looked extraordinary. "Come in, everyone," said Ho Qinglin. Everybody looked around. "We often come here to practice as imperial cultivation disciples. We come here to study special and mysterious powers. We drew those paintings, drawings, and marks. I'll let you study the holy marks in this palace." Everybody was incredulous. Ho Qinglin and his fellow disciples had drawn those marks. No wonder they looked extraordinary. Ho Qinglin was extremely strong. Those marks probably contained incredible powers. You have 2 hours to study, so don't waste time and study as much as you can. To benefit the most from it, your thoughts have to be pure. Remember what I said. Ho Qinglin said to the crowd. Everybody nodded. One more thing, no fighting can happen during these 2 hours. Only studying is allowed. After that, you'll have opportunities to battle each other. If someone disobeys, I'll throw them off the top of Tiantai. After that, he left the palace. They all had 2 hours to study. After that, we'll be able to battle. Thought the crowd. Those who were weak were a bit scared. Fighting would be difficult for them. Xiu Xian walked to Lin Feng and asked, Lin Feng, what do you think he meant? Lin Feng shook his head. Ho Qinglin is a wise man. Everything he does is meaningful and he won't lie. We just have to listen to him, that's all. We have to study those marks for 2 hours and we'll become stronger. All right, you're right, I think. Even though Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu assigned the recruitment process task to their direct disciples, they probably aren't completely free. They probably have to follow some instructions. Said Xiu Xian nodding. Go and find the marks you understand the best. After that, we don't know what will happen. Let's just listen to Ho Qinglin, said Lin Feng looking at the mysterious marks on the walls. Very quickly, his attention was drawn to some specific marks. They were very easy to understand. It looked like some instructions. Lin Feng looked at them and touched them with his finger. He could sense some strength. It seemed like it was empty space strength. That's it. Lin Feng continued moving his finger over the marks and nodded at Xiu Xian. I like sword cultivation and empty space spells. It contains sharp sword energies and empty space strength. It seems like these marks are the most suitable for me, thought Lin Feng. He then started practicing cultivation. He sat down cross-legged and started meditating. The insect passed the first part of the exam because he was lucky and now chooses the easiest marks to understand. Useless, said a voice mockingly. Yang Zilan wasn't far from him. According to Yang Zilan, the marks Lin Feng had chosen were too easy. However, it was very powerful. Yang Zilan thought they were too easy because he had lots of similar ones in his clan. Pure luck, said Lin Feng with an indifferent smile. Then, he stopped looking at Yang Zilan and continued practicing cultivation. Yang Zilan saw Lin Feng's smirk and looked at him in a disdainful way. Wait until we fight, I'll kill you then, thought Yan Zilan, thinking about the battles which would take place after the study session. That made him smile in a resplendent way. Lin Feng remained silent and studied. It was as if the world around him didn't exist anymore. Lin Feng could clearly sense the marks on the wall, and he was trying to ingrain them in his head. He visualized the marks and sharp energies appeared. Empty space instructions. Lin Feng studied those marks and had the feeling he was going to enter an empty space. How strong, thought Lin Feng, delighted. It seemed like that space was real and that those marks were powerful. It seemed like he could kill people secretly from inside. Few Tian-level cultivators understood empty space spells. Lin Feng studied those marks further. The small world kept appearing in his brain. Even though Lin Feng understood things quickly, 2 hours weren't enough. He slowly opened his celestial book spirit and looked at the empty space world page. He slowly noted down the marks in his celestial book spirit. He drew them very clearly. Lin Feng suddenly realized he was using his celestial book spirit to write down marks. He had never used it for that purpose before. In the past, he used to think he could only use his celestial book spirit to study things like the Tianxian stone or the demon seal stones, but he realized he could also use it to write down marks. Maybe the mysterious marks would be easier to use in the future if he had them written down in his celestial book. Lin Feng studied the marks in his book. He was moving his fingers slowly, following the marks. They became much clearer. After an hour, Lin Feng stopped and smiled. My spirit is awesome, thought Lin Feng with a resplendent smile. Thanks to his celestial book spirit, he could study faster than probably anyone. He glanced at Yang Zilan, who was still practicing cultivation. The others as well. Lin Feng remembered Ho Qinglin's words. I have time to study something else, thought Lin Feng with a magnificent smile. He glanced at the marks and realized that no matter what, marks, prints, drawings, paintings, they were all exceptional. Ho Qinglin and his disciples were real geniuses. How incredible! Those marks are pleasing to the eye and to the mind, sighed Lin Feng. Those marks were extraordinary. Lin Feng was excited and wanted to study them all. After that, Lin Feng sat down. This time, he didn't choose to study anything in particular. He released his celestial book spirit and chose to write down all the marks inside. New marks kept appearing in his book. Empty space marks, reincarnation marks, ancient Buddhist marks, godly awareness-related marks. Lin Feng was writing down everything. The Emperor's direct disciples were really incredible. My spirit is incredible, thought Lin Feng. He was happy. He had never realized how powerful his book spirit was. He could use it to study demon seal stone strength, mysterious holy marks, etc. It was like the ultimate notebook. Lin Feng was happy he could write down all the marks in that room. All those marks contain the force of the earth and sky. How powerful. Lin Feng sighed while staring at all those marks. However, voices interrupted Lin Feng. He was in a deep meditative state and hadn't realized how fast time had passed. Another hour had already passed. Everybody was chatting and surprisingly you were still meditating, said Xianxia smiling at him. Lin Feng didn't know how long she had been next to him. He had forgotten about time. He hadn't even sensed that Xianxia and the others were staring at him too. Haha, I was gone indeed, said Lin Feng smiling wryly. He thought he'd have time to study another spell more in depth. Luckily, nobody attacked you here, thought Xianxia. Xianxia and the others were looking at him coldly. Many people who didn't even know him looked at him with hatred because he had managed to climb up the 9 groups of steps. They didn't want him to get the best palace. At that moment, Ho Qinglin came back. 2 hours passed, said Ho Qinglin before adding, I gave you 2 hours to study. Now battles are going to start. You'll only be able to use the techniques and skills you studied here to fight. You can't use any other attacks, including your spirits. People were dumbfounded. Ho Qinglin was testing people based on their understanding abilities. I was born with my spirit. It's like my corporeal body. Why can't I use it? Said someone. A spirit was part of a cultivator's body. Many rich and powerful cultivators relied mostly on their spirits. No matter how strong your spirit is, it is not always helpful. Think of the first part of the exam on the stairs. Your spirit was useless then. If you only rely on your spirit, you won't be able to study new things. People who do that can never become genuinely strong. They will never progress. Besides, it's a sign of laziness too. In Tiantai, we need polyvalent disciples, people who are interested in all aspects of cultivation. People who only use their spirit can't be considered geniuses. In my eyes, they're even worse than trash, said Ho Qinglin indifferently. Many people lowered their heads when they heard that. Some people had always relied on their spirit and now they regretted it. That wasn't beneficial to cultivators. Even worse, in Ho Qinglin's eyes, they were trash. All right, now choose an opponent you despise. If you defeat them using the skill you learnt, they will be eliminated, said Ho Qinglin indifferently. Many people were caught off guard. What? What about people who had a low cultivation level but were talented? Didn't Ho Qinglin care about them? Many people looked for the weakest opponents and smiled. They just had to defeat weak people and eliminate them. Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi walked towards Lin Feng and Xianxia with cold smiles on their faces. It's fate after all. If you're weak, you'll be eliminated, said Yang Zilan to Lin Feng with a cold smile. Lin Feng was doomed. Imperial cultivation disciples were going to be selected according to their strength. He was impatient to see how Lin Feng, a cultivator of the 4th Tianqi layer, would fight against him. Did you all choose the opponents you despise the most? Asked Ho Qinglin. People nodded. Those who were strong had large smiles on their faces and said, Yes, we did. Very good. Let's go into an empty space illusion, said Ho Qinglin with a resplendent smile of his own. He shook his hands and bright lights appeared which surrounded the crowd. People frowned. Their surroundings were changing and they were no longer in the palace. It was snowing there. Some people were on snowy mountains while others were on the ground, and some in the sky between the snowy mountains. We're in another place now, thought many people. Here everybody will fight. Those who are defeated will appear outside the illusion, It will also mean that they're eliminated and won't become Imperial Cultivation disciples," said Ho Ching Lin loudly. "Everybody would die." "Poor you, you're dead already," said Yang Zilan. Yang Ziyi, Jiang Ning, and the others were also not far from them. Lin Feng and Qiu Yu Xian were there too. "I forgot to tell you something here. Everybody has the same cultivation level. You all have the strength of the first Tianqi layer. These are perfect conditions to see who's really strong," said Ho Ching Lin. Lin Feng smiled in a resplendent way. Yang Zilan and the others' facial expressions changed drastically. They were scared now. In fair conditions, everybody had the same cultivation level. Who would be crushed like an insect now? "Remember what I said, you can only use what you studied in the palace to fight. You can't use anything else, including your spirit or blood strength. Otherwise, I will take you out myself," said Ho Ching Lin indifferently. Everybody started sensing their strength as expected. They all had the strength of the first Tianqi layer. Ho Ching Lin made them enter a palace, practice a certain skill set, and then he had taken them to that world and restricted their strength to that of the first Tianqi layer. That was fair. Nobody could use their spirit, their blood strength, or other spells. Ho Ching Lin was giving everybody the opportunity to fight a fair battle. Those who came from rich families had access to more things than others, so in real life, they had more chances to succeed. Here, everybody had the same chance to succeed. Sigh. People were upset. Ho Ching Lin's rules were very strict. "Not using our spirit is fine, but what about blood strength? It's an integral part of our body. It is part of our flesh, why forbid us from using it?" said someone else. Not being able to use their blood strength, what an exaggerated rule. Use your self-confidence to fight. If you think you can despise other people, show them that you can really despise them. You all have the opportunity to prove to everyone else why you are so confident," said Ho Ching Lin indifferently. He then added, "Do you think my teachers, Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu, attach importance to such things? What they care about is the way you practice cultivation, your vision. Blood strength can be reconstructed. A spirit can be reborn. Blood strength can be reconstructed. A spirit can be reborn." The crowd was amazed. Emperors could give their disciples blood strength and spirits. That's why all they needed were disciples with a pure heart. People who were real cultivators, with strong understanding and analytical abilities. Of course, having a powerful blood and spirit was a plus. "All right, let's start," said Ho Ching Lin. He rose higher up in the sky and looked at everyone to make sure everyone followed the rules. "You're right, the recruitment process is fair. Insects will be crushed and eliminated," said Lin Feng to Yang Zilan. He then started walking towards him with confidence and no hesitation at all. Lin Feng hated Yang Zilan. He wanted to get his revenge and teach the Yang clan a lesson. Lin Feng couldn't wait to become an Imperial Cultivation disciple. "We just learnt a skill, in front of me you're still nothing," said Yang Zilan, releasing chi of the first Tianqi layer. In the palace, he studied a powerful punch attack. He hadn't understood everything though. 2 hours weren't enough. He understood the basics though. "I will crush you today. I will show what it feels like to be an insect," said Lin Feng with a resplendent smile. He then threw himself at Yang Zilan. Yang Zilan raised his fists. Pure and dazzling lights appeared. Splashing sounds could be heard because the chi was rolling in the air like waves. "Water is pleasant to be in, but gigantic waves can easily kill people," said Yang Zilan coldly. The splashing sounds were becoming more violent. It seemed like nothing could block such waves. "Die!" shouted Yang Zilan furiously. His waves turned into sharp energies and rolled in the air towards Lin Feng. "Tasteless," thought Lin Feng when seeing Yang Zilan's attack. Didn't look great at all. Kaboom! Lin Feng punched the atmosphere in the direction of the waves. It contained the force of the earth and sky. It was simple but contained an incredible power and explosive force. The force of the earth and sky weren't like other types of strength. It was much more efficient if used properly. Yang Zilan pulled a long face. He was furious. He stopped attacking and ran. However, he found out that he wasn't as fast as usual. Lin Feng's punch reached him and he groaned with pain. "Brother!" shouted Yang Ziyi. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng was close again. I will show you how I crush insects. Boom boom. Lin Feng punched Yang Zilan again and blood splashed everywhere. Geniuses crush insects, said Lin Feng, jumping onto Yang Zilan's head. Everyone was astonished. Lin Feng was trampling Yang Zilan. Jiang Ning, attack! Shouted Yang Ziyi furiously. He immediately threw himself at Lin Feng. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously while punching again. He looked like a death god. Bzzz! Lights appeared and disappeared again. Jiang Ning didn't understand. Slash! Slash! A terrifying energy crashed onto Jiang Ning's third eye and he turned deathly pale. It was a dazzling light. Slash! No surprise. In a flash, Jiang Ning disappeared. It was an illusion. People didn't die for real, but disappeared from that world instead. People who were defeated, like Jiang Ning, wouldn't become Imperial Cultivation disciples. They were simply eliminated. What a piece of trash. I've always wanted to crush him too. He's pathetic and ridiculous, said Lin Feng in a detached way. Yang Ziyi and the others pulled long faces. Boom boom. Lin Feng trampled on Yang Zilan's face again and blood continued to splash. The physical pain was nothing compared to the pain in his soul. Lin Feng was humiliating him again. He wanted Lin Feng to die. Who's the insect? You tiny ant, said Lin Feng with a smile. He jumped on Yang Zilan's face again. Half his face was in the snow now. You look ridiculous. Boom boom. Yang Zilan disappeared in the snow and then Lin Feng moved aside looking expressionless. At that moment many people were amazed. Lin Feng was a beast. He even humiliated the Yang clan. But in the illusion battles were fair. And there, Lin Feng could defeat Yang Zilan without having to use any strength. That proved if they had been of the same cultivation level, Lin Feng would have easily crushed him in the outside world. Yang Zilan couldn't withstood a single attack. You called me an insect, what are you then? Asked Lin Feng proudly. Everybody attacked their enemy while shouting furiously. Some people wanted to get their revenge against those who called them insects. Boom! Yang Zilan came out of the ground and threw himself at Lin Feng again. Fuck off! Lin Feng punched him again. Yang Zilan crashed into the ground violently. Arg! Shouted Yang Zilan furiously. Lin Feng looked at him coldly and said, What? You'll never become an Imperial Cultivation disciple as long as I'm here. Boom boom. Lin Feng punched Yang Zilan's face again. Then, in the blink of an eye, Yang Zilan disappeared. Lin Feng had killed him, in the illusion at least. Yang Zilan wouldn't become an Imperial Cultivation disciple this time. You? Said Yang Ziyi, pulling a long face. She was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Her brother, Yang Zilan. He wouldn't become an Imperial Cultivation disciple because of Lin Feng. Don't look at me like that. You guys are geniuses after all, said Lin Feng. He walked towards Yang Ziyi and said coldly, Yang Ziyi, I saved you when you were almost raped. I was polite. What did you do in exchange? You humiliated me and asked your clan to kill me. Yang Ziyi looked upset at that moment, but she remained silent. They hadn't expressed their gratitude to Lin Feng. In their eyes, Lin Feng was worthless. You think you are incredible, pure, powerful, rich, and that I am nothing. I took you home safe and sound. You even thought I had saved you because I thought you were hot and rich. But I just wanted to be friends. But you don't care about insects, even insects who save your life, said Lin Feng with a cold smile. Yang Ziyi really had those kinds of thoughts. Lin Feng understood her perfectly. They despised people who didn't have a social status as high as theirs. Do you think an insect like you can still reach the clouds? Said an ice-cold voice at that moment. Xian Yuan appeared next to Yang Ziyi. Yang Ziyi looked at him and smiled. She also took a deep breath of relief. Xian Yuan was famous in Bahuang province because he had imperial blood. He was a real genius to boot. He wanted to defeat Lin Feng because he wanted to rank first amongst the Tian-level cultivators this time. I don't know about reaching the clouds, but at least I'll kick her out of here, said Lin Feng indifferently. Is that so? Show me then. You think that you're an overlord because you managed to climb up the 9 groups of steps? Said Xianxia proudly. They were staring at each other and releasing their energies. Bzzz. They both released incredible energies. Many people looked at them. One was Lin Feng, who had defied the skies and climbed up 9 groups of steps during the first part of the exam. The other one was Xianxia, a rich and powerful cultivator. That was the clash of the titans. Lin Feng looked like he was one with nature at that moment. His qi and the qi of the earth and sky were the same. Lin Feng can defy the skies and use the force of the earth and sky, thought the crowd looking at Lin Feng's pure qi. His qi was emitting whistling sounds now. Xianxia smiled coldly. He shook his hand and lights appeared. He was absorbing the strength of the earth and sky as well. Xianxia imperial blood. The crowd was captivated. Lin Feng was using natural force, Xianxia was using some kind of strength and condensing it. Let's see if you can protect yourself, said Xianxia. He then suddenly started running towards Lin Feng with his fist raised. The atmosphere was shaking. Lin Feng looked at him and raised his fist too. He also started running towards him. Boom boom. A terrifying wind started blowing. It seemed like the space was going to explode. What a terrifying force. Even with the strength of the first Xianxia layer, they're still very strong, thought the crowd. Both were incredible cultivators. Not bad, but if you want to reach the clouds, it will be difficult with just that, said Xianxia with a cold smile. Both their fists collided. A beam of light appeared, along with roaring sounds. Boom boom. Lin Feng sensed the energies move towards him. They crashed onto him and he was propelled backwards. How impressive. Xianxia is really strong. Lin Feng surely can't compete with him, thought everyone. Lin Feng was talented. He had done better than everybody else during the first part of the exam, but Xianxia had imperial blood. Lin Feng couldn't withstand the first attack. When Yang Ziyi saw that, she smiled in a resplendent way. Xianxia was better than Lin Feng after all. At least you managed to climb up the 9 groups of stairs, but now you're going to be eliminated, said Xianxia coldly. He continued running towards Lin Feng while condensing energies in his fist. You're strong, said Lin Feng. With his imperial blood and many years of practice, Xianxia had, indeed, become strong. Phew! Lin Feng remained fearless and determined. He condensed force again and smiled. His fist was emitting crackling sounds. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously while throwing himself at Xianxia. Boom boom! Explosions sounded. Not bad. Let's see how many attacks you can endure, said Xianxia. He raised his fists again. The qi of the earth and sky was still rolling in the air. They were both surrounded by terrifying energies. Even with the restriction on their cultivation level, they were still incredibly strong. Yang Zilan hoped that Lin Feng would lose fast. Surprisingly, he wasn't dead yet. Xianxia had imperial blood and had, in real life, broken through to the 7th Xianxia layer. Therefore, he was more experienced than Lin Feng and understood cultivation better than him. But even considering that, it still took him time to defeat Lin Feng. Boom boom! More explosion sounds invaded the atmosphere. The mountains around them exploded. Their clothes were fluttering in the whistling wind. All right, shouted Xianxia. He smiled and said, You're a good fighter. You also managed to climb up 9 groups of steps, however, I will still kill you. Xianxia sounded proud and arrogant. He slowly raised his fist. The wind around him was whistling as he absorbed the strength of the earth and sky and made it flow in his flesh. He was really talented. Xianxuan's entire body started emitting dazzling lights. Because we can't use the skills and techniques we want, talent plays the biggest role. And I am more talented than you, said Xianxia proudly. He looked like he despised the whole world, as if nobody could have defeated him. You're much more talented than Yang Zilan, but you're as ignorant as him. He also thought nobody could defeat him, said Lin Feng while running forwards. In a flash, rumbling sounds shook the space. Lin Feng was surrounded by force, the natural force of the earth and sky. He was using the earth and sky as a weapon. How scary. He understands these forces so well. He's 5-6 times stronger than he should be, even with a restricted cultivation level. Thought the crowd. What a pity that Lin Feng didn't come from a rich family. With such talent, he would have become incredibly strong. He would have become like Xianxia. I never lost against someone at the same level as me. You can't compete with me now, said Xianxia proudly and aggressively. Neither have I. I can easily defeat people like Yang Ziyi if they're of the same level as me. I can use the force of the earth and sky, shouted Lin Feng. Force rolled in the air and condensed in Lin Feng's body. Then he threw himself at Xianxia. Die! Xianxia shouted furiously. Their fists collided again. The mountains around them turned to ashes. Arg! Boom, boom, boom. It was as if the sky was going to collapse. Many people had forgotten about their own fights at that moment. They were captivated by Lin Feng and Xianxuan's battle. In such a short time, they had shown so much power. They did all they could to become Imperial Cultivation disciples. The crowd thought that no matter who won, both of them were geniuses. Unfortunately, one of them wouldn't become an Imperial Cultivation disciple. Alright, you can be proud of yourself because our fight is still equal. Luckily, you studied a new technique in the palace. I will show you what it's like to have incredible understanding abilities, said Xianxia smiling. He moved farther away from Lin Feng and raised his fist while condensing strength inside. How strong! Both studied for 2 hours and Xianxia understood his technique way better than Yang Zilan. Thought the crowd. Xianxia, with the strength of the first Tianqi layer, was showing incredible power. Is that so? Show me then, said Lin Feng, who raised his fists too. He condensed more energies as well. What an explosive power! Thought the crowd. They were shivering. Lin Feng had punched Jiang Ning and expelled him in the blink of an eye. I'll destroy you, shouted Xianxia furiously and punched the air in front of him. Bzzz. The earth shook and Xianxuan's fist disappeared in the air. But the strength was still palpable. Empty space fist. The crowd was astonished. Xianxuan's fist had disappeared, but it was still there. At the same time, Lin Feng enveloped his finger with the force of the earth and sky. The crowd could sense the two fighters' energies. Bzzz. His finger disappeared as well. Empty space finger. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng had done the same as Xianxia. He had learnt an empty space technique too. Incredible. Bzzz. Terrifying forces rolled in waves around them. Their attacks reappeared at the same time and more energies rose up in the sky. Two beasts! The crowd was more and more astonished. Those two cultivators were incredible. They also had a similar level of understanding. They were smarter than anyone else there, it seemed. It's all right, but I already know that. You're disappointing me, said Lin Feng in an indifferent way. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng coldly. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng was so strong. His cultivation level was higher than Lin Feng's, so he should have understood the mysterious marks of the palace much better. But it wasn't the case. Lin Feng, with the strength of the fourth Tianqi layer, had understood those marks just as well as him. You have high understanding abilities, unfortunately. You're not from a rich and noble family, so your blood and your spirit aren't as good. Otherwise, you'd be a real genius. If we could use all our powers, you'd have lost already. Many people could even defeat you easily. However, in front of me, you're still an insect, even if we both have the strength of the first Tianqi layer, said Xianxia. He appeared happy, but seemed to think that it was a pity that Lin Feng wasn't the member of a rich and noble family. Lin Feng's talent were wasted. Lin Feng looked at him and smiled. If I could use all my powers, I'd show you that your so-called talent is useless in front of me. You have nothing to be proud of. You practiced cultivation longer than me. If we had progressed in the same environment, I'd be much stronger than you. The crowd enjoyed listening to them talk. They were both proud. Lin Feng even said that Xianxia wasn't particularly good. I wonder how Lin Feng can act as arrogantly in front of Xianxia, thought the crowd. They had the feeling that Lin Feng was a bit too confident. Xianxia was incredible and had imperial blood. Once outside of the illusion, Xianxia could easily kill Lin Feng, especially with his blood strength and spirit. You're just showing off. Too bad we can't fight with our full power. I'd show you that you're ridiculous otherwise, said Xianxia coldly. Apart from bragging, what else can you do? Let's finish the battle, okay? Replied Lin Feng. In the air, Ho Qing Lin smiled when he heard them and said, since you're both so confident, I'll give you one chance. You can give it a try. Eh? The crowd didn't understand. He was allowing Lin Feng and Shen Yuan to give it a try? Ho Qing Lin was allowing them to fight in normal conditions, but if one of them lost, wouldn't it be unfair? They wouldn't be able to become Imperial Cultivation disciples. I allow you to fight in normal conditions, you can use anything you want. Of course, everybody saw how strong you both are, so I already consider that you both passed the exam. I suppose nobody has anything to say against that, said Ho Qing Lin looking at the crowd. Everybody nodded. Of course they didn't mind. If Shen Yuan or Lin Feng stayed in the illusion and continued the exam, they would have the opportunity to fight against them too, and nobody wanted to fight against them. All right, haha. Awesome. We can fight as we wish, said Shen Yuan laughing. Lin Feng, I will give you an opportunity to show everyone your abilities. Ridiculous, said Lin Feng when he heard Shen Yuan making fun of him. He then said coldly, I will just show you that being arrogant is risky when one isn't strong enough. I can't believe you're so confident. We'll see, said Shen Yuan. He then started walking towards Lin Feng. An incredible strength started flowing in his hand. Even with the strength of the first Tianqi layer, it was incredible. Even with pure strength, I can defeat you, said Shen Yuan walking towards Lin Feng. You're the only one who thinks that way, said Lin Feng while condensing blood strength. He also condensed pure qi, the strength of the Haruka and the Buddha. His different sorts of strength started flowing all throughout his body. Lin Feng then walked towards Shen Yuan, fearlessly. Die! Shouted Shen Yuan furiously while punching towards Lin Feng. None of them were flinching. Not bad, but piss off now, shouted Shen Yuan. In a flash, he released his strength. His hair started fluttering in the wind and he looked insane. His punch was even more powerful than with the restrictions. Blood qi. Lin Feng looked at him coldly. He also released his strength of the Haruka and circulated his blood inside his body. His fist looked like a dragon. Piss off! Shouted Shen Yuan furiously. His voice was scary and pierced through people's eardrums painfully. Both of them were propelled backwards. A distance of a few hundred meters appeared between them. Eh? The crowd didn't understand. Lin Feng's blood seemed powerful too. Shen Yuan didn't have the advantage. Shen Yuan was surprised too. He sensed Lin Feng's blood. It was quite strong. His facial expression changed. He thought he would crush Lin Feng in the blink of an eye with his blood strength. But things weren't happening that way. Even with his imperial blood, he didn't have the advantage. It seems like I need to use some special methods to gain the advantage, said Shen Yuan coldly. He moved his hands, as if he were dancing, and released an oppressive strength. Boom! Shen Yuan punched the atmosphere towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng sensed the oppressive strength. He felt like he was going to kneel down under it, but he didn't. You're a bit too weak, said Shen Yuan running towards Lin Feng again. He punched the air towards Lin Feng again. Lin Feng sensed the energy and it felt like his bones were going to break. Demon Seal Strength. Lin Feng released Demon Sealing Strength and punched the atmosphere. Shen Yuan suddenly felt immobilized. If only talent counted in the cultivation world, you would be too weak, said Lin Feng. It was a clash of the titans. Shen Yuan's oppressive strength could oppress Lin Feng. Lin Feng's strength of the Haruka could paralyze Shen Yuan. They were both very strong. If I'm too weak, then teach me how to be a strong cultivator, said Shen Yuan. He then shouted furiously, Die! The sound waves created by his voice turned into sharp blades and moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng moved back and groaned furiously. Arg! In a flash, he released an incredible strength. The sounds emitted by Lin Feng's attack sounded like a furious dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The atmosphere was distorted as Shen Yuan was propelled backwards too. When the air between them settled down, Xianxia looked upset. He didn't have the advantage at all. The crowd was surprised too. Lin Feng was incredible. They knew Xianxia had imperial blood and was strong. But he still didn't have the advantage. So far, it was a draw between them. You can be proud of yourself, you're resilient. Now, I will show you what real intense strength is, said Xianxia coldly. He was really angry because he thought that he would defeat Lin Feng in a few seconds. Proud or not, you can't judge me, you're just a show-off. And now, this battle is getting difficult for you, said Lin Feng mockingly. Xianxia pulled a long face, but didn't reply. He started running towards Lin Feng again. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as he released a monstrous qi. My determination makes me proud and strong. Nobody can resist my strength, said Xianxia. His intent contained the force of the earth and sky as well. A furious dragon appeared in the sky above. I've rarely seen people as arrogant as you, said Lin Feng with a cold smile. He started running forwards too. His sword qi started emitting whistling sounds in the air as it moved forwards with an indomitable determination. Xianxia was surprised and said, Level 7 sword intent. Not bad. But against my level 8 intent, what can you do? Boom boom. Xianxia continued moving forwards. He wanted to destroy Lin Feng's sword qi. Is that so? I rely solely on my level 7 sword intent though, said Lin Feng moving forward towards Xianxia. He also released fire energy which contained fire intent. The crowd was surprised. Dual intent and each at a high level. Bzzz. A hurricane appeared and collided with the sword and fire qi. People gasped with amazement. Level 7 sword intent, level 6 fire intent, and level 6 wind intent. Is that enough? Asked Lin Feng. The crowd was speechless. 3 different sorts of intent, level 7 sword intent and level 6 wind and fire intent. That was scary. Lin Feng mastered 3 different types of intent at such a high level even though he had only broken through to the 4th Tian Qi layer. Stop talking and fight. We'll see if it's enough, yelled Xianxia. He ran towards Lin Feng in the air. His intent and force of the earth and sky were becoming thicker and thicker. Lin Feng's sword, fire and wind energies also condensed using the strength of the earth and sky. Together, all those energies were even more powerful. Die! Shouted Xianxia. His qi was moving towards Lin Feng with an incredible speed. Boom boom! The sky and earth seemed like they were going to collapse. Both Lin Feng and Xianxia were propelled backwards. Rumbling sounds spread in the air. As before, Xianxia hadn't managed to take the advantage. The energies slowly dispersed. Xianxia was staring at Lin Feng coldly, but said nothing. They had been fighting for a while, but he hadn't gained the advantage once. He couldn't say anything. All he could do to show everyone he was the best was to kill Lin Feng, otherwise nobody would believe him. Also, that was the only way to prove to himself that he was the strongest and that nobody could defeat him. This time, Xianxia was furious. Lin Feng looked cold and detached. He looked neither happy nor sad, neither furious nor exhilarated. Disciples of rich and powerful clans couldn't compete with people who had imperial blood. That was a fact. Xianxuan's abilities were really incredible. That's why he acted so arrogantly. Even in front of Ho Qinglin and Mu Chun, he acted arrogantly and fearlessly. He just hoped he would surpass them someday. That kind of person had only one goal: to become an emperor. Lin Feng wasn't scared though. He had seen great emperors. He had been in the Jade Emperor's palace and saw the 4 statues. All of them were emperors and great emperors. He had seen the 3 Lives Demon Emperor and the Demon Emperor in the Death Valley. Xianxia wanted to become an emperor. Lin Feng didn't only hope to become an emperor, he wanted to become a great emperor. Bzzz. In the air, Xianxia moved again. His hand streaked across the sky as a trail of energy appeared. Bzzz. Another wave of energy appeared. A word appeared in the sky. The word, Xian. Around the word, there was an incredible amount of energies. Even the crowd who was very far away could sense those energies. Xianxia didn't stop though. He wrote another word in the sky, Yuan. What an incredible strength. Those are mysterious holy marks. He wrote his own name using them. How incredible! How majestic! Thought the crowd. This time, what would Lin Feng do? When they looked at Lin Feng, they saw that he looked calm and detached. He slowly lowered his head and then raised his head. Lin Feng also started moving his hands. The marks he left in the sky contained an incredible and seemingly infinite amount of energy which was undulating and changing. Deadly energies emerged from those marks. Lin Feng can do it too, thought the crowd. People were even more surprised. Xian Yuan and Lin Feng had many spells and techniques to draw from. The Xian Yuan word became more distinct now. Its oppressive power intensified as well. Lin Feng wrote a word too. He wrote the word die in the sky. It contained incredible sword energies. The word Xian Yuan also contained Xian Yuan's intent. Lin Feng's word contained sword energies. Xian Yuan raised his head and looked at Lin Feng's word. He sighed, but continued condensing energies into his word. I wouldn't have thought that I would need to use real and genuine blood strength against you. It is the first time I have had to do that against someone of your level. Xian Yuan said slowly. Finally, Xian Yuan was going to show what his blood strength really looked like. Finally, Lin Feng was going to be defeated. However, he could already be proud that he had managed to fight that long against Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan raised his hand and dispersed the terrifying energies. The word Xian Yuan disappeared too. Lin Feng looked at Xian Yuan and smiled. He raised his hands too. His word die disappeared as well. Then, Xian Yuan released his blood strength which emitted whistling sounds. I will show you how an emperor fights. Even if you lose, you can be proud of yourself, said Xian Yuan slowly. His body gradually turned into an illusion as if he was changing bodies. He looked domineering, majestic and powerful. He looked like an emperor as his blood strength emerged. That was imperial blood. His flesh contained imperial strength. There was nothing he couldn't do. At that moment, Xian Yuan looked dignified as if nobody could stop him. Even with the strength of the first Tianqi layer, he looked incredible. With his real strength of the 7th Tianqi layer and his incredible imperial blood, he would have been even more terrifying. The crowd couldn't even imagine. With the body of an emperor, one of my punches is enough to kill someone of the same level, said Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan was now acting as if he were a real emperor. I told you, in my eyes, you're the same as everybody else. You're just a cultivator, that's all, said Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng's body also started turning into an illusion. He was bathing in golden lights. Very quickly, Lin Feng turned into an ancient Buddha. He looked majestic, dignified, domineering. Then, he turned into a Haruka and he was suddenly surrounded by demonic and ice-cold energies. People's hearts started racing. Lin Feng's body was flashing. 1 second he had the form of a Buddha, the other he had the form of a Haruka. Ho Qinglin was surprised as well. His eyes were twinkling. In the continent of the 9 clouds, only one person had such a body. It was the 3 Lives Demon Emperor who had practiced the 3 Lives Buddha Demon skills, and he was extraordinary. There were 3 people in one body. Each body was incredible strong. They all had the strength of a great emperor. At that moment, surprisingly, Lin Feng reminded him of the 3 Lives Demon Emperor. Lin Feng's demonic energies were intensifying at that moment. He looked like a demon and his body was becoming even more distinct. Xian Yuan looked like an overlord and Lin Feng looked like a death god. Lin Feng uses the demon Buddha form to benefit the most from the demonic energies and to hide something. I see, thought Ho Qinglin. But what did Lin Feng want to hide? Did he want to hide a demonic skill? Did Lin Feng have a powerful demonic skill? All right. Xian Yuan was fixedly staring back at Lin Feng. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng could also turn into a demon. Lin Feng wasn't any weaker than him at that moment. From now on, I will never say you're an insect ever again, however. I will still kill you. You want to kill me? Said Lin Feng looking like a demon. He then added coldly, ridiculous? Can you kill me? Your demonic body is powerful, but is your corporeal body strong enough? If you don't have powerful skills and strength to back them up, can you defeat me? Said Xian Yuan proudly. He then started running forwards again. In a flash, he arrived in front of Lin Feng and punched the air in his direction. He first wanted to see how resistant Lin Feng's Haruka body was. Could he break Lin Feng's bones with just his imperial strength? Boom boom! A loud spread in the air as well as terrifying energies. Lin Feng could barely breathe for a second. That wasn't the strength of the first Xianxia layer, that was much stronger. Even cultivators of the third and fourth Xianxia layer couldn't withstand that attack. Demonic energies rose up in the air. Lin Feng slowly raised his hands and punched back at Xian Yuan's fist this time. A very loud and strident sound spread in the air. Xian Yuan's facial expression was very serious. Even though he had a strong corporeal body, Lin Feng's strength of the Haruka blocked him. That was impressive to say the least. Xian Yuan suddenly released energies from his hand. He rose up in the air and looked at Lin Feng from above. "I'll show you what real strength looks like," said Xian Yuan coldly. He started condensing more energies in his fist as a gigantic imperial hand appeared above. "Sky-killing hand. Die!" shouted Xian Yuan furiously. That terrifying and gigantic hand was dazzling. It seemed like it could hold bare the weight of the sky alone. "Gigantic demon hand!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. A gigantic demon hand appeared in the sky. "Your hand can't block mine," said Xian Yuan, throwing himself at Lin Feng. Boom boom! If the demonic hand was destroyed, Lin Feng would be in a bad position. The demon chi was enough to suffocate some people. "Great celestial demonic skill! Die!" shouted Lin Feng. He rose up in the air. Boom boom boom! The imperial hand wasn't enough to block the demon hand. Xian Yuan had a strong corporeal body, but he was propelled backwards anyway. Lin Feng ran in the air and stood above Xian Yuan. He glared down at him coldly. His pupils were pitch black. The crowd shivered when they saw Lin Feng's eyes. "You took all the initiatives, you thought you were incredible, and you thought you could kill me. Let me tell you something, you can't kill me, but I can kill you," Lin Feng announced loud and clear. Was Lin Feng really that scary? People remembered that Lin Feng had climbed up the 9 groups of stairs. Initially, everybody thought that it was impossible, but in the end, Lin Feng did it. Now, everybody thought that Lin Feng would die easily, but they had been battling for who knows how long and Xian Yuan wasn't looking so hot anymore. "Demon Fury, die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. Pitch-black energies rolled in the air. In a flash, a terrifying demonic hand moved towards Xian Yuan, emitting terrible demonic sounds. Xian Yuan was petrified. What was going on? Lin Feng wasn't only condensing energies into his demonic body, he also had incredible skills. Had Lin Feng learnt special demonic skills? "No matter if we're the same level or not, I'm the only one who kills others. You will absolutely not kill me. Die!" shouted Xian Yuan furiously. He rose up in the air quickly and released his blood strength once more. "I will be the exception," said Lin Feng, looking terrifying with his pitch-black pupils. "Insane demon, arg!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. His demonic body looked extremely scary. It was as if the earth and sky were quivering in fear. Millions of demons seemed to be baring their fangs and brandishing claws. Xian Yuan trembled, he actually looked scared. "1,000 demons, 1,000 claws," said Lin Feng in a demonic voice. All those hands emitted whistling sounds as they fused together. Then they surrounded Xian Yuan. Lin Feng looked merciless. He kept moving his hands. He looked scary. Lin Feng condensed some explosive strength in his hands and said, "Demon destruction, destroy. Bzzz." Xian Yuan felt immobilized, as if his flesh was corroding away. Lin Feng's demon destruction attack contained corrosive energies and acted as a sort of cage as well. "Piss off." Xian Yuan released more energies. However, Lin Feng looked unperturbed. He continued condensing his demonic energies. "Destroy," said Lin Feng. An explosive force crashed onto Xian Yuan's body again. "Destroy, destroy, destroy." Lin Feng's voice echoed across the battlefield, deep and hoarse-like. Lin Feng continued to condense incredible demon energies and barrage Xian Yuan with them. "Arg!" Xian Yuan released his spirit. He was stuck in Lin Feng's demon destruction cage. He had no choice but to release his spirit. The crowd looked incredulous. Xian Yuan, who had imperial blood and a strong corporeal body, needed his spirit to escape the demon's constriction. Lin Feng had the advantage now. "Do you think your spirit can still help you?" said Lin Feng in a deep voice. His voice was piercingly cold. "Destruction die," said Lin Feng. In a flash, his explosive power surrounded Xian Yuan. Slash, slash. Terrifying sounds spread in the air as everybody was staring at Xian Yuan. Lin Feng's demonic qi seemed unfathomable. Arg! Xian Yuan looked at the sky. How? His body was being corroded. Was he going to lose? His eyes were red. He couldn't give up. However, Lin Feng looked at him expressionless. "Don't think that because you have imperial blood or more experience that you can kill me so easily. If Master Ho Qinglin hadn't said that we were both qualified already, I'd be willing to say that you're qualified to become an imperial cultivation disciple," Lin Feng said. Xian Yuan's brow twitched. "Arg!" He shouted furiously and his body slowly disappeared from the illusion. Lin Feng had won. Xian Yuan had died in the illusion. The crowd was speechless. Lin Feng's demonic energies slowly dispersed. However, Lin Feng was still there. Xian Yuan, who possessed imperial blood and was an excellent fighter, who despised everyone and had said he would easily defeat Lin Feng, had lost. The crowd realized now how scary Lin Feng was. They had seen it with their own eyes. If they hadn't seen it for themselves, they would hardly believe it. Xian Yuan was talented and had thought that he would rank first amongst Tian-level candidates. He had thought that, after that, he would ask for Yang Ziye's hand and that the Yang clan would admire him. However, Lin Feng had rescued Yang Ziyi, had been humiliated by her clan and had crushed her future husband. Lin Feng showed everyone how strong he was by defeating Xian Yuan. Yang Ziyi couldn't believe it. She was trembling. She felt humiliated. She could still see the battle play out in her head. She had thought that Lin Feng was a nobody, a weakling. She had humiliated him over and over again. She thought that her future lover, Xian Yuan, would defeat Lin Feng in one strike and that he would ask for her hand then. Zhou Yuxian was astonished too. She was looking at Lin Feng in the sky with her heart pounding. She was gasping in amazement. She had been scared that Lin Feng would get injured throughout the battle. She didn't mind if he lost or not. She just wanted him to be safe. She didn't think that he would defeat Xian Yuan in such a glorious way. She was overjoyed. Qiu Lin and Qiu Mei, and even Zhou Yuxian's third uncle wanted to kill Lin Feng. How foolish. She would always hate them for that. If they had seen what just happened in the illusion, the Qiu clan would have welcomed Lin Feng with open arms and would have given him Qi Yuxian's hand. He was an authentic genius and his future was bright. Xian Yuan thought he was going to become an emperor. Well then, what about Lin Feng? Didn't that mean he was going to become an emperor as well? He's awesome. He always let me win, thought Zhou Yuxian with a resplendent smile. She had attacked Lin Feng a few times in the past, but Lin Feng never showed her his real strength. Thinking back about that, she felt happy. Ho Qinglin hadn't thought that Lin Feng would win either. In the northern part of Bahuang province, even Ho Qinglin had heard of Xian Yuan. That's why he said that no matter who the winner was, they would both be qualified. Actually, he had just tried to help Lin Feng. If he had known that Lin Feng would win, he would have preferred to eliminate Xian Yuan. That would have been more interesting. At that moment, Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at Yang Ziyi. She was petrified and turned pale. Yang Zilan had no chance to become an imperial cultivation disciple this time. Lin Feng had eliminated him. Now that Xian Yuan had been defeated by Lin Feng, she couldn't compete with Lin Feng. "What do you want?" asked Yang Ziyi to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at her from above in a disdainful way. They had switched places, it seemed. She used to be the one who looked at him in a disdainful way. "I rescued you. I took you home safe and sound. Your clan humiliated me. Xian Yuan was supposed to rank first and now I defeated him. How does it feel to see that the piece of trash who will be your future husband lost?" Lin Feng said indifferently. Yang Ziyi pulled a long face. You won because you have the same cultivation level in the illusion. How dare you compare yourself to him? Said Xianxia coldly. Indeed, I've been practicing cultivation for 10 years now and I can already defeat him. When I reach the clouds, I'll spit on him, said Lin Feng calmly. He wasn't proud to have won against Xianxia, but at least he had taught them a good lesson. Lin Feng wasn't a saint, he didn't believe there were saints either. Everybody had different motives and different friends. What was the purpose of cultivation if it was to remain indifferent? If people humiliated him, then he would enjoy humiliating them back. Attack, said Xianxia. She knew she had no chance to become an imperial cultivation disciple. Lin Feng wouldn't let her off either. She hated him. That nobody, Lin Feng, had eliminated her brother and was now going to eliminate her now. Lin Feng raised his hand and punched the air in Xianxia's direction. In a flash, she disappeared from the illusion. The crowd was astonished. Nobody understood what was going on. They had heard about Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi who wanted to kill Lin Feng. Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi hated Lin Feng. Of course, Lin Feng didn't care about them. After all, they had wanted to kill him since the start. They had plotted against him, so Lin Feng didn't need to act merciful. Ho Qinglin was observing them. 1,000 people were left in the illusion. Won't you all continue fighting? Asked Ho Qinglin indifferently. If you don't continue fighting, I'll take you out and prepare another exam for you. Whatever you decide, there will inevitably only be 81 people left. Many people remained silent, but they seemingly didn't want to continue fighting. That exam was too hard. If they were careless, they could get eliminated quickly. Since you don't want to fight, I'll take you out, said Ho Qinglin. He shook his hand and the small world disappeared. They appeared in the palace again. Everybody was in the palace, including those who had been eliminated. Xianxia, Yang Zilan, Yang Ziyi, they were all there. Boom! Yang Zilan released terrifying energies towards Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng right away. Lin Feng looked at him indifferently. He didn't even try to dodge the attack. How insolent! Shouted a furious voice which made the whole palace shake. Sound waves crashed onto Yang Zilan's body, which left him crawling on the ground and spitting out blood. Brother! Yan Ziyi looked alarmed. Yang Zilan looked back at Ho Qinglin while still spitting out blood. He didn't dare get furious again. Ho Qinglin was incredibly strong. Even if Yang Zilan was rich and powerful, he couldn't do anything against Ho Qinglin. Next time, I'll kill you, said Ho Qinglin coldly. Lin Feng was furious because Yang Zilan was disrespecting this holy place, Tiantai. He had shown disrespect for Tiantai and its inhabitants. Yang Zilan was actually this impolite. Ho Qinglin's attack wasn't even enough to punish Yang Zilan. Yang Zilan didn't say anything. He felt like he had lost everything. He belonged to a rich and powerful family. He had managed to climb up the stairs. He had thought he'd become an imperial cultivation disciple, but in the end, he was eliminated by Lin Feng. Now, people would make fun of him in Ba Huang. He couldn't even get his revenge while Ho Qinglin was there. Ho Qinglin could kill him with one finger. If he tried anything funny again, Ho Qinglin would kill him. He was the emperor's direct disciple. He didn't fear the Yangs. Yang Zilan was supported by a rich family. Ho Qinglin was supported by emperors. You don't know how to differentiate good from bad, said Lin Feng mockingly. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng coldly, but didn't try anything. Lin Feng glanced at Xianxia and saw murder in his eyes. Of course, Xianxia was furious. He was so strong, he was so famous. Losing against Lin Feng wasn't something he longed for. Everybody knew that if Lin Feng and he were at the same level, he wouldn't have lost. The news would spread quickly in Ba Huang. I told you clearly that those who had been eliminated could either continue practicing cultivation in Tiantai and apply to become imperial cultivation disciples in the second batch. Of course, you can leave too. Someone can show you the way if you want to leave. Nobody will force you to stay in Tiantai, said Ho Qinglin. Many people sighed. They had passed the first part of the exam, but not the second part. Now they didn't know what to do. You can go now, said Ho Qinglin slowly. Those who had been eliminated simply left. I hope that you will become an Imperial Cultivation disciple and that you will stay in Tiantai so that they can protect you forever, said Yang Zilan coldly Lin Feng. Then he left. He was crushed. A genius like him had failed. Forever? Ridiculous, said Lin Feng glancing at him coldly. Surprisingly, Yang Zilan was threatening him. How ridiculous. The Yang siblings left. However, everybody understood that the Yang Zilan wouldn't let Lin Feng off this easily. If Lin Feng ever left Tiantai, they would find him and kill him. After they left, Ho Qinglin took the crowd out of the palace and back on the road. There were palaces all around them. Everybody looked at those 81 palaces in the distance and hoped to end up in one of them soon. If they became Imperial Cultivation disciples, they would be able to have their own palace in Tiantai. How glorious! Let's go, said Ho Qinglin to the crowd. They continued walking. Someone suddenly came running up to Ho Qinglin. Brother, how's it going? That person was also one of the Emperor's direct disciples. Mu Chun. It's all right. We can switch now. I won't be worried if you take care of them. You just have to make sure they feel exhausted. Mu Chun smiled indifferently. Ho Qinglin shook his head and smiled wryly. Brother, you're too generous. All right, be merciless. Mu Chun laughed wholeheartedly and Ho Qinglin said, nodding, all right, they're yours. Brother, don't be too nice to them. All right, said Mu Chun nodding and laughing. Ho Qinglin then left. After Ho Qinglin left, Mu Chun smiled at the crowd and said, you must be tired after those difficult challenges. I'll take you to a nice place. Mu Chun smiled indifferently. He gave everyone the impression he was easygoing. However, what did he mean by a nice place? They were wondering. Besides, from what Ho Qinglin had said to Mu Chun, they were even more curious. However, everybody understood that to become a strong cultivator, one couldn't be merciful. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's first recruitment process was extremely important. Mu Chun was the Emperor's direct disciple, so if he did anything good for the candidates, it also had to be in accordance with the objectives set in the frame for the recruitment process. Therefore, when Mu Chun said he was taking them to a nice place, only few people felt relaxed. A vast majority of them were actually getting ready to fight for a palace, that is. Mu Chun took the candidates to a palace that was different from the one Ho Qinglin had taken them. The palace looked like an illusion and contained a particular energy. Inside, the oppressive strength is going to crush your bodies. It's similar to the energies which were used on the flight of stairs. It's not entirely the same though. Inside, the lights will take you to different places, said Mu Chun smiling. Everybody was wondering what it was. Was it a deployment spell? Different lights, different places? If you want to become Imperial Cultivation disciples and obtain one of the 81 palaces, you must enter. Going inside that palace can be beneficial or fatal. Now, you can decide whether you want to take the risk or call it quits. If you decide to give up now, you can still stay in Tiantai and practice cultivation for 100 days and you'll have the opportunity to apply as a second batch student. That was a nice place according to Mu Chun. I'll repeat, you can choose what you want to do now. You can give up or you can put your life in the hands of fate, said Mu Chun. As a cultivator, I fear nothing, said someone and then immediately jumped into the lights. The energies were oppressive. Boom! He released pure chi, but the energies kept oppressing him. It seemed like he was going to suffocate. The energies were even more oppressive than the staircase from the first exam. Bzzz. A terrifying sound invaded the atmosphere and that candidate disappeared. He's right. Cultivators are fearless, said someone else who then jumped in. Many people followed. The same thing was happening to all of them. The pressure seemed very high and then they slowly disappeared. Lin Feng didn't move. He slowly sensed that oppressive energy and frowned. Lin Feng had the sensation that the intensity of the energy was different from one moment to another. There was a pattern. The more a cultivator could the oppressive energies, the more oppressive the energies became. Mu Chun said that those lights could take us to different places. I suppose the opportunities will be different depending on how long we can stay in those lights, thought Lin Feng. He then said to Xianxia, Xian, when you're inside, Try to endure the lights as long as you can until you absolutely can't stand it anymore. All right, said Xianxia, nodding. She looked like an obedient child. Lin Feng walked into the lights, and in a flash, a terrifying energy oppressed his body. That energy was terrifying. No wonder so many people couldn't endure it for that long. Xian Yuan followed Lin Feng into the lights. He wanted to try competing with Lin Feng again. Inside the illusion, Lin Feng had defeated him and killed him. Xian Yuan had to gain back his reputation. Otherwise, he would never gain back his self-confidence. Lin Feng didn't mind. Lin Feng had already humiliated the Yang siblings and Xian Yuan. He had his revenge. The most important thing now was to become the emperor's disciple and rank as high as he could in the competition. After becoming an imperial cultivation disciple, all those people who wanted to kill him wouldn't be able to anymore. At least, he would be safe in Tiantai. The energies became even more oppressive, but Lin Feng looked relaxed. That wasn't difficult for him after having practiced in the magical flight of stairs. More and more people ran into the lights. Some people used their own strength to endure the pressure longer. Most people were convinced that the longer they could stay inside, the better. Otherwise, after the flight of stairs, why would Mu Chun bring them there? Bzzz. 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 Many people disappeared. Those who could endure the pressure were less numerous. The energies were becoming even more oppressive by now. Lin Feng sensed the fifth wave of energy coming, and it was very intense. He circulated his blood strength throughout his body and closed his eyes. It seemed like he wanted to fuse together with those energies and with the natural force of the earth and sky. In the flight of stairs, the energies could propel people away. This energy is different, the pressure is downwards, as if one had something heavy on their back. It continues to get heavier until you teleport, thought Lin Feng calmly. At that moment, the pressure was extremely intense. Lin Feng continued condensing energies. If the oppressive energies suddenly disappeared, his own energies would propel him to the clouds. Maybe the places we're being sent are up in the sky, thought Lin Feng. He opened his eyes and raised his head. Everybody had first moved up before disappearing. No matter what, Lin Feng wasn't going to give up. The energies were powerful, but at least they were useful to practice cultivation under. Lin Feng was fearless. He didn't mind suffering to become stronger. Everybody disappeared, and in the end, only Xian Yuan and Lin Feng were left. Mu Chun looked at Lin Feng and smiled when he saw how perseverant he was. That was interesting. I hope you'll become stronger, little boy. Our master sent my fellow disciple to Ganyu to singularly find you after all, thought Mu Chun. That was the world of cultivation. They didn't mind most things. Even though their teacher attached such importance to Lin Feng, if he couldn't persevere, then he was worthless. He had to be determined to remain interesting. Nobody was willing to waste time on an unmotivated or ungrateful student. Only if Lin Feng took great efforts, the emperor would respect him. Xian Yuan didn't manage to surpass Lin Feng once again. He ended up being propelled upwards by the energies, leaving Lin Feng as the last one. Lin Feng felt like he was going to suffocate, his body was shaking. Finally, Lin Feng sensed that he was rising up and he disappeared. Bzzz. It was as if he had been attacked. The lights propelled him high up in the sky. In a flash, he was in another world. Lin Feng glanced around to see what was new. There were stones and walls all around him. There were drawings, carvings, and paintings. All of them were portraits. They all look extraordinary, thought Lin Feng, glancing at those portraits. All those portraits contained an incredible energy too. Lin Feng walked around and observed the paintings. His attention was drawn to a portrait of a man who looked extremely aggressive. He was holding an axe. He looked like he wanted to chop the whole world apart with that axe. Lin Feng could sense an incredible qi emanating from that portrait. It had to be an emperor. Lin Feng stretched his hand and touched the painting. He immediately had the sensation that the man was attacking him with his axe, as if he was trying to chop Lin Feng in two. Lin Feng took back his hand and continued walking around, still shocked by the experience. Lin Feng stopped in front of another portrait. It was a handsome and cold-looking man. He had the eyes of a beast. It was difficult to forget such eyes. Lin Feng turned around quickly. He didn't want to start at that portrait for too long. His godly awareness wasn't strong enough. Maybe Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu drew those paintings, thought Lin Feng. Apart from emperors, who could have produced such powerful paintings? They all contained an explosive power. Besides, all those portraits probably depicted emperors. Otherwise, Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu wouldn't have put such terrifying qi into them. But why put all the paintings there? There were hundreds of thousands of pieces in there. Each of them looked incredibly real. That must have meant that Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu had seen them personally. How many emperors were there in Bahuang province? Maybe there were emperors from Bahuang province, Jiyu, and maybe even from the Holy City? Lin Feng was sure that Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu had seen those people personally. Lin Feng continued walking around and stopped in front of each painting. Very quickly, Lin Feng found out that the paintings on one wall were different from the others. There were only a few paintings on that particular wall, but they were less distinct than the others. Maybe Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu had painted them that way because they hadn't seen them personally and had relied solely on their memories to paint them? Lin Feng looked at them and suddenly had déjà vu. There was one portrait of a man wearing black clothes. He looked demonic and scary. The Demon Emperor. Lin Feng had seen the Demon Emperor's statue in the Jade Emperor's palace. On his side was a woman. She looked incredibly beautiful. Her face was covered with a veil so Lin Feng couldn't see her facial traits clearly. It probably meant that Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu had never seen her face either. She looked emotionless and expressionless. Is that Empress Shi? Thought Lin Feng. In the Jade Emperor's palace, the Empress Qi wasn't distinct. However, she was extremely beautiful just like this one. In the Jade Emperor's palace, the statues had been created by the Jade Emperor himself. He had depicted the great emperors he admired. He had also left a note which said the Empress had died. The 3 Lives Great Emperor. Lin Feng noticed a painting with a very particular qi. Lin Feng recognized the 3 Lives Demon Emperor, 3 bodies, 3 types of cultivation. Apart from the 3 emperors and great emperors, there were a few other portraits of very strong and powerful people. Lin Feng would never forget those people. Maybe they were powerful emperors from the antiquity. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know if the lives of emperors and great emperors had limits. As long as they didn't die in battle, couldn't they live for millions of years? Weren't emperors and great emperors who were alive in the antiquity still alive? Maybe they were immortal. Lin Feng had seen something similar with the 3 Lives Demon Emperor. It seems like the Demon Emperor, Empress Shi, and the 3 Lives Emperor are very famous. The Jade Emperor wasn't the only one who admired them. Even though Emperor Yu and Emperor Shi have never seen them, they also admire them. They just relied on their memories to paint them. Thought Lin Feng looking at the paintings. He could only guess. He didn't know where he was and why those paintings were there. However, he enjoyed looking at those paintings. In Bahuang province, Xian-level cultivators were considered extremely weak, Tian-level cultivators were ordinary, and Zun cultivators were considered fairly strong. Cultivators had to be, at least, emperors to be admired. Then they could have their own disciples, their own followers. Lin Feng could only guess about emperors. He didn't know enough about them. When a cultivator reached such a high level, he probably only stayed with people at the same level, which meant other emperors. Lin Feng couldn't imagine what it was like to be an emperor. He didn't even know where they lived. I am the one who stayed the longest in the lights, and now I'm surrounded by portraits of emperors with incredible energies. If I practice cultivation in here for a few days, it will probably help me a lot, thought Lin Feng. Mu Chun was one of the emperor's direct disciples. He seemed to think highly of Lin Feng just like the Sadhu or Ho Ching Lin. Lin Feng still didn't understand what his relationship to these people was. Were they friends, future fellow disciples? Was it a teacher-disciple relationship? Besides, Mu Chun had said that those places could be dangerous. But in that room, Lin Feng hadn't seen any danger yet. Lin Feng didn't ask himself too many questions. All in all, he had an opportunity to become stronger, so practicing cultivation was the best thing he could do now. He would benefit from Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's paintings. Lin Feng walked to the center of the room and sat down cross-legged, taking out his Tianxian stone. Lin Feng sensed all the energies of the paintings distinctly. Lin Feng visualized the emperor with the axe. His ice-cold eyes. It seemed like he could crush people's souls with his eyes. It was as if nobody dared look him in the eyes. There were definitely many things to study in there. Lin Feng opened his book Spirit. Lin Feng sensed his surroundings distinctly, clearly and slowly, visualizing all the paintings. He could only manage this task slowly. He was realizing how terrifying those paintings were while slowly familiarizing himself with them. The energies were becoming even more intense. If Lin Feng was careless, the paintings would attack him. After a long time, Lin Feng opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He had used his awareness to study the paintings, but the longer he studied them, the more terrifying the energies became. So he decided to take a break. I can only study one painting at a time. If I managed to study them all, it would be incredible for my cultivation, whispered Lin Feng. Actually, he really wanted to study only one of them in detail and master it. But in the end, he did things differently. It was such a rare opportunity that he had to make things compact. Studying them all a little was beneficial as well. Very soon after, Lin Feng started studying again using his Tianxian stone and his spirit. He was slowly becoming stronger. Studying imperial teachings could only make him stronger. Besides, those weren't ordinary portraits. They were portraits of emperors which contained essential aspects of their own cultivation. After 19 days, Lin Feng was still sitting there and he didn't know how much time had passed. Bzzz. A strength appeared in the room and the qi became increasingly intense. It turned into a whirlwind and slowly condensed around Lin Feng. Eh? Lin Feng sensed the energies and opened his eyes. What was going on? Lin Feng didn't understand. What a terrifying strength. He frowned. Could it be a sign that he had to leave the place? Towards the massacre place at all costs. Come out alive, said a mysterious voice at that moment. Massacre Palace? At all costs, come out alive? That voice wasn't Mu Chen's voice. They had probably sentenced the candidates for their last exam. Many people were going to die inside, but the survivors would become Imperial Cultivation disciples. The energies surrounded Lin Feng as he realized that the voice was echoing. He lowered his head and realized he wasn't in the palace anymore. He was in a terrifying empty space full of energy. There were many people under him and they were all surrounded by the energies as well. Bzzz. Lin Feng had the feeling he was in a space, like the path to mysterious world where the Jade Emperor's palace was. Boom boom. Lin Feng fell down on the ground and he suddenly felt like all his bones were going to break. Where am I? Thought Lin Feng. There were pale lights and an evil qi. It was strangely cold as well. Desolate qi. I can sense some desolate qi. Lin Feng sensed desolate qi very clearly, especially since he had absorbed it before using his bestial consciousness. The energy which brought me here was extremely powerful. Maybe it brought me millions of kilometers away from Tiantai. Massacre Place. That place was probably where the final exam would take place. How to finish the exam though? Thought Lin Feng. Where are the thousands of people he saw in space while being brought there? They were probably all in that mysterious place with him. Lin Feng started walking without knowing exactly where he was going. He just wanted to see if anyone else was there and how big that place was. He was very cold. Had that place undergone a massacre? Slash! Lin Feng heard a sharp sound and he was suddenly surrounded by deadly energies. He felt ice cold. People had died there and he was certain of it now. That energy was so cold that it seemed like it could kill people without any resistance. They could just wait for death. How could I die here? Thought Lin Feng, feeling determined. He suddenly released some energies. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously while turning around. The sound waves produced by his voice contained demonic energies and made the entire atmosphere shake. Slash, slash. Subtle sounds spread in the air as Lin Feng was surrounded by those piercingly cold energies. It was as if he could see other people there. At that moment, a dagger filled with ice-cold energies moved towards him. Piss off! Lin Feng raised his hand and punched it. Boom, boom. Lin Feng's punch reached a person, who then turned around and ran towards a forest. Third Tian Qi layer. Lin Feng used his Xiao Yao agility technique and moved extremely quickly to chase that person. That person had managed to hide their qi. Probably wasn't someone who was sent there with him. Surprisingly, there are people inside that forest who can hide their qi and who are seemingly very strong. Where am I? Thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng had the feeling he was inside an illusion. The cultivator of the third Tian Qi layer probably knew the surroundings quite well. Lin Feng didn't really understand what was going on yet, though. If his godly awareness hadn't been strong enough, the attack a moment before would have killed him. You think you can escape? Said Lin Feng coldly. He used wind intent to move even faster. Coupled with his Xiao Yao agility technique, he was as fast as lightning. However, the enemy didn't leave any trace of qi. Lin Feng had to be careful, otherwise he could easily be jumped again. No wonder that cultivator of the third Tian Qi layer attacked me, thought Lin Feng. He tried to release qi to see if he could find the enemy. That person knew they couldn't escape, so they turned around. Lin Feng had the feeling it was an illusion, a deadly illusion at that. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously while releasing energies and punching the air in front of him. His punch contained demon seal energies. Boom! Lin Feng's demon seal strength restricted his enemy so they could barely move. Lin Feng had broken through to the fourth Tian Qi layer and his opponent had the strength of the third Tian Qi layer. Therefore it wasn't difficult for him to gain the upper hand. Boom, boom! That person crashed on the ground and blood splashed out their mouth. Slash! That person released ice-cold dagger energies. As Lin Feng wasn't too far from them, their cold energies felt even colder. Die! Said Lin Feng coldly. He had studied the emperor's paintings and was prepared for some battles. His opponent could barely move after being punched. Boom, boom! He was crawling now. Lin Feng trampled on their arm and crackling sounds were heard. The opponent gave a horrible shriek. Why did you attack me? Asked Lin Feng. The opponent looked at him in an evil and cold way. Since you're here, why would you ask? Asked the opponent. Where are we? Asked Lin Feng coldly. The opponent looked at him in a strange way. How had Lin Feng made it there? Besides, he hadn't thought that he would lose with his abilities and his illusions. He had killed many people, many of whom were as strong as Lin Feng, sometimes stronger. In the illusion, it was usually difficult for people to counterattack. However, Lin Feng easily understood his attacks and had even chased him. Maybe Lin Feng was a manhunter? Don't you know? Asked the opponent coldly. I don't know, replied Lin Feng. How did you come here then? Asked that person coldly. I asked you a question, answer me, maybe I won't kill you if you tell me, said Lin Feng just as coldly. What? Maybe he wouldn't kill him? He still had a chance to live. Nobody was merciful there. How could Lin Feng be merciful? Are you serious? If you continue asking questions, I'll change my mind, said Lin Feng coldly. We're under the Huang Sea, in a place made of fire. It's also a place of massacre. Many extremely strong cultivators and imperial cultivation disciples come here to practice. They come here to kill people and become stronger. It's a place where life and death coexist. Here, people fight for strength, not for glory, said Lin Feng's interlocutor. Lin Feng was surprised. He was under the Huang Sea. No wonder there was desolate qi. According to legends, that place was created by several strong cultivators from the Ba Huang province. They took huge risks to create that world. It is also very beneficial to practice cultivation here. Everyone who wants to become an imperial cultivation disciple has to come here at least once. If they die here, then it means they're not strong enough to become imperial cultivation disciples. There are also several imperial cultivation disciples who come here to practice. They're the only ones who can come here without any restrictions. And only emperors can send people here. Disciples who belong to rich and powerful families have to ask emperors for their permission before coming here. Therefore, when people come here, they're merciless and will try to kill everyone. That's why I tried to kill you, said that person. That was a place of massacre, People went there to kill, and those who wanted to become Imperial Cultivation disciples had to come here at least once. No wonder Mu Chun sent us here. We have to massacre people, thought Lin Feng. He then asked again, how vast is this place? How many strong cultivators are there? It's as vast as a city. There are only Tian-level cultivators here. If there were Zun cultivators as well, it would be difficult. I don't know how many people there are total though. There are people from the entire province. Apart from Imperial Cultivation disciples and rich young cultivators, there are few others who are sent here. Therefore, I think there should be a dozen or several hundreds of thousands of people, replied Lin Feng's interlocutor. How can we get out? Asked Lin Feng. The other remained silent. Tell me the truth. If I think you're lying, I'll kill you without hesitating, said Lin Feng coldly. He had the impression that his interlocutor was scared. Cultivators of the first Tianqi layer have to kill 10 people here. There are people who guard the territory and altars of sacrifice, so you have to go through them to get back to your imperial territory. If you have broken through to the second Tianqi layer, then you must kill 20 people and so on. A cultivator of the 9th Tianqi layer must kill 90 people, said Lin Feng's interlocutor. Lin Feng had to kill so many people to get back. No wonder that place was a place of massacre. He didn't want to tell Lin Feng because Lin Feng might then kill him. That would be 1 of 40 down. So I need to kill 40 people to get back, thought Lin Feng. How cruel. To become an Imperial Cultivation disciple, to become a really strong cultivator, he had to trample on other people's bones and corpses. In that place, one could live or die, but they had to be a good hunter. We can't stay here too long. Our battle will attract more people, said Lin Feng's interlocutor. There were many people in there and weak people had to be careful not to become prey. Lin Feng nodded. It was part of the exam to become an Imperial Cultivation disciple. If he encountered a cultivator at the top of the Tianqi layer, he would be in mortal danger. There were also the Imperial Cultivation disciples who often came to practice. Lin Feng took his foot away off his interlocutor's arm. He was surprised and said, "Thank you. How many people did you kill so far?" asked Lin Feng. 18. Lin Feng nodded. His interlocutor still had 12 people to kill before leaving. In Tiantai there were 1,000 candidates, all of whom had to kill a few dozen people. Maybe in the end, even less than 81 of them would make it out. "Let's stay together," said Lin Feng indifferently. That person frowned. "You don't want to?" That person suddenly looked scared. Nobody was nice there. If he didn't obey, maybe Lin Feng would kill him. No problem. I'm staying with you," said Lin Feng's interlocutor. In the distance, someone gave a horrible shriek. It wasn't far from them. "Over there," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng's new partner didn't mind. Lin Feng seemed strong. Lin Feng was surprisingly kind too. He hadn't killed him. Slash. Slash. They only walked a few meters before they heard another sound. Lin Feng stopped again and frowned. "I feel like someone is watching us. I think someone is hunting us," said Lin Feng's new partner. He seemed afraid. He was hunting others so far, and now he had the sensation people were hunting him. The nightmare was starting. However, Lin Feng remained silent and continued walking as if he had said nothing. He seemed so relaxed, thought that person. The energies were getting even more intense. Slash! At that moment, a sharp sound spread in the air. Boom! Lin Feng raised his fist and punched the air, breaking the attack. Slash! Slash! A flower appeared in front of him, and it looked strangely dangerous. Lin Feng ran forwards and punched the air again. Someone fell down and blood splashed. That person was dead. "He's dead." Lin Feng's new partner was astonished and turned deathly pale. He hadn't seen who had killed that person. He had probably sensed their qi a moment before. Lin Feng walked towards the corpse and turned it with his foot. That person's throat had been slit by a sharp blade. Lin Feng remained silent and continued walking. He was surrounded by a pale white light and an ice-cold qi. It looked like his body was covered with snowflakes. "We can't continue. It's a dead end over there," said Lin Feng's new partner. Lin Feng continued though. "Come with me," said Lin Feng, turning his head. His new partner kept shaking his head and said, "I can't stay with you. I'm off. See you." Then he turned around and ran away from Lin Feng. "Come back," shouted Lin Feng. However, the guy acted as if he hadn't heard him and ran away. Slash! A beam of light moved into the distance. Blood splashed and that guy collapsed. "Hunters of darkness." Those were the guy's last words. Even though Lin Feng said he could forgive him, he had ended up being hunted by someone else, but there was nobody there. There was seemingly nothing in that forest. Lin Feng didn't see anyone. The energies he used to kill that guy illuminated the atmosphere for less than a millisecond, almost impossible to trace. "Hunters of darkness," whispered Lin Feng. In a flash, he had killed several people around him, but he hadn't seen them. Lin Feng had no choice but to be cruel in there. He then continued walking calmly. Lin Feng wasn't shocked by death anymore. He had killed so many people in his life. Snowflakes were floating around him. Nothing could affect Lin Feng's mood though. Snowflakes were floating around him and he felt calm and serene, as if he were strolling in a park. Slash! An ice-cold light appeared. Bzzz. At the same time, an empty space strength appeared too. Sounds spread in the air. But Lin Feng wasn't affected. He was hiding in his snow illusion. Boom boom. Then suddenly his empty space illusion disappeared. Lin Feng, who had been calm, suddenly looked vigilant and released sword energies. Die! Boom boom. Rumbling sounds spread in the air. An incredible quantity of sword energies invaded the atmosphere. At the same time, Lin Feng punched the air around him, but still couldn't see anyone. He had to protect himself. From the darkness, someone groaned with pain. There were other subtle sounds, and after a short time it became calm again. There was absolutely no sound anymore. Lin Feng was motionless and lowered his head. There was blood. Lin Feng frowned. He realized what had happened. Hunters of darkness. Shadows. Lin Feng hadn't seen anyone. Mr. Kong. Lin Feng suddenly looked grave and solemn. He remembered the Yunhai sect and the old man in the mountains who had sacrificed himself to save Lin Feng. Mr. Kong's spirit was a shadow. He could kill people without being seen, just like that person a moment ago. Maybe that person had a shadow spirit like Mr. Kong. Lin Feng signed and continued walking. That place was incredible. I encountered 2 strong cultivators in such a short time. Luckily, I was stronger than them, otherwise I would have died. Thought Lin Feng. At that moment, he was starting to realize how scary that place. Luckily, the cultivator with the shadow spirit wasn't stronger than Lin Feng, and luckily Lin Feng had managed to injure him. In that place, there were all sorts of Tian-level cultivators. In order to finish as fast as possible, high-level cultivators had to kill a lot of people. In order to become a good hunter, cultivators in that world also had to learn how to watch their own back. Drip, drip. Lin Feng heard some water and frowned. He raised his head and without hesitating, he immediately punched the air. At the same time, he released some dazzling energies and noticed people. Die, said Lin Feng. He had injured the cultivator with the shadow spirit, but he was still trying to kill him. He was hiding in trees now. I was too careless, thought Lin Feng, wiping sweat off his forehead. Everything became dark around Lin Feng as he was surrounded by an incredibly sharp qi. He started moving like the wind. Lin Feng tried to follow the cultivator with the shadow spirit by listening to the sounds the leaves made as he moved. The cultivator with the shadow spirit had tried to kill Lin Feng twice. Did he think Lin Feng was that easy to kill? Suddenly, the sounds stopped. Lin Feng raised his hand and released energies. Die! Shouted Lin Feng coldly. Lights of energies streaked across the sky and disappeared. Slash, slash. Another sound spread in the air. Lin Feng looked. Was that guy leaving? Drip, drip. Blood appeared. Someone was injured. Lin Feng had managed to injure him with his last attack. Humph! Lin Feng groaned coldly. If that guy hadn't tried to kill him twice, Lin Feng wouldn't have chased him. If he didn't do anything, the guy with the shadow spirit would probably try a 3rd time and a 4th time. Lin Feng chased him. They arrived in a field, but as before, Lin Feng couldn't see anything. He was just relying on the sounds he heard and the qi. For him, that was enough. The cultivator was quite fast though. They weren't far from each other, but Lin Feng's opponent wasn't any slower than him. That guy was probably using advanced agility techniques. Kacha kacha! Another sound was heard. Two dazzling white wings appeared and illuminated the surroundings. Bzzz! A strong wind started blowing as Lin Feng became even faster. "You're insane!" shouted someone furiously. The guy with the shadow spirit was furious. He wouldn't have thought he'd meet such an insane guy as Lin Feng who didn't care about drawing other people's attention. Many people would come over. He didn't dare stop now. He had even been injured by Lin Feng, so if he stopped again, Lin Feng would certainly kill him. If he had known that Lin Feng would chase him like that, he wouldn't have attacked him. Almost there, thought the guy with shadow spirit. Slash, slash. Lin Feng threw himself at him. He looked scary. "You want to die," said the guy with the shadow spirit. Lin Feng sensed desolate qi and rumbling sounds spreading in the air. Desolate qi. They were under the Huangxi. Even though there was a separation between the Huangxi and that small world, some qi still spilled into that world. Surprisingly, the cultivator with the shadow spirit could use the desolate qi there. "Die!" shouted that person furiously. The cultivator appeared in Lin Feng's field of vision. It was a slim young man. He avoided Lin Feng's sword qi and attacked him with some desolate qi. Bzzz. The desolate qi approached Lin Feng. The young man was smiling in a cold way. Lin Feng moved backwards as if he was still worried that the desolate qi could affect him. Lin Feng calmly looked at the desolate qi. Desolate qi had no impact on Lin Feng. It was just a energy for Lin Feng. The young man's facial expression changed drastically. Desolate qi had no effect on Lin Feng? "You must be disappointed," said Lin Feng coldly. He opened his silver wings and turned into a white beam of light, throwing himself at the young man while condensing sealing strength in his hands. Shadow! The young man disappeared once again. Lin Feng didn't give him any chance to escape though. Lin Feng's sealing strength was more than enough for him. Bzzz. Lin Feng's opponent could barely move. He fixedly stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng could block desolate qi and could use sealing strength. How scary was that? Why had he attacked Lin Feng? What a tragedy. He had come there to practice cultivation and he was very strong. But that small world was cruel. They were all hunters in there. He hadn't thought he'd meet someone with such a diverse skill set as Lin Feng's. "Don't you want to kill me?" said Lin Feng, raising his finger and shooting a beam of light towards the young man. Blood splashed again. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. He punched the atmosphere in the direction of the young man who suddenly looked hopeless. In a flash, he died. Lin Feng had even released some desolate qi in his attack. How was that possible? He clearly saw that Lin Feng possessed desolate qi. He hadn't borrowed it from his surroundings. No matter what, he was dead now. He was Lin Feng's first prey. Many people came closer, but when they sensed the desolate qi, they moved back. Desolate qi was terrifying. Lin Feng raised his head and continued releasing desolate qi. Desolate qi is so powerful, thought Lin Feng, raising his head. There were some black lights in his desolate qi. The young man with the shadow spirit had brought Lin Feng there on purpose, thinking he could attract the desolate qi and kill Lin Feng. Unfortunately, it hadn't worked. He knew that there was desolate qi here. "There's a hole, so he brought me here on purpose," whispered Lin Feng. Then he decided to leave that place. Very quickly, Lin Feng arrived in another place, far away from that desolate qi. He was wondering where Xianxia was. She had the strength of the 7th Tian Qi layer. As long as she didn't encounter anyone stronger than her, she should be fine. Lin Feng frowned. He had the impression that the situation was getting dangerous. "Is someone chasing me?" thought Lin Feng. That place was very dangerous. Luck and strength were the two determining factors. Massacre Palace. Show me who wants to kill me. Lin Feng continued moving forwards. Killing was easy now with all the skills and techniques he had. But Lin Feng still felt uncomfortable, as if someone was following him. He released his godly awareness, but didn't notice anything in particular. He soon came across some extremely strong people who were hiding their qi. Lin Feng stopped and said, "Stop hiding and come out." His voice echoed far away, but nobody replied. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Drip, drip. Finally, a sound came to Lin Feng's ears. Wind brushed against his clothes and it was ice cold. As expected, "There's someone." Lin Feng's facial expression turned serious. He remained motionless as snowflakes started floating around him. Drip, drip, drip. The sounds were intensifying and seemed to be coming from all around him. Lin Feng started to feel really cold. The energies became even more intense as the battle was about to start. Boom! A terrifying qi surrounded Lin Feng. Shadows appeared all around. Piss off! Lin Feng punched the air, destroying the shadows. Illusion technique. Those shadows weren't real people, they were illusions. Lin Feng released his spirit. His pupils became pitch black and he could clearly see all around him. He looked rather cold and expressionless. More shadows attacked him, but Lin Feng didn't care about them. They were only illusions after all. His eyes were closed, but everything appeared very clearly in his brain. It seemed like nothing could escape his awareness. Slash! A subtle sound spread in the air. The illusions suddenly looked more real. Boom! Lin Feng opened his eyes and glanced around. He saw someone's face. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Red lights appeared in the darkness. He also released an explosive amount of sword qi. Loud sounds spread all around as the illusions all disappeared, destroyed by Lin Feng's blood sword. The enemy was trying to escape now. "Where are you going?" said Lin Feng, amused. He chased the cultivator with the illusions. It was a shadow cultivator again. It was difficult to see them. How annoying! Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He used his human sword fusion and turned into a sword. Boom boom! A hand appeared which contained terrifyingly sharp energies and moved towards Lin Feng at incredible speed. What's going on? Thought Lin Feng. He was still using his human sword fusion as he turned around and moved up. He now started using his blood strength. Slash, slash. Lights appeared in front of him. The enemy was attacking him again. Arg! Lin Feng was furious. He started running towards those lights. Lin Feng knew perfectly well what was going on. There wasn't just one person attacking him this time. Die! A golden hand appeared behind Lin Feng and hit him. It felt as if his organs were going to explode. 3 people. 3 people were hunting him. Buddha demon body! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He didn't use his empty space bestial illusion technique. Instead, he turned into a Buddha demon. Dazzling golden lights and pale dark lights twinkled all around his body. 1,000 Buddha punches, 10,000 demon fists! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Millions of hands appeared all around him, both Buddha and demonic. They moved in all directions around him. Boom, boom, boom. Energies rolled in the air. 2 silhouettes moved backward and hid in the dark again. It was as if they had never appeared. Lin Feng glanced around. He was furious. Surprisingly, several people had attacked him at once. It seems like some people join hands here too, thought Lin Feng. He had just encountered a killer squad. Who are you? Asked Lin Feng coldly. The atmosphere was calm for a few seconds, and then a voice echoed back to Lin Feng. Hunters of Darkness. Hunters of Darkness, repeated Lin Feng. He then said coldly, I killed a hunter of darkness already. We're all hunters of darkness, said someone else. Voices came from all around. The hunters of darkness consisted of a group of people. Drip, drip. More people came. They were all hiding in the dark so Lin Feng couldn't see them. In the distance, there was someone standing proudly on a gigantic tree. That person looked like an overlord. Nobody dared attack him. It was Xianxia. The hunters of darkness are going to kill you and I don't need to do anything to stop them, thought Xianxia. His eyes were filled with murder. He knew that place already, for it was his second time visiting there. He also knew the Hunters of Darkness. In Ba Huang province, there was someone called the Imperial Hunter who had terrifying hunting techniques. Nobody dared offend him. His disciples were all of the same class. Assassins. Xian Yuan knew everything there was to know in Ba Huang province. He also knew the Hunters of Darkness personally. On the other hand, Lin Feng didn't know much about Ba Huang province. Lin Feng could only guess what was going on using his eyes and intelligence. Those people were very dangerous, let alone they had joined hands to fight him. Those assassins used elite hunting skills, illusions, shadows, assassin's techniques. Lin Feng heard even more people and said, "If you want to attack me, then attack me together. There's no need to hide." However, nobody paid attention to what he said. They continued hiding in the dark. Suddenly, a strong wind started blowing around Lin Feng. He was surrounded by an illusion again. It was similar to the illusion from before, where it seemed like several shadows were attacking him again. "So you want to fight again?" said Lin Feng. Snowflakes floated around him this time. At the same time, he condensed fire energies. A sun pattern appeared on Lin Feng's body. It was pure sun chi and it was scorching hot. Then, he released his fire energies and all the shadows disappeared instantly. Slash! A sharp energy moved towards Lin Feng. Boom! Lin Feng released sealing energies. "Seal!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. He released sealing strength with his left hand and the world around him seemingly stopped. "Die!" shouted someone furiously. The voice came from behind him. Lin Feng condensed a black fire in his right hand which emitted crackling sounds. Then, Lin Feng released his attack. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng. "Ah!" Someone gave a horrible shriek. Lin Feng saw someone burning alive. Slash! Slash! Lin Feng continued attacking using his level 7 sword intent. It was raining fire and sword intent, kind of like fireworks. "I have no time to play with you guys." Lin Feng then released wind intent and wrapped himself up in it. He turned into a hurricane and flew far away. Drip, drip, drip. More sounds were heard. Some people were following Lin Feng. There were other people around, but they couldn't afford being too noisy because the Hunters of Darkness were there too. Some people thought that the Hunters of Darkness had killed someone. With the strength of the 4th Tianqi layer, it was difficult to escape from them. Lin Feng moved with incredible speed, but he still heard people behind. Slash! A sword light streaked across the sky. Bzzz. The sword energies appeared in front of Lin Feng. Empty space bestial illusion technique. Energies quickly surrounded Lin Feng. Bzzz. Bzzz. His empty space bestial illusion was shaking under the pressure of those sword energies. Lin Feng wasn't feeling comfortable. Things were quite dangerous for him now. That sword could kill him easily, for it was an empty space sword technique. Boom! Lin Feng continued running. He wanted to escape, but it seemed difficult. Lin Feng took out a talisman and broke it. In a flash, he started moving even faster. He could still hear people chasing him, but this time they couldn't catch up with him. Kaboom! At that moment, an incredible and explosive energy fell from the sky towards Lin Feng. He felt oppressed. Empty space bestial illusion technique. Lin Feng frowned and used his empty space bestial illusion technique again. In such a short time, he had used it twice. It was becoming difficult to manage. Bzzz. A terrifying strength bombarded Lin Feng's illusion. His empty space bestial illusion seemed like it was going to break this time. He could even sense the oppressive energies from inside the illusion. It was terrifying. Lin Feng continued moving as fast as he could and saw someone. It was a proud-looking young man. He was extremely muscular and was holding a gigantic wooden stick. It was the young man who had attacked Lin Feng a moment before. He had hit Lin Feng's illusion with his wooden stick. Not bad. You understand illusions, but even with the talisman you used, you're still too slow and too weak," said a loud voice. That voice sounded like thunder and painfully pierced through Lin Feng's eardrums. "Escaping means I'm weak? So, what would you do if a group of Hunters of Darkness attacked you at the same time?" said Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. Hunters of darkness? The young man was surprised and said, You're the one they chased. No wonder. Since we both like illusion spells, I'll restrain my cultivation level and attack you. If you can withstand a single attack, I'll let you off. You'll let me off? That young man was strange. Lin Feng was so fast. Did he need his opponent to let him off? Don't think that you're faster than me. I can easily catch up with you. So, do you think you can withstand a single one of my attacks? Said the young man. He didn't sound arrogant like Xianxia though. All right, if you give me such an opportunity, I'll take it, said Lin Feng coldly. His illusion disappeared and he stared down his enemy. I'm using the strength of the fourth Xianxia layer now. I'll punch you and we'll see what you can do, said the young man. He then threw himself at Lin Feng without talking any more. Boom boom. Lin Feng sensed the oppressive energies. His enemy had an incredibly powerful physical strength. Even with a restricted cultivation level, he's extremely strong. Lin Feng was amazed. That guy also condensed force into his attacks. Kaboom! Crackling sounds spread in the air as Lin Feng's arm felt like it was going to break off. He was propelled backwards and landed 1,000 meters behind. He propelled me backwards. That person was also propelled backwards, but only a few steps though. He scratched his head. Annoyed. Lin Feng was speechless. That young man had propelled Lin Feng 1,000 meters and he had only been pushed back of a few steps. Why was he annoyed? The young man sighed and smiled. How awesome! Let's do it again. Then, he jumped again and arrived in front of Lin Feng. Arg! He groaned like an animal and punched the air. His hair was fluttering in the wind. His veins were popping out. His clothes were suddenly torn apart. Bzzz. Lin Feng condensed all his strength into his fist, including demonic strength, sword and fire energies, and then moved forwards. Boom boom. A terrifying hurricane appeared and the sky was roaring. Boom boom boom. Lin Feng's energies seemed like they were going to explode. But that guy was incredibly strong. All right, move away, shouted Lin Feng furiously. Not only didn't he move back, he continued to move forwards. His force was rolling in waves. Boom arg! The young man groaned and punched the air in Lin Feng's direction again. The attack of Lin Feng's enemy looked like his 9 heavy waves, the attack he used back when he had just started practicing cultivation. However, this attack was a few thousand times more powerful. Could destroy mountains. Boom boom boom. The atmosphere seemed like it was going to collapse. The hurricane was as sharp as 1,000 blades. Ha ha ha. You didn't fall back. Let's try again. Boom boom boom. He continued punching the air in Lin Feng's direction. Lin Feng felt like he was going to suffocate under that stress. He circulated his blood strength throughout his body and condensed it into his fist. Lin Feng took another step forwards. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as a beam of light appeared and crashed into the ground and created a crater. Dust splashed everywhere. Their fists were still locked together. How incredible! Said the young man, laughing frantically. His laugh echoed far in the distance. He moved back and his strength dispersed. Lin Feng did the same as his opponent. They both moved back and looked at each other, surprised. He is much stronger than Xianxia and probably didn't use all his strength. I wonder if he has broken through to the 7th Xianxia layer. If he has, then he is infinitely stronger than Xianxia, thought Lin Feng, sighing. Another beast. In Ba Huang province, there were probably many strong cultivators and geniuses. Xianxia was a genius in the northern part of Ba Huang province, but in other parts there were probably other such geniuses. I haven't had such a fun in battle in a long time. I think you must be really strong. What's your name? Asked the young man, smiling. He looked like an ordinary person now. That was rare at such high cultivation levels. Lin Feng, and you? Lin Feng saw that his interlocutor wasn't a bad person. He seemed like someone who enjoyed life. He had a nice and honest smile. He could have killed Lin Feng, but didn't. My name is Yuan Fei, said the young man, smiling before adding, it's rare to meet such courageous and strong people. Let's stick together. What do you think? Stick together? Lin Feng was surprised. If he stayed with him, he would be safe, but he had to hurry and leave that place. Don't worry. You must be here for an exam to become an Imperial Cultivation disciple. I won't slow you down. However, if we meet some hunters of darkness, I'll help crush those bastards. I don't like them very much. Their teacher is a piece of dog shit that I can't stand either, said Yuan Fei. Lin Feng was speechless. He was calling an emperor a piece of dog shit? Even Xian Yuan didn't dare talk that way about emperors. Let's go, Lin Feng. Let's go and get those bastards, said Yuan Fei. His voice was really loud. It seemed like he really wanted to find some hunters of darkness. Lin Feng smiled. He was perplexed. It seemed like he had just made friends with a cultivation monster. They walked together. After a short while, some sounds were heard and the atmosphere was getting cold. Lin Feng looked nervous. It was the same sensation as before. There were assassins all around him. You're here, guys. Come out, said Yuan Fei loudly. Everybody remained silent, and then, Yuan Fei, someone said coldly. Yuan Fei must be as famous as Xian Yuan, thought Lin Feng. Even that person recognized him. He sounded annoyed, but scared at the same time. Why call my name? Just come out or I'll attack, said Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei, this has nothing to do with you. Don't think we won't kill you, said the other one coldly. Yuan Fei took a deep breath and said to Lin Feng, Lin Feng, move backward and cover your ears. Eh? Lin Feng was surprised, but nodded and moved back of 1,000 meters. Yuan Fei gazed into the distance and could only see darkness. He opened his mouth as widely as he could. Roar, 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 roar. He was roaring like a monster and his voice was emitting rumbling sounds in every direction. Boom, 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 boom. Everything broke around him. Even trees turned to ashes. His voice was terrifying. Lin Feng even started trembling. He was propelled backwards and blood splashed out of his mouth. Fuck! Lin Feng's visceral organs seemed like they were going to break. He was propelled backwards and crashed into a tree which exploded. What a shout! Yuan Fei then ran forwards like a rocket. Boom, boom, boom! 3 explosions sounded. It was a sonic boom. After forcing them out, he attacked them immediately. Lin Feng was feeling somewhat dizzy and still spitting out blood. He circulated qi in his body. That guy was a beast. Lin Feng now believed everything Yuan Fei had told him. If he had wanted to kill him, it would have only been too easy. Bzzz. Yuan Fei came back to Lin Feng and saw that he was injured. He scratched his head and said, feeling embarrassed, I told you to get back and cover your ears. Lin Feng looked at him and said, how could I know that you're that strong? Eh? Yuan Fei laughed and said, I didn't use my full strength. Cough, couch. Lin Feng coughed up some blood again. He hadn't used his full strength? What did it look like when he did? Lin Feng might have died. You're all right? Asked Yuan Fei. No problem. Just a bleeding internally, nothing more, said Lin Feng sighing. Yuan Fei looked embarrassed and smiled. Yuan Fei took Lin Feng's hand to help him stand up. He smiled and said, I'll help you now, we're buddies. If they dare come at you again, I'll crush them one by one. If Yuan Fei had bragged like that before, Lin Feng wouldn't have liked him. Of course, he now knew how strong Yuan Fei was, so that was understandable. People like Yuan Fei could do whatever they wanted. Besides, he was so nice. With his strength of the 7th Tianqi layer, Yuan Fei could easily kill 70 people in the Massacre Palace. Yuan Fei, why do you come here? You're already so strong. You can easily kill cultivators of the 8th and 9th Tianqi layer, said Lin Feng. Why did Yuan Fei need to come to that place? Lin Feng, you're wrong. We don't come to the Huangxi underground to practice cultivation and become stronger. The Huangxi was a battlefield in the antiquity. There are many corpses buried here. They were all incredibly strong cultivators. There are thus many treasures to take, hidden treasures. There are caves, there's desolate qi, many good things. Imagine if you could find some incredible ancient treasures, said Yuan Fei. Lin Feng nodded. It was a bit like his previous life. There were treasures in the sea, but in this case, the Huangxi used to be a battlefield. Apart from treasures, Ba Huang province also has people who are much, much stronger than me, said Yuan Fei. Besides, today there is someone exceptionally strong here. Oh, Lin Feng nodded. If Yuan Fei said that, that person was probably a monster as well. Of course, he wasn't talking about Shen Yuan. Lin Feng and Yuan Fei chatted as some people passed, but they left immediately when they heard Yuan Fei. He didn't care about them. The Hunters of Darkness were dangerous to Lin Feng, but not for Yuan Fei. They could find themselves more suitable victims. Lin Feng, I'll bring you to a cave where we might find some treasures, said Yuan Fei smiling. All right. Lin Feng nodded. He wanted to find some treasures too. You're not dead. When the two were about to leave, someone said that coldly and laughed evilly. Someone appeared above them and looked at Lin Feng with murder in his eyes. Someone helped you, but next time I won't give you another chance, said Xian Yuan. When we were at the same level, I easily defeated you. I even humiliated you. You can't get your revenge, you'll always be a disgrace, said Lin Feng coldly. You're famous only because of your family. Xian Yuan had lost against Lin Feng and wanted to kill him, but he kept failing. It hurt him inside. He had to find an opportunity to fight Lin Feng again and kill him. Lin Feng was lucky to have met someone like Yuan Fei. You have a glib tongue, but sometime today you'll die, said Xian Yuan. Yuan Fei looked at him and said, Who the hell are you? Piss off. Eh? Xian Yuan glanced at Yuan Fei. Surprisingly, someone dared to tell him to piss off. In Ba Huang, Xian Yuan had fought against a myriad of people and nobody at the same level, apart from Lin Feng, had defeated him. You want to die, said Xian Yuan. In a flash, he punched the air in Yuan Fei's direction. Fuck off, shouted Yuan Fei furiously. He also punched the air in Xian Yuan's direction. Their fists collided. Lin Feng was propelled backwards by the intensity of the energies. Xian Yuan was propelled backwards too. However, Yuan Fei didn't move at all. Who are you? Asked Xian Yuan. Surprisingly, there was someone that strong in there. I'm your daddy, said Yuan Fei while jumping forwards. Even though he seemed stupid sometimes, he was extremely strong and quick. Yuan Fei was as fast as lightning. Yuan Fei jumped towards Xian Yuan, condensing strength. His energies were strange. Xian Yuan pulled a long face and jumped up while condensing energies too. The atmosphere became distorted. Piss off. Arg. Boom, boom, boom. Yuan Fei looked like a bodybuilder. He punched Xian Yuan and propelled him far away. He crashed onto a tree which exploded and then turned to ashes. Boom! Xian Yuan released an incredible qi and condensed his blood strength. He was furious. Xian Yuan had been sent flying twice now. The second time, he flew away and crashed into a tree. Yuan Fei was a lot stronger than Lin Feng. You want to die? Xian Yuan stared at Yuan Fei while condensing his blood strength. He was furious. Die! Shouted Yuan Fei furiously. Xian Yuan's arms were emitting crackling sounds under that pressure. Two words appeared in the air. Xian Yuan. Yuan Fei raised his wooden stick, inhaled and ran forwards. He was running with his wooden stick, as if he had been using it to cast a spell. Dazzling lights appeared and loud sounds invaded the atmosphere. Xian Yuan oppression! Shouted Xian Yuan furiously. He released the two words which were now red and they moved towards Yuan Fei. Piss off! Yuan Fei's wooden stick became gigantic. It seemed like he could destroy the earth and sky with it. Boom, boom! The words Xian Yuan cracked and disappeared. The wooden stick continued moving towards Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan's face turned deathly pale. His blood strength dashed to the skies and emitted rumbling sounds. You're Yuan Fei! Shouted Xian Yuan furiously. Finally, Xian Yuan's energies dispersed and he moved backward. He didn't want to continue fighting. Yuan Fei was famous. Lin Feng was surprised too. He walked to Yuan Fei and said, He's scared of you. Xian Yuan, a kid with an imperial background. Next time, I'll shove my wooden stick up your throat, said Yuan Fei. Eh? Lin Feng was speechless. Xian Yuan had imperial blood, but Yuan Fei could easily defeat him. Yuan Fei scratched his head and said, I fall from an emperor. I'm not some shitty kid with imperial origins. I fall from an emperor. I'm not some shitty kid with imperial origins. Lin Feng was astonished and speechless. No wonder Yuan Fei was that terrifying. His wooden stick was incredible too. Xian Yuan very strong, but he stood no chance at all against Yuan Fei. Lin Feng could only imagine how strong Xian Yuan was. When they were at the same level, he defeated him. The battle hadn't been easy though. Xian Yuan was far from being as strong as Yuan Fei. Do you have an emperor in your family? Asked Lin Feng in a low voice. My grandfather is an emperor, said Yuan Fei smiling. Lin Feng understood. No wonder he was so strong and dared attack Xian Yuan with his wooden stick. He was an emperor's grandson. He didn't fear anyone. Besides, he actually insulted people with imperial blood. His grandfather probably wasn't an ordinary emperor. It doesn't mean anything though. My grandfather gave me some tips, techniques and skills, but all in all, I have to rely on myself. Don't think that he gave me everything. If my grandfather disappeared, many people would try and attack me, said Yuan Fei sighing. He wanted to become stronger. Lin Feng liked those kinds of people, the humble type. Xian Yuan was different from most cultivators. Real cultivators rely on their own talents. Only those who are strong enough can remain proud, whispered Lin Feng. Yuan Fei was incredibly strong. After hearing Yuan Fei's name, Xian Yuan had left. That was the difference between strong and weak people. Hehe, you're a smart guy, Lin Feng. You don't need to act modest either. You'll become extremely strong someday. You just need to modify your blood a bit more too. But for now, you can already defeat most people at the same level as you, said Yuan Fei smiling. Yuan Fei knew Lin Feng had modified his blood? Otherwise, why would he tell him that he had to modify his blood a bit more? Don't be surprised. I can sense dragon blood strength, even if I don't know where you got it from, said Yuan Fei. Lin Feng was very surprised. Yuan Fei was extremely clever. How did he do that? Let's go to the cave and see if we can find treasures now, said Yuan Fei, changing the topic. They walked together. Lin Feng understood that Yuan Fei came here to find treasures. He wasn't scared because he had nothing to fear with his strength. He could walk in the open without being attacked. The desolate chi here is a bit thicker. There might be a cave, said Yuan Fei as he stopped. He raised his head, looking around. Lin Feng stopped a bit further ahead and said, Come here, look. Yuan Fei walked over to Lin Feng and raised his head. Desolate chi was coming from over there and it was very thick. He looked at Lin Feng and smiled. You're good at finding caves. Seems like it was our destiny to meet and be friends. Yuan Fei then punched the space there and broke a hole. A very dense desolate chi flowed out. It's too small and there's nothing inside, said Yuan Fei, disappointed after a few seconds. He knew there were many caves there. Desolate chi did nothing to them. Lin Feng could absorb desolate chi, he could even swim in the Huangxi, so he didn't fear that chi. Yuan Fei didn't mind it either. For many people, finding caves wasn't that easy. They had to be careful when the desolate chi gushed out. Lin Feng, let's find another one. Lin Feng and Yuan Fei left. There was nobody around and nobody wanted to get any closer to that desolate chi. Lin Feng liked desolate chi because he could absorb it. Very quickly, Lin Feng and Yuan Fei found many caves. Yuan Fei kept breaking the entrances, but they found nothing each time. The desolate chi here is too weak. It must be a small cave again, said Yuan Fei, raising his head. No desolate chi came out this time. Eh? He saw another cave and this time his facial expression changed. That cave seemed different. Break! Shouted Yuan Fei while punching the space. Some desolate chi came out and it was very thick. Break! Break! Shouted Yuan Fei furiously. Then, suddenly, a terrifying desolate chi gushed out. It was black and it didn't stop flowing. The atmosphere was becoming very distorted. The bottom of the sea. Yuan Fei smiled and said, It seems like we were wrong. It isn't the desolate chi that isn't strong enough. It's just that it's quite deep. We have to dig. Let's find a big one. The desolate chi was becoming even more intense. Black mud filled with desolate qi kept gushing out. Precious treasures were buried deep in the ground of the Xianxia. Many people sensed the desolate qi and moved even farther away. However, people also ran over. Xian Yuan was one of those people. When Xian Yuan saw Yuan Fei breaking pieces of stones, he turned around to run. However, greedy expression appeared on other people's faces. They were all extremely strong. Only very strong cultivators had no problems facing the desolate qi. Lin Feng, said someone. It was Qiu Xian. She was running towards Lin Feng. Come over here, said Lin Feng. In the distance, some sword energies appeared. It was a young man with 3 ancient swords. His qi was incredible. He's here too, whispered Yuan Fei. He hadn't thought that guy would come too. What a strong sword qi, thought Lin Feng looking at the cultivator who had just arrived. Even without releasing any qi, people could clearly sense his sword intent as if that guy was a sword himself. Lin Feng, that guy is an incredible sword cultivator. He's the descendant of Emperor Wu Tianjian. His name is Jian Wu Bei. When I told you there's someone in here who's extremely strong, and much, much stronger than Xian Yuan, I was talking about him, said Yuan Fei. Some people were surprised when they heard that. Some others who already knew him weren't. Emperor Wu Tianjian's descendant. Everybody knew about him in Bahuang province back when. Then he had disappeared from Bahuang province. Some people said that he was dead. However, many others were convinced that he had gone elsewhere in order to become even stronger. Emperor Wu Tianjian, thought Lin Feng. In the Jade Emperor's palace, he had seen Emperor Wu Tianjian's statue in the room with the statues of emperors the Jade Emperor admired. No wonder Jian Wu Bei smelt like a sword from so far away. Qiu Xian's eyes twinkled. She was also surprised. Surprisingly, Jian Wu Bei was there. Besides, the guy with Lin Feng had said Jian Wu Bei's name very loudly without being scared. He was probably very strong as well. How had Lin Feng made friends with an incredible and amazing cultivator of the 7th Tianqi layer in the Xianxia underground? Jian Wu Bei walked up to the entrance of the cave. His eyes were twinkling. He had 3 swords on his back. He unsheathed one of them. It seemed like he could destroy everything only by unsheathing that one sword. Sword lights streaked across the sky and a trail appeared behind him. It crashed into the cave and the desolate qi became even thicker and richer, to the extent that many people had to move back. Boom, boom, boom. The desolate qi was becoming even more intense. Jian Wu Bei released more sword energies and a myriad of stones turned into ashes. Jian Wu Bei also wanted to find treasures. Kaboom! A sound spread in the air as another piece of stone exploded and a black, solid body appeared which wouldn't break. The crowd looked at it. There really were treasures there. If anything was buried that deep in its soil, it meant it had been there for at least thousands of years. The desolate qi of the Xianxia could destroy anything, so if anything wasn't destroyed by that qi, it meant it was something good. Bzzz. Jian Wu Bei grabbed the black thing and suddenly, a wooden stick fell down from the sky, crushing everything on its way down. How dare you take my things? Shouted Yuan Fei furiously. Lin Feng and he had found that cave. He didn't want other people to steal their treasures, including Jian Wu Bei. The black item flew away. Yuan Fei jumped up towards it with incredible reflexes. Humph! Jian Wu Bei groaned coldly. Dazzling sword lights streaked across the sky again as the was cut apart. People were even injured by the energies and were thrown away, bleeding. Die! Shouted Jian Wu Bei furiously. He released energies on Yuan Fei's path, trying to stop him. People started moving towards the item. Since Yuan Fei and Jian Wu Bei were fighting, they maybe had time to steal the item. Try if you dare! Shouted Yuan Fei furiously. The atmosphere became distorted as sound waves rolled all around. Some people were immediately thrown away. Blood splashed everywhere. Even those who weren't injured were still propelled far away. Some other people stopped, they didn't dare get any closer. Fuck off! All of you! Shouted Yuan Fei furiously. He used his mountain stick and empty mountains appear everywhere in the sky. Then those mountains fell down on top of them. Boom, boom, boom! Many people were directly crushed to death by those mountain. Those who were still alive were scared that they would die. Gigantic destruction rod spell. He's Yuan Fei, thought Xiao Yuxian. In Ba Huang, there was only one person who used an ordinary-looking black wooden stick, and it was Yuan Fei. His gigantic destruction rod spell contained an infinite amount of strength. It was an incredible skill with an explosive power. Lin Feng was gasping with amazement. Yuan Fei was famous. Even Xiao Yuxian knew him. Many people didn't dare get any closer. They could die if they got caught in the crossfire. Lin Feng, take it, shouted Yuan Fei. Lin Feng nodded and ran towards the item. Try if you dare. Sword energies moved towards Lin Feng, but Yuan Fei blocked them. Nobody dared fight against Lin Feng since he was with Yuan Fei. Lin Feng had no problem taking it. That item wasn't big. But when Lin Feng took it, he was suddenly weighed down by millions of kilos. It's a black meteorite and it is extremely solid. It can be used to make incredible holy weapons. Only strong cultivators can make use of it. It can also contain incredible spells, said Jian Wu Bei when he saw Lin Feng struggling with it. He then said, coldly, I'll take care of Yuan Fei. You guys take the meteorite. Then, Jian Wu Bei unsheathed all his swords and the atmosphere started whistling. Sword shadows appeared everywhere. Merciless whistling sword. The crowd was surprised by how Anji Jian Wu Bei had become. He was using an incredible skill. Yuan Fei and Jian Wu Bei both disappeared in the middle of all those sword lights. Lin Feng noticed people were looking at him coldly, and he felt very, very cold. Slash, slash. Lin Feng sensed the cold energies were nearing. Bzzz. He took out his talisman and rose up in the air. A sword light also crashed where he was just a second before. Lin Feng glanced around and saw shadows. Those hunters of darkness were after him again. Let's go. Lin Feng dragged Xiao Yuxian with him. They all started chasing Lin Feng, but they couldn't catch up with him when he used his talismans. Lin Feng wasn't worried about Yuan Fei. His grandfather was an emperor and he was extremely strong. Who would dare do anything to him? Lin Feng, we've been here for such a short time and you already friend Yuan Fei, said Xiao Yuxian. Her beautiful eyes were twinkling. She was curious. He's awesome and easy to make friends with. We fought and then we became friends, said Lin Feng smiling. He then asked, by the way, Yuxian, his grandfather is an incredible cultivator. An emperor actually. Where is he from? He's not an emperor per se, said Xiao Yuxian shaking her head. Lin Feng was surprised and whispered, did he lie to me? Not really. His grandfather is the Great Ape Emperor. Great Ape Emperor? Lin Feng asked. A bestial emperor? Xiao Yuxian nodded. Lin Feng gasped with amazement. He was the grandson of a bestial emperor. Lin Feng had heard about lots of human emperors, but it was the first time he heard about a bestial emperor. He hadn't thought he'd ever be friends with a bestial emperor's grandson. The Great Ape Emperor is extremely strong and his power is very explosive. He can easily break a mountain chain by simply kicking it. His voice can destroy mountains and lakes. Even though they don't seem that smart as a family, they actually understand cultivation very well. Their gigantic destruction rod spell is extremely complex. It uses the explosive power of 81 wooden sticks. You can imagine how strong they are individually, explained Xiao Yuxian slowly. She even looked scared. Nobody dared offend them in Ba Huang province. Even though they were relatively new emperors, they were not any weaker than most emperors. Besides, the Great Ape Emperor has only one grandson, so he cherishes him greatly. Back then, the Zun cultivator of a very rich family in Ba Huang province bullied Yuan Fei. The result was, in one night, that rich family was wiped off the map of Ba Huang province. Since then, everybody knows about Yuan Fei and nobody dares bully him. Xiao Yuxian continued her explanation. Lin Feng smiled. He was happy to be friends with him. If the Great Ape Emperor liked Lin Feng, then Lin Feng would be able to easily marry Xiao Yuxian. The elders of the Qiu clan wouldn't act disrespectful with Lin Feng anymore. It's no wonder he can sense my blood strength, whispered Lin Feng. Yuan Fei was an animal, the grandson of an animal emperor, so he could sense other animal energies. It seemed normal that Yuan Fei had sensed Lin Feng's dragon blood. Blood strength. Qiu Yu Xian looked at Lin Feng and asked, "You also have a strong bloodline?" "Guess," said Lin Feng smiling. Qiu Yu Xian was surprised and smiled. She was intrigued. She had guessed that Lin Feng had managed to climb up the 9 groups of steps because he had a powerful blood strength. Also, at the same level as Shen Yuan, Lin Feng held the advantage. "Tell me," said Qiu Yu Xian smiling. "Why would you need to know?" said Lin Feng with a smile yet not a smile. Qiu Yu Xian really wanted to know. Lin Feng caressed her cheek. "So?" said Qiu Yu Xian annoyed. "What?" said Lin Feng shrugging. "You bastard." She released ice-cold energies. "Seal." Lin Feng released a powerful sealing strength. Qiu Yu Xian could barely move under that strength. Qiu Yu Xian's eyes were wide open. "Stop attacking and I'll let you off." "Dream on," said Qiu Yu Xian, grinding her teeth. "It's such a beautiful night. We should enjoy ourselves instead of fighting, if you see what I mean," said Lin Feng with an evil smile. Qiu Yu Xian frowned. "You're annoying." Qiu Yu Xian was almost crying. "How shameless." "All right, I'll tell you." Lin Feng smiled and said, "You're right." Then he let her off. Qiu Yu Xian smiled in a resplendent way and said, "Next time you want to have some fun with me at night, you should say it in a more romantic way." "Eh?" Lin Feng suddenly felt very cold. "What's that meteorite?" said Lin Feng, changing the topic. That meteorite was extremely heavy and Lin Feng's muscles felt sore from carrying it. "Look." Lin Feng passed the stone to Qiu Yu Xian. She took it and her facial expression suddenly changed. "How heavy?" "It was as heavy as a small mountain." "Look and see if you can find anything out of the ordinary," said Lin Feng. He released pure qi into the stone, but it just remained black. Probably had been in the soil for a very long time, so it was polished now. "Nothing," said Qiu Yu Xian. That stone was beautiful, polished, but there were no marks or anything of interest. Nothing had been sealed inside either. "Even though it's very precious, we can't do anything with it. People like Yuan Fei or Jian Wu Bei might be able to use it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fought for it," whispered Lin Feng. He would give it to Yuan Fei later. He was convinced Yuan Fei would know how to find him somehow. "That meteorite is very hard and quite dense. We can't break it no matter how we tried. Yuan Fei or Jian Wu Bei could ask the elders of their family to fabricate weapons for them. They could also maybe break it to see if there was anything inside. Not just anyone can benefit from having such items," said Qiu Yu Xian. That meteorite was useless to them except if they traded it, but trading it wouldn't be easy either, they weren't strong enough. Maybe strong cultivators would simply steal it from them. "Forget about it then," said Lin Feng, putting it away. He looked at the dark landscape around him. "Everybody is hunting everybody else here. We have to be careful. Let's try to get out of here as soon as possible." Qiu Yu Xian smiled and said, "It's my first time here too. When I came in, several people tried to kill me. Luckily, I'm not that weak. Weak people die quickly here, I'm sure." "Lin Feng, you're going to become an Imperial Cultivation disciple. I just know it." Lin Feng looked at her. She was so beautiful. Her smile was magnificent. He laughed and said, "Let's go." Lin Feng started running, determined. "Wait." Lin Feng was holding Qiu Yu Xian's hand and they ran a few steps before someone called them. Cold energies suddenly surrounded them. "Since you think you can bully me that easily, I'll teach you a lesson." Lin Feng remained motionless. Drip, drip. A strong and ice-cold wind brushed against Lin Feng. Slash. Ice-cold lights moved straight towards Lin Feng. Slash. At the same time, starlights condensed. It was Lin Feng's Tianji sword. Die! Lin Feng's Tianji sword streaked across the sky and lacerated everything in its path. Someone died and blood splashed. Slash. Slash. Energies came towards Lin Feng from every direction this time. Stars appeared all around him and then blood splashed everywhere. A few people died trying to block Lin Feng's attack. Boom, boom, boom. Many hands appeared all around Lin Feng. He suddenly turned around and saw Shen Yuan in the air. He was flying towards Lin Feng as fast as he could. "Break!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. His Tianji sword became even more dazzling. A holy weapon! Shen Yuan immediately moved back and looked at Lin Feng coldly. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had a holy weapon. "Shen Yuan, if we were of the same level, you'd be much, much weaker than me. You think that you kill me so easily? Before, I never used all my powers against you. Since you really want to give it a try still, let's fight." Lin Feng was holding his Tianji sword and looked rather cold, like a real warrior. Shen Yuan looked at Lin Feng. Surprisingly, he had a holy weapon. In order to use holy weapons, cultivators had to understand holy marks because of the holy marks carved into them. They required the strength of those holy marks to work. Lin Feng's Tianji sword was a holy weapon and absorbed the strength of the earth and sky, more precisely, the strength of the stars. Then, the strength of the stars was absorbed into the holy marks, and the cultivator could then release the transformed energies in the form of powerful attacks. Shen Yuan had a holy weapon before, but it had broken in the dragon palak when he was trying to get the dragon heart. Now Lin Feng had a holy weapon. Shen Yuan moved his hands and released a terrifying strength which contained his own blood strength. Lin Feng was holding his Tianji sword as its lights spread everywhere around him. In the darkness of the palace, one could clearly see the dazzling stars created by the sword. "Arg!" Shen Yuan groaned furiously as he released an incredible amount of qi which moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng shivered when he heard Shen Yuan's shout, but compared to Yuan Fei's, it was nothing. "Die!" At the same time, Shen Yuan shouted furiously and two gigantic words appeared. "Shen Yuan." They moved towards Lin Feng with deadly speed. Bzzz. Lin Feng grinded his teeth and released sword energies filled with the power of the stars. Rumbling sounds spread in the air and the space around them shook. "Die!" Shen Yuan opened his third eye and a golden axe appeared and moved towards Lin Feng. It was his godly awareness condensed into an incredible attack. Boom, boom, boom. It was moving straight towards Lin Feng's third eye. Godly awareness palace. Lin Feng also opened his third eye. His lofty and massive godly awareness palace appeared. Kaboom! Shen Yuan's axe was making the palace shake violently, but it couldn't break it. Limitless sky palace. Shen Yuan was incredulous and even looked scared. A godly awareness palace. Impossible, it can't be. That must be a fake, thought Shen Yuan. Only one person could use that in the continent of the Nine Clouds, so Lin Feng couldn't know it. Lin Feng's soul was extremely strong and his godly awareness was way beyond his cultivation level. "All right, let's fight with our godly awareness," said Lin Feng coldly. Shen Yuan's axe had not left even a scratch on Lin Feng's godly awareness palace. Lin Feng's Tianji sword, at the same time, seemed like it was dancing as it diffused dazzling sword lights. "Recall!" shouted Shen Yuan furiously. At the same time, he released terrifying energies towards Lin Feng's sword. Shen Yuan was running away from the sword energies, and when he was far enough away, he turned around and ran away. "Lin Feng, I'll kill you sooner or later," he said from a distance. Lin Feng looked at him coldly and yelled, "You even joined hands with the Hunters of Darkness to kill me. Shen Yuan, your head will become my trophy soon." Then, Lin Feng's sword disappeared. In the distance, a silhouette was coming towards Lin Feng. It was Qiu Yu Xian. "How many secrets do you have?" said Qiu Yu Xian. Her eyes were twinkling again. Lin Feng had a powerful holy weapon. Incredible. During such a beautiful night, if we were in bed, cuddling, I'd tell you all my secrets, said Lin Feng laughing loudly. Sounds good, said Qiu Yu Xian blushing and smiling at Lin Feng. This had aroused him. It's a deal, said Lin Feng laughing nervously. Lin Feng, did the little Shen Yuan boy come back? Asked someone in the distance. It was Yuan Fei. Shen Yuan joined hands with the Hunters of Darkness to kill me, replied Lin Feng. Yuan Fei said coldly, do you want me to catch up with him and bury him alive? Eh. Lin Feng smiled wryly. That guy was very nice, but he was the only one who could say that he wanted to bury Xianxia alive. In the northern part of Bahuang, everybody knew Xianxuan's name. If anyone heard Yuan Fei talk like that, they would make fun of him. No need. He can't kill me anyways. I'll take Xianxuan's life sooner or later, said Lin Feng. He would trample on Xianxuan's corpse and take his head as a trophy. All right, no problem, said Yuan Fei. He looked at Xiao Yuexan, smiled and said, Lin Feng, your lass looks exactly like the princess of the animal world. Not bad. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Yuexan. She was smiling but said nothing. Lin Feng had nothing to say either. Take this, said Lin Feng, handed over the black meteorite to Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei took it, smiled and said, I'll give it to my grandpa. I can't use it either. I don't know if there's anything inside, said Yuan Fei, putting it away. That black meteorite was extremely hard. He couldn't break it either. Otherwise, he would have already done it. Yuan Fei, help me with something, said Lin Feng. Tell me if I can help you. I definitely will, said Yuan Fei, nodding. Help me find Xianxuan. Don't bury him. Just prevent him from killing people and try to make sure he gets injured. The best result would be if he needed 1 month to recover, said Lin Feng. Xianxuan had lost against Lin Feng when they were at the same level, and he was now chasing him everywhere to kill him. Lin Feng wanted to humiliate him even more. If Xianxuan wasn't able to become an Imperial Cultivation disciple, that would be the worst humiliation, especially with his Imperial origins. Especially if he was so sure that he was going to rank first amongst Tian-level candidates. Everyone would make fun of him if he failed. Xiao Yuexan looked at Lin Feng and laughed. Lin Feng was funny. Xianxuan wouldn't be able to become an Imperial Cultivation disciple. That would be incredibly funny. Everybody would find that hilarious in the northern part of Bahuang, he thought. Xiao Yuexan kept laughing thinking about those things. Haha. Easy. Don't worry about that, said Yuan Fei, laughing. I'm off then. Where are you going to become an Imperial Cultivation disciple? I'll come and see you there. I haven't become an Imperial Cultivation disciple yet. I'm still a candidate. I'm sitting the exam to become Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's Imperial Cultivation disciple. The Huangxi Underground is part of the exam, said Lin Feng. Oh, I see. I'll come and see you in a month then. Hurry up and finish your exam. Good luck, buddy, said Yuan Fei and then left. He was going to look for Xianxuan. That guy is awesome. No wonder he's the great ape emperor's grandson, said Xiao Yuexan, smiling wryly. Just like Lin Feng had said, that guy was easy to get along with. Xianxuan will pay for what he did to me, said Lin Feng, smiling. Xiao Yuexan looked at him and smiled. In Tiantai, everyone will make fun of Xianxuan. He will hate you even more after this. I don't care, said Lin Feng indifferently. His eyes were twinkling. A boat appeared in his hand and he gave it to Xiao Yuexan. I removed the connection to it. It's a gift for you. I don't need it, said Xiao Yuexan, shaking her head. She refused without hesitating at all. Lin Feng took her hand and put the boat in the palm of her hand. He smiled and said, the younger generation of the Yang clan is weak. Therefore, the elders of their clan spent a lot of money and energy to fabricate those boats for them. Yuexan, you're strong, but in Bahuang province, you'll face dangers sometimes. I have 2 of these boats. I have both Yangzi Lands and Yangzi Yes boats. So don't worry about me. 2 boats. Xiao Yuexan was surprised as she took a boat. She smiled in a resplendent way. It's a betrothal gift. Does it mean that we can sleep together now? Said Lin Feng, smiling fatuously. All right, any time, said Xiao Yuexan, lowering her head and blushing. Lin Feng frowned. We need to finish what we have to do here first, though. Then we'll think about having fun, said Lin Feng, smiling. Xiao Yuexan lowered her head and said, I agreed and now you don't dare? Lin Feng was speechless. He would remember that. After that, they used the boat to move farther away. They didn't need to hide anymore. They killed some weak people on the way and escaped easily when they faced stronger cultivators. Lin Feng and Xiao Yuexan had no problem thanks to their boats. Lin Feng had broken through to the 4th Tianqi layer and Xiu Xian through to the 7th Tianqi layer. In total, they had to kill 110 people. They had to act fast so they couldn't hide and wait for people to ambush. With their boats, things were moving along quite quickly. At that moment, they were both on a small path which seemed normal. Drip, drip. Lin Feng heard something, but couldn't see anyone. Lin Feng smiled coldly and said, "I've been waiting for you. Xian, the continent of the 9 clouds is vast and there are many strange spirits. Do you know what spirit is strong?" asked Lin Feng seemingly randomly. "You say that there are many strange spirits, there are also many spirits with special abilities. I don't think we can say that there are spirits stronger than others though. It all depends on what you do with them. There are many weapon spirits, blade spirits, spears, swords, axe spirits, all sorts. They're all used by blade cultivators. Who can say a spirit is stronger than another in any of those cases?" said Xiu Xian. "If a weak cultivator has a sword spirit, then his spirit won't be strong and vice versa. What do you think about shadow spirits?" asked Lin Feng smiling. "Shadow spirits? If a cultivator manages to become invisible, he can kill people from dozens of kilometers away without getting caught and without leaving a trace. That's very good. There are many cultivators who have shadow spirits here. Since it's dark here, it's a perfect place for them." "All right," said Lin Feng nodding. Exactly his sentiments. Drip, drip. Lin Feng and Xiu Xian heard something else, but they acted as if they hadn't heard anything. They continued chatting. Lin Feng recalled their qi, but there were snowflakes around them. Bzzz. Terrifyingly sharp energies appeared in front of Lin Feng and moved straight towards him. "Empty space bestial illusion technique," shouted Lin Feng instantly. A snowy path appeared around him. He had prepared himself already. A shadow appeared and at the same time, a huge stone appeared in front of him which contained sealing strength. Die! The shadow cultivator realized the distance between him and Lin Feng wasn't changing. He tried attacking again. "Seal!" shouted Lin Feng. He used his demon sealing stone and sealed the space. Boom boom! The shadow and the stone collided. Bzzz. 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 The stone became huge and sealed the shadow. In fact, Lin Feng had been waiting for Hunters of Darkness for a long time. He was lucky this time. That guy had a shadow spirit, just what he was looking for. Roar, roar, roar. A furious roar spread in the air. Behind Lin Feng, a ferocious dragon appeared. "Dragon blood," said the cultivator whose shadow was sealed. He couldn't recall his shadow, so he started panicking. "Swallow," said Lin Feng coldly. One of the heads of the dragon swallowed the shadow sealed in the demon seal stone. Arg! The dragon chewed the shadow but didn't manage to swallow it. His enemy spirit was stronger than his own. Xian helped. Xiu Xian released her own spirit which moved towards the shadow cultivator. At the same time, Lin Feng jumped forwards taking out another demon seal stone. Even though they couldn't see the shadow cultivator, they could sense him. Boom boom boom. Oppressive energies invaded the atmosphere as the dragon roared and moved towards the shadow again. Roar! The atmosphere shook violently as the dragon attempted to swallow the shadow again. The shadow cultivator didn't have enough time to react. The dragon swallowed his spirit, swallowing his body at the same time.